Chapter 10:51. The tournament starts. The crowd cheered and roared with excitement as the tournament's official start was about to begin. The other Dao transformation youths flew up from the arena into the stands once more, leaving only John, his opponent, and the Yangdao sect elder standing on the arena. Formation screens flickered into existence all across the arena, depicting the stats and charts of both John and his opponent. His opponent, Aragas of the Swiftsword sect, stared at John with uncertain eyes, a slight grimace on his face. By now, everyone knew that John's strength was not to be underestimated. Although most still believed that his illusory test scores were somehow false, either through cheating or some other unknown method, they knew his strength was the real deal. In the elimination trial the previous day, John had easily handled 2 opponents, both from the 3 Dao sects, with relative ease. Both of those opponents had been ranked around 400, placing John's strength firmly above that. His opponent, ranked 1024, was a far cry from the strength needed to beat John. John's eyes followed Jihin for a moment as he soared through the sky towards the exclusive viewing platform, then sat on a chair between his father and Lillian. He gave Lillian a quick glance, then turned his gaze back towards John, looking down on him from far above like a king looking down on his subject. "Are both of you ready?" The Yangdao sect elder spoke, drawing John's attention back to the arena. Everything had happened so fast, he had almost forgotten he was about to fight in the opening match of the tournament. His opponent nodded, while John took a deep breath to calm himself down, then nodded as well. "Link your formation armbands," the elder said, to which both of them did, sending their divine senses out to link with their opponent. As he did so, John was given information regarding his opponent, which he briefly read, though with indifference. Name, Aragas. Age, 21. Cultivation, Middle Dao Transformation. Sect, Swiftsword Sect. Speed and Movement Arts, 95. That was the only statistic that stood out to John, who raised an eyebrow in slight surprise. The rest of his opponent's scores were lackluster compared to his speed, with only his instincts and comprehensions of any note. Both of those played limited roles in battle, and so the only thing to look out for was his speed. As they linked their formation armbands, his opponent's armbands flared with formation energy, enveloping him. A moment later, the youth's cultivation fell from the Middle Dao Transformation realm to the Early Dao Transformation realm, indicating that his opponent had been in the Early Dao Transformation realm when he was John's exact age. Aragas grimaced once more, while John merely raised an eyebrow again. He had expected the true geniuses of this world to have cultivation speeds that at least kept up with him, but it seems that was limited for the true geniuses like Jihin and the others at the top of the rankings. John clicked his tongue with displeasure, as this wasn't even going to be a challenge at all for him. He was hoping to use his opponents to hone his new battle arts and have some fun, but it seems that this opponent was not going to be someone he could do that on. The Yangdao sect elder inspected both fighters, then nodded his head approvingly. He raised his arm, then lowered it with a flash of showmanship. "Let the Dao transformation tournament begin." Roar. The crowd roared wildly as the tournament officially started. The crowd was so loud that it was almost impossible to hear one's thoughts. John ignored the crowd, instead focusing on his nearby opponent. "I'm really not in a good mood right now, so just give up and save us both the trouble of what's to come," John said to Aragas, his voice barely audible over the crowd's roars and cheers. Instead of giving up, his opponent drew his sword, holding it steadily by his side. "The sword Dao is the one truth in the cultivation world," Aragas said, his confidence rising with the sword in his hand. "Only the sword is capable of jumping realms and defying all logic and reason. To give up would be an insult to the sword Dao." John sighed deeply as he lowered his gaze, shaking his head as if he was dealing with a fool. "Chi." A flash of light suddenly sped by John, so fast that it appeared like a blur to all but the strongest in the crowd. The crowd gasped as they watched Aragas speed past John before John could even react, sword slashing outwards with lethal intent. Aragas reappeared on the other side of John, his feet skidding on the ground for a short distance before he halted his momentum. "Haha, you may be strong, but you are nothing but an idiot," Aragas exclaimed loudly, a smug smile on his face as he stared at John, who had yet moved. "I may be ranked last, but my speed is amongst the fastest of all tournament geniuses. Even with my cultivation restricted to a minor realm, my speed still ranks in the top 50. He then raised his sword before his face, which glistened under the lights of the stands and the artificial sun high above. The sword was 4 feet long and emanated a sharp, profound aura equal to the best weapons that could be found on John's homeworld. Aragas suddenly sped forward once more, flashing past John like a blur, his sword slicing across John's body. He reappeared a moment later to John's side, his smile even wider. "This sword is the treasured sword of my Swiftsword sect, passed down from sect leader to sect leader throughout the ages," Aragas said. "Its sharpness is famed across the entire continent, with thousands of devil and beast race powerhouses felled by this blade. With my speed you can't even react to, and with my sword you cannot defend against, you will lose without being able to do anything." Chi. Aragas sped forward once more, then again and again. He formed blurred streaks of light throughout the arena, each streak converging on John's location. Tens, then hundreds of attacks landed on John in less than a second before Aragas finally came to a stop once more. His smug smile slowly faded away as his instincts flared to life, telling him something was wrong. Normally, his opponent, having been cut this many times, would be crying out in pain with bloody wounds all over his body. Instead, John was standing still in the same place, his head slightly bowed as he stared at his feet. Many long cuts had formed on John's robe, which made it appear as if he had been cut into. However, upon closer inspection, there was no blood at all, as if the sword had only cut through the robe, but had failed to cut through the skin. Aragas finally paused his assault, staring with narrowed eyes at his opponent. After a few seconds, John finally raised his head, his eyes scanning the battlefield before falling on Aragas. He locked eyes with his opponent, then turned his gaze to his own body, studying his arms, legs, and torso. "Ah, the battle started?" John asked, noticing the cuts on his clothing. His words shocked everyone, especially Aragas, who instinctively took a step backwards as he noticed John was truly unscathed, despite having been cut by his sword hundreds of times. John shifted his gaze to the sword in Aragas' hand, then nodded lightly. "That sword is not bad. Unfortunately, a weapon is still only as strong as the wielder. You may be fast, but your strength is nothing but a joke." Aragas' mouth opened, both from shock and from wanting to speak. He stammered his words hastily. "I conk." John appeared before Aragas like a ghost, his movements even faster than Aragas' movements moments ago. His leg kicked outwards, slamming into Aragas' side before he could react. Bang! A sickening crunch of flesh and bone sounded out as Aragas shot upwards through the sky like a comet. Bang! Aragas slammed into the formation barrier, which sprung to life, stopping his body from leaving the arena. The crowd watched with stunned silence as Aragas' body pressed against the barrier for a moment before sliding down it and crashing to the arena far below. A patch of blood lingered on the formation barrier, which on the other side sat Jihin and the Sword Saint. John looked upwards towards Jihin for a moment, who returned his gaze with calm amusement, then took to the sky to return to where Nalia and Zuri still waited in the stands. As he flew through the sky, the Yongdao sect elder announced the outcome of the first battle. The victor by rendering his opponent unable to fight, John Fenix. Chapter 10:52. Azuri John soared through the sky towards the place where Nalia and Zuri were standing, approximately halfway up the 10-mile-tall arena. As he soared through the sky, the stunned crowd roared back to life as cheers and boos boomed out in unison. The number of cheers had increased since yesterday, a sign that more and more people were slowly being won over by John's strength and status as a dark horse underdog. He was oblivious to that fact, as his mind was occupied with something far more important. As he flew through the air, the Yangdao sect elder's voice filled the arena. The next fight will begin shortly. Varika of the illusory mist sect and Jihan of the sword Dao sect, please enter the arena within the next 10 minutes. He landed softly on the balcony next to his companions and was greeted with a resounding cheer from Nalia. "Congratulations," she exclaimed with a radiant smile on her face. "That was—" Her smile vanished as John strode right by her without acknowledging her, with a deep scowl on his face, brows furrowed. "Ah," Nalia mumbled, stunned by such a cold reception from John. Zuri gave John a curious glance, as she had noticed that something had changed in him even before he entered the arena. She patted Nalia on the shoulder in a comforting way. "He most likely has a lot on his mind right now," Zuri said, then quickly explained the situation between John, Jihan, and Lillian through sound transmission. Nalia's eyes lit up with surprise and then anger upon hearing the summary of what was going on. She thanked Zuri and then raced to catch up to John, no longer upset or disappointed by his previous actions. She raced up alongside him, a furious look on her face. "That Jihan," she grumbled with a frustrated pout. "He always acts so high and mighty, but that was fine since he is strong. But to think he dares to force your friend into marriage, what an overbearing asshole." John shot Nalia a quick glance, surprised to hear her bring up this subject, then looked at Zuri, who merely shrugged. He didn't really care if Nalia knew the truth, so he remained quiet, marching through the tunnel connecting the arena and the interior hallways. "What's going on?" Zuri asked as she walked up beside him. "I know the situation with Jihan is frustrating, but shouldn't that all be resolved once you win the tournament?" "It's not that. I'll explain in a moment," John said, his voice calm yet slightly cold. Zuri raised an eyebrow, surprised that John was so caught up on something else. She remained silent, walking alongside him all the way to the Prime Shadows room. With the tournament officially started, the interior hallways were relatively empty, allowing them to quickly make their way to their destination without being surrounded by a curious crowd. Bang! John slammed the door to the Prime Shadows room open, his mind too occupied to think about using a delicate touch. The Prime Shadow, sitting at the window overlooking the arena, looked over his shoulder towards the group. Nalia said some parting words with Zuri and stayed behind at the door, while John and Zuri stepped into the room. As they did so, the Yangdao elder's voice sounded out within the room, as if coming from all directions. Clearly, there was some sort of formation that played the sounds of the arena within the room. "The victor by forfeit, Jihan." John ignored the announcement, and the crowd's roar as he walked up to the Prime Shadow, brows furrowed. The Prime Shadow raised an eyebrow as he watched John walk up next to him. "I was going to congratulate you, but it seems as though you're not in the mood to be congratulated," the Prime Shadow said. John glanced about the room for a moment, then returned his gaze to the elderly powerhouse before him. "Can you make it so that we can't be spied on? I have something important to tell you," John said through a sound transmission. Usually, sound transmissions were a safe and secretive method of communication, with outsiders being unable to spy on the conversation. However, there were some formations that were able to intercept the sound transmission waves and spy on them. John was unsure how they worked and had never encountered one, but had learned of their existence during his time in the shadows of Death Guild. The Prime Shadow raised an eyebrow, his eyes meeting John's. He then waved his hand a movement later, bringing a sphere of darkness to life. The power and profundity of the darkness chi was awe-inspiring, although John was not in the mood to appreciate such things. A sphere a dozen yards wide enveloped the group like a cocoon, startling Zuri, as she had no idea what was going on. "You can speak now," the Prime Shadow said, his face more serious than before as he could tell what John was going to tell him was quite important. "No one other than us three will hear your words." John nodded, then gave Zuri a quick glance. She looked at him with a curious expression, to which he sighed deeply. That curiosity was going to turn into rage in a short moment. He took a deep breath, exhaled lightly, and then spoke. "Who is that woman sitting next to the Sword Saint?" John asked the Prime Shadow. The Prime Shadow looked to the side and upwards, his gaze piercing his cocoon of darkness, then looked back to John. "That is Asura, a swordmaster elder of the Sword Dao sect," the Prime Shadow answered. John had no idea what swordmaster entailed, but it was probably a rank of elder, much like the Shadow of Death had captains, masters, and grandmasters. "What do you know about her?" John asked. "Asura, there's not much to know there," the Prime Shadow replied. "She's been a member of the Sword Dao sect for the last 100 years, ever since she joined the sect as a teenager. Since then, she's made her way up the ranks of the sect, proving herself as one of the more talented younger members of the sect, and became one of the youngest swordmasters in the sect's history. Other than that, there's not much else of note. No grand feats, no powerful enemies slain. She has lived a rather modest life, focusing only on the sword, and rarely ever shows herself to the world. To see her here is quite the rare occurrence," the Prime Shadow said, then titled his head to the side. "Why do you ask?" John glanced again at Zuri, then set his jaw firm. "Because she is the one who killed Fury," John said, his voice calm yet tinged with a sliver of hatred. Boom. The space within the cocoon flared to life as Zuri's aura exploded outwards. Her eyes were wide with shock for a moment, then murderous bloodlust. "I'll fucking kill her," Zuri screamed out like a banshee, her voice shrill. She turned to leave the cocoon of darkness, but was stopped by its power. She tried to force her way through it, but was unable to. She stopped and shot the Prime Shadow, a gaze filled with anger and bloodlust, as if saying she would turn her focus on him if he didn't let her out. The Prime Shadow sighed and flicked his wrist. Coils of darkness enveloped Zuri, binding her body tightly, making her unable to move. She struggled against the power but was completely helpless against it. "I understand your anger," the Prime Shadow sighed, "but you must be calm for now. Anger and bloodlust will get you nowhere at the moment." Zuri continued to struggle against the bindings for a short while before calming down, realizing the futility of it all. The Prime Shadow gave her a questioning glance. I'm calmed down," Zuri said through gritted teeth. It was obvious she was barely able to contain herself, but she had calmed down to the point where she was no longer feral with rage. John remained silent the entire time, understanding Zuri's rage. The murderer of her father and 2 beloved siblings was nearby. If it was him, he would act the exact same way. The Prime Shadow undid the darkness bindings, then studied Zuri for a short moment. Her face was red with hatred, and she fidgeted with rage, but she no longer tried to force her way out of the darkness cocoon. When he was certain she was calm, the Prime Shadow shifted his focus back to John. "That is quite a bold claim to make. Are you certain of this?" he asked. 100%, John replied with the utmost certainty. "I already explained to both of you the events of what had happened. I managed to survive the blast, although they thought I had died. That allowed me to get a glimpse of part of her face and feel her aura as she killed Fury and then left. It's no doubt her." At the time of Fury's death, Asuri had been facing the opposite direction of John. He was only able to see parts of her face when she turned to look at her companions, and wasn't able to use his divine sense to scan her face. Otherwise, he would have given away his position. As such, he was unable to give the shadows of death a detailed depiction of the woman's face, and had only been able to describe parts of it, as well as her aura. Her aura was slightly different now, as if she had masked it before or was masking it now. It had been more passionate and fiery before, but now was sharper like that of a sword. Which aura was the true one was uncertain. But the underlying feeling and nature of her aura was unmistakable. The Prime Shadow studied John's face for a moment, then sighed. "It seems there is a lot more happening within the shadows than we know, and I think what you revealed is just the tip of the iceberg." Chapter 1053, discussing next steps. "I felt something amiss when I first entered the Yongdao sect," the Prime Shadow said, surprising the others. "My instincts warned me ever so slightly that something was amiss, although I couldn't tell what it was. That feeling grew stronger when I entered this Yang sphere, although I still can't tell what the reason is." "The Yongdao sect and the Yang sphere," John repeated. "Could the Yongdao sect be behind whatever's happening then?" "Unlikely," The Prime Shadow shook his head. However, with the skill and resources at their disposal, it isn't impossible for the Sword Dao sect to tamper with the Yang Dao sect without the Yang sovereign knowing. After all, he may be strong, but he is not omnipotent. However, until we know for certain what is going on, I won't make any hasty conclusions. The three discussed Asura and the potential plot that was taking place for a while longer, with John divulging all the details he could regarding the mysterious woman. Until we know who she's truly working with, we cannot make any grand accusations, the Prime Shadow said, a slight frown on his face. She could be working with the Sword Dao sect, or perhaps could be fooling them as well and is truly working with the devils or the beast race. Until we know her true allegiance, we must gather more information. How are we going to do that? Zuri asked, a deep frown on her face. She had calmed down a bit since the news of Asura broke, but it was obvious her hatred still simmered deeply within. We aren't going to do anything, the Prime Shadow replied. His response drew questioning looks from John and Zuri. Before they could reply, the sphere of darkness rippled, and a new figure stepped into it from the outside. The Grandmaster, the one who had led John to the headquarters of the guild, stepped inside. Grandmaster, Zuri said, turning to him quickly and bowing her head slightly in respect. The Grandmaster returned her bow with a smile and a nod, then looked at John for a moment. He nodded approvingly, then looked towards the Prime Shadow. What do you need from me, Prime Shadow? The Grandmaster asked respectfully. It was the first time John had seen such deference from the elderly Grandmaster. What do you know of Asura, Grandmaster Darkcloud? The Prime Shadow asked. His question threw the Grandmaster off guard, but he quickly answered with everything he knew about the woman, which was not much different than what the Prime Shadow had revealed to John and Zuri. Silence filled the sphere of darkness for a short while as the Prime Shadow thought over the situation, while the others awaited his instructions. John gave the Grandmaster a quick glance, hearing his Dao name for the first time. He was sure the number of people who had heard his true Dao name were few and far between. Grandmaster Darkcloud, you are to investigate Asura's origins, leaving no stone unturned regarding her early life, the Prime Shadow instructed. Her early life? Grandmaster Darkcloud asked. That was over 100 years ago. What do you hope to find searching so far back? I'm not certain, the Prime Shadow replied, a thoughtful look on his face. But whoever Asura is now, she is very careful in her movements. As far as I was aware, she was merely an esteemed elder of the Sword Dao sect. Perhaps that is her true identity, and her actions have been at the command of the Sword Dao sect, but perhaps not. Regardless of the truth, she has been extraordinarily careful in her movements over the last few decades, careful enough to escape our gaze. For someone this careful, it's unlikely we'll find much about her true identity looking into recent events. Someone like her doesn't make mistakes, and the only reason we even know of her existence in the first place is from John, who is most likely the only person in this world who would be able to survive the ship's explosion in the Dao transformation realm. No, for someone as careful as her, the only information we might find is before she became who she is today. Only the ignorance and naivety of her youth may have left some clues behind. It's not likely, but it's the only thing we can look into at the moment without drawing suspicion. The Grandmaster nodded his head in understanding and agreement, then bowed it ever so slightly. It will be done. I will take care of this matter personally, and will report back with any information of note. The Prime Shadow nodded his thanks. The Grandmaster gave John and Zuri a quick glance, then turned and left the sphere of darkness. What should we do? Zuri asked a moment later. Nothing, the Prime Shadow replied, looking at the two of them. Whoever is behind Asura is powerful, and will no doubt know your identity as members of the guild. You two are the most visible members of the guild right now, and any changes in your actions or movements would no doubt create suspicion. We need to move in the shadows, undetected, and with your popularity and roles in this tournament, you two need to play your part and act as if nothing is wrong. He turned to look at John specifically. You especially need to just focus on the tournament. The flashier your battles, the more exciting your battles, the more of a distraction you will cause, allowing the rest of us to operate in the shadows more effectively. John nodded after a moment of thought, although he had wanted to help out if he could. Uncovering a grand plot to undermine the human powers sounded interesting, but he couldn't help but agree with the Prime Shadow that the tournament itself was the most important thing for him to focus on at the moment. The group discussed the subject a bit more, at which point the Prime Shadow brought the discussion to a close. The guild is already acting as hidden security for this tournament, so it shouldn't draw suspicion to increase the number of guild members sweeping the Yangdao sect for any information they can gather. As for me, well, this sphere I've created has no doubt been noticed by the others, so I'll need to mingle with them for some time to assuage any suspicions they have. As for you two, just keep doing what you're doing, but make sure to let me know if you feel anything amiss or discover anything worth mentioning. What about Azuri? Zuri couldn't help but ask, unable to hold her tongue any longer. Can't we capture her and force the information out of her? That is our last resort, the Prime Shadow said. Capturing someone as strong as her without making any noise is difficult, and even if done without flaw, her disappearance will instantly alert the others in her scheme that they have been discovered. Unless we are forced to do so, we will act as if we know nothing of Azuri or this plot. Understood? The Prime Shadow gave Zuri a level gaze, as if warning her that any deviations from this plan would be met with swift punishment. Zuri bit her lip, then nodded. Good. Then I will leave you two to train or do whatever. In the meantime, I have some mingling to do. With that, the Prime Shadow vanished without warning, the sphere of darkness fading away a moment later. John and Zuri exchanged a quick glance, at which point he walked over to the training room to continue his art training. Zuri turned and looked out the window towards the viewing platform holding the powerhouses. Her gaze lingered on Azuri, who was laughing as she discussed something with Jihin. Before this is over, I'll watch your life fade from your eyes, Zuri thought, then turned to follow John into the training room to resume their training. Chapter 1054, Netherfrost Beasts. The viewing platform was buzzing with thoughtful conversations and laughter as the powerhouses of the world watched the tournament unfold far beneath them. Servants brought delicious food and exotic drinks to them, ensuring their patrons were satisfied at all times. The Prime Shadow silently appeared on the platform, his arrival unnoticed by all but the top powerhouses. Ah, you finally joined us, the Yang Sovereign said without turning around, his words causing the others who had failed to notice the Prime Shadow to turn around and look at him. Many of them had no idea who he was, and only knew that the Prime Shadow was a secretive and powerful man. The Prime Shadow walked towards the others, then took his seat, which was placed between the Yang Sovereign and Mage Sovereign. The Mage Sovereign eyed the Prime Shadow up and down, a curious glint in her eyes. The Sword Saint, seated several seats down, didn't acknowledge the Prime Shadow, instead opting to speak to Jihin instead. What was so secretive that you had to create that shrouding barrier? She asked curiously. With how powerful she and the other sovereigns were, they were easily able to notice the Prime Shadow's darkness barrier despite the distance. It was not something that could be hidden easily from powerful eyes like them. If the matter was important enough to shroud it from outside ears, why would I divulge that information now? The Prime Shadow replied, giving the Mage Sovereign a pointed look. So secretive, she said musingly, her mouth curled into a small smile. What about you? Any secrets you wish to divulge? The Prime Shadow asked her, shifting the focus of the discussion on her. I have nothing to discuss, but the Yang Sovereign surely does, she said, her eyes shifting to look at the Yang Sovereign nearby. Is that so? The Prime Shadow asked, turning to the other side to look at the Yang Sovereign. I merely mentioned that I am making progress with the 9-petal Yang Lotus, and might be able to absorb it in the near future, the Yang Sovereign said flatly, as if he were describing something mundane. The Prime Shadow raised an eyebrow, surprised to hear such a claim. The 9-petal Yang Lotus was one of the most potent and powerful natural treasures in the world, and had rebuffed any attempt to be absorbed in the past. In fact, several powerhouses had perished in the past trying to assimilate the lotus, some even as strong as the Yang Sovereign. Do you mind divulging how you plan to tame and absorb such a powerful object? The Prime Shadow asked, truly curious about the matter. The Yang sovereign gave him a quick glance, then looked back to the fight unfolding in the arena. "I'm afraid I cannot divulge that information," the Yang sovereign answered. The Prime Shadow had not been expecting an answer, as such information, if divulged, could potentially lead to others attempting to tame the Lotus in secret, using the Yang sovereign's method. While that was highly unlikely, as the Yang sovereign was not only incredibly powerful, but also controlled the Yangdao sect, it was not impossible. The conversation quickly shifted topics, focusing on the tournament and other things. The first round of the tournament was expected to take several days to complete, with 500 fights taking place before the next round started. Several hours later, after one of the fights ended, a commotion broke out as a large group of non-human cultivators, some 10,000 strong, entered the arena from one of the tunnels below. They flooded out onto the empty arena, their presence silencing the stunned crowd. Trails of ice followed behind them as they walked, and an icy chill filled the air, as if everything would be frozen solid before long. "What's the meaning of this?" the Mage Sovereign asked the Yang Sovereign, who didn't give her a reply. The group gathered in the center of the arena, then looked up towards the viewing platform. A moment later, the crowd erupted with taunts, insults, boos, and more, becoming wild with anger and hatred. It appeared as though the crowd was about to rush forward towards the group and tear them apart. "Silence!" The Yang Sovereign's calm yet powerful voice filled the arena, silencing everyone in an instant. All eyes shifted to him, who now stood at the front of the viewing platform looking down at the group that had gathered in the arena. The group of 10,000 figures looked up at the Yang Sovereign, meeting his gaze. Each member of the group had a large and powerful frame, standing nearly 10 feet tall. They had humanoid figures, with 2 arms and 2 legs, although they were built more powerfully than typical humans. None of them wore any clothes. Instead, they were covered from head to toe in a thick layer of ice, which was shaped and molded to their body in a way that resembled clothing. Some had tight-fitting robes of ice, while others had elegant ice dresses that shimmered with mesmerizing beauty. Their shoulders, arms, and backs were covered with spikes of ice, as were their heads, which seemed to be their equivalent of hair. Most exotic of all were their faces. Each figure had large yellow eyes twice the size of a human's, and a large beast-like mouth filled with sharp teeth. Standing in front of the group was a single figure, larger than the rest by a head, whose cultivation was in the middle holy manifestation realm. That figure locked eyes with the Yang Sovereign, then tilted his head forward ever so slightly in a gesture of respect. The Yang Sovereign returned the gesture, surprising everyone who saw it happen. The Yang Sovereign, one of the leaders of humanity, had just greeted the Netherfrost beasts, a longtime enemy of humanity, with courtesy and respect. After greeting the leader of the Netherfrost beasts, the Yang Sovereign shifted his gaze across the stadium before him, then addressed the confused crowd. "For too long, humanity has been at war with both devils and beasts, throwing this world into chaos," the Yang Sovereign said, his powerful voice reaching every inch of the stadium. "While there were good reasons for both humans and beasts to detest each other, that time has long since passed. The enemy, the true enemy of humanity, has always been the devils. As such, I have reached out to the beast race, specifically the Netherfrost beasts, as a gesture of good faith, and have invited them to be my honored guests for the remainder of this tournament. I aim to put the enmity between beast and human in the past, so that our two groups may focus on the real enemy of this world. If my sect, the sect of Yang, can come to an understanding, and perhaps even a friendship with the beasts of ice, of Yin, then so too can the rest of humanity come to an understanding with the beast race as a whole." The Yang Sovereign's words stunned the crowd completely. It was one of the most unexpected things they had ever been part of in their lives. Every human had grown up considering both the devil race and beast race to be their mortal enemies. Wars had been fought between humans and beasts in the past, and blood was still shed on the continent of war between the two groups whenever it opened. And yet, the Yang Sovereign had revealed a newly formed alliance between the two powers, stunning everyone, including the other powerhouses of the human race. "Apologies for our late arrival. We were delayed by a great storm over the ocean between our two continents. As for the matter at hand, my Netherfrost clan accepts this gesture of goodwill, and we look forward to our future cooperation," the leader of the Netherfrost beasts replied, its voice filling the stadium as well. Its inhuman voice was cold and crackling, almost like the sound of breaking ice. The Yang Sovereign smiled, nodded, then waved his hand to the side, releasing a burst of chi. A moment later, a formation flared to life, and a large viewing platform next to his materialized, filled with 10,000 seats. The Yang Sovereign gestured to the platform, at which point the Netherfrost beasts flew up towards it and took their seats shortly afterwards. The Yang Sovereign then instructed the Yang Elder to continue the tournament, which resumed shortly afterwards. The fight started again, although the focus of the crowd was almost entirely on the Netherfrost beasts, as they were still unable to process everything that had just happened. "An alliance with the beast race?" the Mage Sovereign asked, both eyebrows raised with surprise. "When were you going to tell us of this plan?" "Now," the Yang Sovereign replied, unbothered by everything that had just happened. "Creating an alliance without consulting either of us," the Sword Saint said with great displeasure. "You alone cannot decide the future of the human race. We are an alliance. You do not speak for all of us." The Yang Sovereign looked at the Sword Saint, meeting his eyes. "Just test the alliance out for this tournament," the Yang Sovereign said. "Talk to them, discuss future plans, mingle as much as you want. By the end of the tournament, I'm certain you will agree that an alliance between us and the beast race is the best course forward." The Sword Saint met his eyes with a glare, then sneered and looked away. After a while, the crowd finally came to accept the unexpected events and focused on the tournament once more, their cheers, taunts, and roars of passion and excitement filling the stadium once more. Chapter 1055, start of the second round. The Yang Sovereign felt questioning eyes on him and looked to the side. The Prime Shadow was looking at him with a raised eyebrow, as if asking for this situation to be explained to him. The Yang Sovereign chuckled at the questioning look, but didn't say anything. "When did you plan this alliance?" the Prime Shadow asked curiously. Matters of alliances, truces, war and whatnot was the domain of the three Dao sects. His purpose, and the purpose of the Shadow of Death Guild, was to operate in the shadows, dealing with the messes the three Dao sects made. Still, the Prime Shadow was surprised by this move, and wanted to know what the Yang Sovereign was planning. "I reached out to the Netherfrost beasts a decade ago, although they only recently accepted my offering of a temporary truce," the Yang Sovereign replied. "This isn't a formal alliance, but is only something meant to test the possibility of a future alliance between men and beasts. I figured that if the complete opposites, Yang humans and Yin beasts, can put aside differences and unite against the devils, that perhaps the rest of both races will follow as well." "I see," the Prime Shadow nodded, shifting his gaze back to the arena below. "My instincts gave me warning when I entered your sect the other week," the Prime Shadow said a few minutes later, eyes still on the fight. "Although I wasn't able to pinpoint why. Would you happen to know the reason?" "The nine-petal Yang Lotus," the Yang Sovereign replied without pause. What about it?" "It's been growing stronger as of late," the Yang Sovereign answered. "It seems to be going through a maturing phase, evolving in an unknown way. I'm not sure why this is happening, but the lotus is growing in strength as it is doing so. You might have felt that, or might have felt the stronger spatial formations I had built to contain its growing strength." "I see," the Prime Shadow nodded. "That would explain the feelings I had. And what of this Yang sphere? It feels different from the last time I was here." "As a matter of convenience, many of the elders have started using this Yang sphere as their training grounds. We've strengthened some of the spatial formations surrounding the Yang sphere in order to accommodate their strength. Otherwise, they could destroy the sphere entirely," the Yang Sovereign explained. The Prime Shadow nodded his head, then focused on the fight below, which was coming to an end. In the seemingly boundless training room, John and Zuri flashed through the sky, battling against each other. Battle arts flew about, and explosions blasted out in all directions, shaking the room with violent intensity. "What are you doing?" A loud, frustrated shout boomed out within the training room, startling both John and Zuri. They stopped what they were doing and looked over to the source of the voice standing in the far distance. Nalia, face red and sporting a pout, looked at both of them as if she were a parent scolding their unruly children. "What are we doing? We're training," John replied calmly as he moved over towards Nalia, who was standing before the open entrance of the room. "That's exactly what I'm talking about," Nalia replied with a huff. "Your fight starts in 8 minutes. Why are you still here?" "The first round is over already," John replied, slightly surprised. He had become completely focused on his training and had lost track of time. "Already? It's been 6 days since the tournament started," Nalia replied. "We've been training for 6 days," John said with surprise, then looked to Zuri, who shrugged and gave him a look of equal surprise. While John had been focused on hunting his newly created arts, Zuri had been using this training session as an outlet to vent her anger and frustrations, which had surfaced when John had revealed the identity of her father's and siblings' killer. Both had been completely lost in their thoughts, and both had clearly lost track of time. Still pouting, Nalia eyed John up and down as he arrived before her, her eyes going wide a moment later. You're injured and exhausted. You should be resting before your fight, not wearing yourself down to the bone," she exclaimed frantically. John's body and robe was covered in dirt and some blood, making him look like he had just gotten out of a fearsome battle. "I'll be fine," John said as he wiped his forearm on his face, cleaning some of the blood and grime away. While he was definitely not in his top form, it was still more than enough to deal with his next opponent. Unconcerned with the time remaining, John walked past Nalia and through the training room exit. With no time to clean himself, he left the room and made his way through the hallways to the stadium seating. Nalia and Zuri raced up behind him to catch up, just in time to watch John hop off the ledge towards the arena below. The crowd noticed his arrival and burst alight with loud conversations, many shocked and surprised to see John's current condition. It was the first time that any of them had seen a tournament participant show up to their fight so tired and wounded. John ignored the looks and landed on the arena below, noticing his opponent for the first time. His opponent, most likely John's age or a year older, was a muscular male wearing bright yellow robes, most likely from a Yangdao subsect. Based on the strength of his opponent's body, he figured his opponent was a body cultivator. The Yangdao elder stood a short distance away, frowning at John's appearance and almost late arrival, although he said nothing as John had broken no rules. The elder then introduced both fighters to the crowd, with John's opponent getting a much louder roar of cheers. After checking that both fighters were ready, the elder started the fight. The second round of the Dao Transformation Tournament between John Fenix and Helaranth of the Roaring Heart sect begins. The roar of the crowd greatly intensified as John and his opponent looked at each other. His opponent had looked at John with wary caution, but upon noticing his condition, seemed to have gained some confidence. Their armbands linked, revealing the information of the other. Both cultivations stayed at the middle Dao transformation realm, as his opponent had reached this realm when he was John's age. "HMPH," his opponent scoffed. "You may be strong, but you are far too confident in your strength if you think you can show up to your battles like this without consequence." "Is that so?" John mused in an unconcerned manner, taking a step towards his opponent to quickly finish the fight. Boom! His opponent exploded with power, his aura surging high into the sky. John paused to look at him, wondering what his opponent would try to do. Boom! Another loud boom sounded out a moment later, followed by Helaranth's aura increasing in power once more. "You've completely underestimated me, and that will be your downfall," Helaranth said firmly. Boom! "My Roaring Heart sect's secret body-strengthening art is tied to my heartbeats. Upon activating this art, each heartbeat strengthens my body significantly. At 100 heartbeats, my strength reaches the level that can stand against those in the top 50. You've chosen the wrong opponent to underestimate." Boom! John paused and looked at his opponent with a bewildered expression. Shocked by the power of this body art, Helaranth said with slight mockery. Boom. It's too late to do anything now. With my power increasing with every heartbeat, I'll soon reach a level that you cannot hope to stand against in your current condition. John's confused expression lingered for a short while. Then he sighed and shook his head in disbelief. I'm not shocked by your body art, he said, raising his head to look at his opponent again. I'm shocked by the fact that you would reveal such an important part of your body art. Why would you ever tell your opponent such a thing? You could have drawn out the battle so you could reach your full strength, but why would I let that happen now knowing what I know? Helaranth said, slightly taken aback by John's comment. Everyone knows what the Roaring Heart sect's body art does. Besides, just because you know doesn't mean you can stop it. Well, I didn't know, John said, shaking his head once more. But now that I do. Helaranth took a step back, ready to react to anything that John did. He needed to buy time to reach his full power, which was the main drawback of his body art. He paused a moment later, eyes going wide with surprise, as did the crowds, as they watched John sit down on the arena in a relaxed manner, as if he weren't in a fight at all. Go ahead and power up fully, John said, yawning slightly from a mixture of boredom and fatigue. I have some new battle arts I recently created. A durable body cultivator is the perfect target to practice them on. Take your time, I'll wait. Chapter 1056, Roaring Heart Body Art. What's this? John Fenix has decided to sit down mid-battle. What is he thinking? A female voice sounded throughout the arena, voicing the thoughts of everyone in the crowd. John looked about, trying to find the source of the voice, but couldn't pinpoint it. However, based on the loudness and clarity of the voice, it was most certainly not someone from the crowd yelling out their thoughts. It was too clear, too official in its sound, as if it had been amplified by some sort of formation in order to be audible above all other noise in the arena. An announcer, he wondered. He had not heard the voice during his first fight, although his fight had lasted only a short moment before it was over. He's not taking any action at all. John Fenix is allowing his opponent, Helaranth of the Roaring Heart sect, to fully charge up his sect's famous body battle art. The strength of the Roaring Heart body art is famed for its formidable power once fully charged. Is John overestimating his own strength, or perhaps underestimating his opponent? The same female voice sounded out, full of excitement and passion. Most certainly an announcer, John thought, shifting his gaze back towards his opponent. His opponent's surprised look shifted into wide smile, one of relief and joy. He didn't attack or say anything to provoke John into attacking. Instead, he stood patiently a short distance away, Glady taking this opportunity to charge up his body battle art. Boom. 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 The heartbeats grew louder, growing from a rather weak sound to something like a war drum. The beats filled the arena with their power, as if it were the heartbeats of an ancient beast slowly coming back to life. Boom. 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 As the beats grew, so did Helaranth's aura. After 75 beats, it reached a level that far exceeded what a 500 ranker should be capable of, revealing that his claim of being able to compare against those in the top 50 might not be a false one. After 80 beats, a weapon suddenly materialized in Helaranth's right hand. John raised an eyebrow upon laying eyes on the weapon, as it was truly unique. It was a hammer, with a shaft 6 feet long and 3 inches thick. The shaft was black in color with yellow designs, depicting various battle scenes of hammer-wielding cultivators. At the end of the shaft was the head of the hammer, which was the most eye-catching part of the weapon. The head of the hammer, a mixture of silver and blue, was 6 feet long, 4 feet wide, and 4 feet tall. The head alone was larger than Helaranth himself, making it look like it was a weapon meant for a giant, not a regular-sized human. The crowd gasped at the sight of the weapon, which emanated a formidable, overbearing might, as if it were the king of hammers. As he took the weapon out, the ground trembled lightly beneath Helaranth's feet. An energy suddenly descended from above the arena, coming from a small orb hovering in the sky high above. The energy locked onto the weapon, then vanished. What was that about? John wondered. Wow, Helaranth's hammer named Giant's Heart weighs a staggering 600,000 pounds. Incredible, the announcer exclaimed, followed by a roar of the crowd. John looked at the weapon, then nodded his head approvingly. A good weapon for a body cultivator, he said, to which Helaranth sneered. When I use my full power, each attack with Giant's Heart is like a mountain is being slammed onto you, Helaranth replied. You may be strong, but if you don't defend against this attack, I'm afraid I'll be disqualified for killing you and spreading your guts all over the arena. John smiled at the taunt yet remained sitting. How long is this going to take? 100 heartbeats is a long time. This body art might have its uses, but in a true one-on-one fight to the death, this body art is as good as a fart in the wind. Helaranth frowned, clearly upset that John had insulted his sect's famous body art. A small smile replaced his frown as he steadied his weapon to the side as if preparing to attack. Boom. 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 The heartbeats continued, as did the growing power emanating from Helaranth. 94 heartbeats, 95 heartbeats, 96, 97. Bang. The arena shook violently as Helaranth pushed off the ground with his full power. His legs' muscles bulged as he used his full physical strength to speed forward. With the distance between them being less than 100 yards, that distance was closed instantly. His hammer was already above his head when he arrived in front of John. Helaranth's aura surged outwards like a wild beast, flooding the entire arena in his power. His body chi flowed over his hammer, coating it with power and amplifying its might. His arm muscles bulged with trembling power as he swung the hammer downwards, slamming it onto John, who was still seated on the ground. Boom. Hammer met flesh, and the world seemed to freeze for an instant before erupting into absolute chaos. The entire arena shook as if an earthquake was trying to rip it apart, while the arena around John was bathed in a calamitous blast of physical, as well as the remnant of the chi that had coated the hammer. Helaranth's hammer glowed brightly like a star as he unleashed everything in the attack, holding nothing back. If he killed John, he could claim it was an accident, and that John had done nothing to defend. While he would still be disqualified from the event, his punishment would not be that severe, and he would forever have the reputation of the one who felled the mysterious and villainous John Fenix. You might be strong, but you are a fool to think you can withstand my full-powered attack without defending against it, Helaranth said with a sneer. And as for moving on my 97th heartbeat, well, let's just say that fights are a combination of both brawn and brain. Only an idiot would believe that I would wait until my 100th heartbeat to attack. The crowd recovered from the violent trembling of the arena and burst into roaring cheers and applause. Helaranth basked in the sound, his hammer still held in his hand, unmoving since it had slammed against John. After enjoying the sound for a moment, he finally withdrew his power to assess the outcome of his attack. He withdrew the blindingly bright chi from his hammer, revealing the outcome for all to see. Gasps of shock and disbelief sounded out as the outcome was revealed. Helaranth's smile instantly vanished as if it had never existed. Then he stumbled backwards, as if he had seen the most shocking, most unbelievable thing. He even let go of his hammer, forgetting to keep it under his control. "You're not going to need this?" John asked as he held the head of the hammer with his right arm that had been raised above his head. Trickles of blood ran down his arm, revealing he had taken some damage in that attack, but other than that, there was no visible damage at all. Instead, he still sat on the ground in his original position, only his right hand having moved. With its position and the head of the hammer being held back by his hand, it was obvious what had happened. He had blocked Helaranth's all-out attack with only his right arm. "WWWH, what just happened?" the announcer stammered out, her voice filled with pure disbelief. With just one hand, John Fenix managed to completely stop a full-powered attack from Helaranth and his hammer, Giant's Heart. Did he manage to use a battle art quickly without any of us noticing, or is his physical power truly this heaven-defying? As the crowd looked on with stunned disbelief, John slowly stood up, the head of Giant's Heart still held up with his right hand, as if its weight of 600,000 pounds meant nothing to him. He juggled it up and down a few times, testing its weight, then nodded his head approvingly and threw the weapon back to Helleranth. Bang! The weapon crashed on the arena before Helleranth, its weight shaking the ground. The wide-eyed Helleranth looked at the weapon, then back to John, mouth slightly agape. "Here's your weapon back," John said as he rolled his shoulders as if to warm them up. "You're going to need it for what's to come." Chapter 1057, No Path to Victory. Helleranth looked at his weapon at his feet, then back to John, eyes still wide. That weapon took much of his strength to wield, and yet his opponent had tossed it over to him like its weight of 600,000 pounds was a trifling matter. He picked it up a moment later, the weight manageable since his roaring heart body art was still active. His body surged with incredible power at the moment, which usually made him feel invincible when using its true might. At the moment, he felt only disbelief, and would have felt fear had this been a real battle to the death. "Good," John nodded, then burst alight with lightning. Helleranth's eyes went wide as John appeared before him like a ghost. John hadn't used any fancy movement arts, and instead just used his physical power to speed towards his opponent. The arena trembled and a loud thunderclap followed after as John punched forward with all his might. Helleranth managed to raise his hammer shaft in time to partially deflect the blow, but was unable to fully guard against it. John's fist slammed into Helleranth's shoulder, who flew backwards immediately after, unable to withstand the punch. Boom! Helleranth slammed against the arena barrier formation after soaring through the sky. The formation flared with powerful chi, defending those on the other side. Helleranth bounced off the barrier and fell to the ground, landing on his feet. He looked at John, who was a dozen miles away, shaking slightly from the pain of that attack. Helleranth's heart beat rapidly, shocked by the sheer power of that simple punch. Had he not been a body cultivator, that punch would have ended the fight immediately. John stared at Helleranth for a moment, a slight frown on his face as he looked at Helleranth's shoulder and saw some blood there. It was only a surface wound, and it was healing quickly, but the damage was visible. As he saw John's frown, Helleranth breathed a sigh of relief, mistaking John's frown for disappointment in how little damage he caused. If that was the case, then he must have overestimated John's strength due to how shocking his defense was. "Ha-ha," Helleranth laughed nervously. "If that's your strongest attack, then." "My strongest attack," John interrupted, tilting his head to the side in confusion. "Why would that be my strongest attack? I was merely testing out the durability of your body. It's not bad, but I'm not sure if you can handle my actual attack without dying." "Your actual attack," Helleranth said hesitantly, fear appearing on his face a moment later as he watched a weapon appear in John's hand. He just now realized that John had yet to take out a weapon. He had been so shocked by the previous exchanges that he had failed to notice something so simple. "A weapon? John has taken out a weapon. This is the first time we've seen him use a real weapon," the announcer exclaimed, making many in the crowd realize this truth for the first time. John had used weapons before, but those had not been weapons. This was truly the first time he had used an actual weapon, shocking all who finally realized this. A weapon easily doubled the combat strength of most cultivators, and yet he had gotten this far without even using one. John's scythe, pitch black and emanating a slight death aura, seemed to suck in the light around it. It caused many to hold their breath in instinctual fear, as the weapon's aura itself was enough to kill the weaker members of the crowd. As for the stronger cultivators, they were surprised at something else, the scythe itself. John had shown himself to be a body cultivator, which excelled when using heavy weapons. A scythe was supposed to be light and nimble, the opposite of what a body cultivator wanted. While they questioned the type of weapon, they didn't question the weapon itself. Just from a glance, they were able to tell the quality of the weapon, which was incredible. "Where did this boy get such a weapon?" The mage sovereign looked at the prime shadow and asked. "Its quality is remarkable, and I've never heard of such a scythe existing in this world before." "It is truly a fine weapon," the Yang sovereign agreed, nodding in approval. "But it's an odd match for a body cultivator such as him. While John has used some simple essence chi abilities, None of them had been powerful enough to make anyone think he was a dual cultivator. As such, the weapon choice was truly odd. The Prime Shadow smiled and remained silent, focusing on John below. The others would see the answer soon enough. John felt the same energy as before descend, only on his weapon this time as opposed to Helleranth's hammer. It vanished a moment later, immediately followed by the crowd and announcer roaring in unison. 1.5 million pounds. His scythe weighs 1.5 million pounds. The announcer exclaimed, almost unable to believe the number. And John is holding the weapon with such casual ease. What is going on? Is he using his chi to support the weight, or perhaps some sort of gravity art? While that is what many thought might be the truth, the lack of chi emanating from John revealed that its weight was almost entirely supported by his physical strength. John ignored the roaring crowd and rambling announcer. He rested his scythe on his shoulder as he looked at his opponent, who looked even more stunned than before. "Prepare yourself," John warned, taking his scythe off his shoulder and holding it slightly to the side and above his head. "You'll die if you don't defend with your full strength, and I'd rather not be disqualified." That comment would normally cause Helleranth to explode with rage at being looked down on in such an embarrassing way, but that was not his concern right now. Instead, it was the growing feeling of impending death. Bang! Lightning flickered into existence, flowing over John and the scythe itself. A profound spatial energy appeared a moment later, as did several profound dows. Helleranth went pale as John raised his scythe ever so slightly. His instincts were screaming, "If that attack is unleashed, it's over. It is not something I can defend against." Scythe steadied, John waited patiently for his opponent to fully prepare himself. Helleranth looked at John as if he were the incarnation of death, eyes wide, face pale. He remained like this for a moment then. Bang! Helleranth's hammer smashed against the ground, falling from his grip. A look of haunting defeat appeared on Helleranth's face as his shoulders slumped and he fell to his knees. Even if he could defend against that attack, he would be near death's door afterwards. The gap in their power was just too great. Against this monstrous opponent he was facing, there was no path to victory. The aura, the impending feeling of doom that scythe art made him feel made that as clear as day. "I concede." Chapter 1058, the third round begins, "I concede." The words, tinged with desperation and despair, echoed throughout the arena. The roaring crowd quieted down, disappointed by the sudden concession. Whether they realized it or not, by now, most of the crowd was eagerly anticipating John's fights. While most still rooted against him, they by now learned that his power was quite formidable at the very least, and they wanted to see what the true extent of his power was. However, Helleranth's concession ended the fight, and the opportunity to learn the truth about John's limits. John slowly lowered his scythe, the lightning fading and his aura vanishing. Still covered in blood and grime from his training sessions with Zuri, he stood tall and poised, as if this battle was merely a stepping stone on his journey through this tournament. He studied Helleranth for a moment, who looked at the ground in utter despair. He had hoped to bring pride to himself and his sect, but all he had brought was shame. "It's not shameful to admit defeat when there is no hope of victory," John said. "Your instincts are sharp, and that you can be proud of. Do not let this defeat become a permanent cloud on your cultivation journey." After saying that, John took to the sky while the Yongdao sect elder announced his victory. All eyes followed him as he landed by Zuri and Nalia, then disappeared within the nearby tunnel. He made his way back to the Prime Shadow's room and continued his training with Zuri. "How disappointing," the Mage Sovereign said, her mouth curled into a small frown. "I was quite interested in seeing that scythe art of his. The aura alone was quite formidable." The Yang Sovereign nodded his head in agreement, but said nothing, remaining silent and stoic as usual. "As for that scythe of his, I'm still caught up in its quality and profundity," the Mage Sovereign continued, looking at the Prime Shadow. "A weapon of such power and quality cannot just appear out of thin air, and I've heard no rumors or claims of its creation. Such a peculiar oddity, don't you think?" The Prime Shadow smiled but said nothing. The mage sovereign studied him for a moment, then continued. I heard a rumor the other month about twin comets falling from the sky over the human continent about a year ago. One of those comets has been confirmed, the mage sovereign said, casting a quick glance to Lillian, who sat a distance away near the sword saint. Since one of those comets was confirmed to be her, it's not unlikely that the other was another person. I wonder, just who could that person be? It's surely not the youth from your guild who showed up out of the blue, wielding a remarkable weapon of mysterious origins, could it? And if he is, would that change anything, the Prime Shadow said, meeting his gaze. Oh, not at all, the mage sovereign waved her hand dismissively. As long as his interests align with the rest of us, his origins do not matter. It's just a shame. A shame, the Prime Shadow asked. A shame that he was found by you first, the mage sovereign sighed. It would have been quite lucrative for my sect if he had joined us instead. Is it that, or is it the fact that you have a unique taste for younger men? The Prime Shadow asked. The mage sovereign looked at him with an even expression, then smiled coyly. I can't help it that young, strong, talented men are the most pleasurable to enjoy, and I can tell that your successor would be more enjoyable than any I've tasted before. You should really learn the meaning of modesty, the Yang Sovereign said, while giving the Mage Sovereign a pointed glance. She smiled and then shrugged, returning her focus to the arena for the next fight about to start. The crowd roared with wild passion as Jihin floated down from the platform to the arena, ready for the next fight. In the shadows of Death Guild Library, Grandmaster Darkcloud sat at a table, pursuing various documents on the table before him. He held a thick book in his hands, titled History and Accounts of the Sword Dao Sect. He flipped to a section of the book, titled History and Accounts of Asuri, the Crimson Swordmaster, then began reading. The Skyfear Empire, he mused to himself. I think you should take a look at. After reading the section on Asuri, he closed the book and returned it to its original location, then strode out of the library. I've learned of the location of Asuri's birthplace. I am making my way there to look for any clues into this matter, Grandmaster Darkcloud sent to the Prime Shadow through a sound transmission, then stepped on a transformation platform, vanishing a moment later. Hey ye! A loud, youthful voice boomed throughout the training room, causing John and Zuri to pause their battle midway. Both moved over towards Nalia, who stood next to the training room door. John wiped his face with a towel, removing some of the blood, sweat, and grime on his body. Is it time for the next fight already? John asked. Already, it's been 3 days since you last fought, Nalia replied, eyeing him up and down with a disapproving pout. And I knew it. I knew you would be in the same condition as last time. Don't you have any pride in your appearance? John gave Zuri an amused glance, as if to say he was surprised and impressed by Nalia's growing confidence in dealing with him. Anyways, I figured this would happen, so I arrived an hour early this time, Nalia continued. An hour early? John asked. Yes, so go clean up and make yourself presentable for the next fight, Nalia said in a commanding fashion, causing John to exchange another amused glance with Zuri and chuckle. He then nodded, thanked Nalia for her concern, patted her on the head, and walked past. An hour later, John left the washroom, fully washed and relaxed. He wore a fresh robe, one black in color with red trimmings. Nalia eyed him up and down, then nodded with approval, satisfied with his appearance. Good, let's go, she said, then turned, leaving no time for John or Zuri to reply. They shared another amused glance, then followed behind. The roaring of the arena washed over them as they appeared on the same balcony as before, some 7 miles up one side of the arena stands. 10 million plus cultivators came into view, most of them rowdy with excitement. It was truly an electrifying feeling to be standing, fighting, in front of such a crowd. Without pause, John hopped off the ledge and flew down towards the arena, where his opponent was standing. Nalia raised an eyebrow as she saw a girl barely older than her standing on the arena, then went wide-eyed with sudden realization. Oh no, Nalia exclaimed nervously. What is it? Zuri asked curiously. His opponent, it's Rafinha of the Mage Dao sect, Nalia exclaimed. So, what about her? Zuri asked. She was not as well versed with the tournament and the entrance as Nalia was. She's trouble, damn. I should have told John about her before he left. Nalia cursed angrily at herself. He'll be fine. Zuri patted Nalia on the shoulder. You don't understand. Nalia shook her head. Rafinha isn't like the others. She's a soul cultivator, and an extremely tricky one at that. If she lands her soul art on John, I don't know if he'll be able to withstand it. Chapter 1059, Rafinha of the Mage Dao sect John landed on the middle of the arena where the Yangdao elder and his opponent already stood. The Yangdao elder nodded his head approvingly upon seeing John's presentable appearance, clearly satisfied that he had cleaned himself up this time to match the prestigious image of the tournament itself. John ignored the elder, instead looking at his opponent with one eyebrow raised. His opponent, who stood 50 yards away, was a young girl who seemed to be even younger than he was. She appeared to be 15 or 16, although John was sure she was a few years older than that. She was quite short, her head only coming up to his chest, and looked more like a child than a young woman. She had long brown hair tied into twin ponytails behind her head and large hazel eyes. Her face, still round with youth, was quite cute in a sisterly sort of way. She wore a beautiful dress of light purple with blue trimmings, with gems embroidered into the sleeves and skirt of the dress. She held a long staff in her hands, one that almost seemed too big for her to wield. The staff was brown in color and was clearly made from some sort of profound, high-quality wood. A large purple crystal was embedded on the end of the staff, matching her dress. She stood there awkwardly, like a child who was lost in a situation well over her head. Her knees trembled slightly, and she had a slightly nervous expression on her face as she watched John arrive, as if she had seen the arrival of a terrifying beast. She even jumped slightly as he landed on the arena, then calmed down a moment later. John raised an eyebrow, surprised that his opponent was so skittish. This was a tournament of pinnacle geniuses, most of them battle-hardened and formidable. This girl was the complete opposite of that. Curious, John sent out his divine sense to link with the girl's armband. Information appeared in his mind a moment later. Name, Rafinha. Sect, Meidao sect. Age, 18. Cultivation, Middle Dao transformation. Qi quantity, 90. Qi quality, 93. Health, 26. Durability, 24. Stamina, 82. Comprehensions, 97. Instincts, 78. Willpower, 82. Soul talent, 97. Speed movement arts, 86. Battle arts, 92. Attack power, 82. Rank, 256. It wasn't surprising to run into a disciple of the Mage Dao sect. From this point on, most of the remaining cultivators would be from one of the 3 Dao sects, as each had sent about 100 cultivators to this tournament, and most of them had made it this far with only a few exceptions. 18 and Middle Dao transformation? John instantly noticed. That cultivation speed was prodigious, even amongst the rest of these geniuses. Only peak cultivators like Jihan and Jaxus could claim to be on the same level as her, which impressed John greatly. Even more impressive was her soul talent, which was even higher than John's. While the soul talent metric was a flawed one from John's perspective, he couldn't help but be impressed by her stats. If her health and durability wasn't so low, she would have had a much better ranking than this. The girl looked at him nervously, then jumped slightly as the elder asked her if she was ready. She nodded her head hesitantly, then looked back to John. Her staff trembled in her hand as John confirmed he was ready. I think you should take a look at. Begin. The elder announced to a roaring crowd. John took a step forward, unsure of how he was going to deal with this girl. Her health and durability were so low that he had to be careful not to kill her from a casual attack of his, so he needed to be more careful in this battle. As the battle began, John felt the energy of his armband restrict his cultivation, lowering it to the early Tao transformation realm. At the same time, he felt the energy wash over his soul, almost as if attacking it. He needed to use a portion of his soul to defend against it, which acted as a way to reduce his soul output in battle as well, restricting its output to the early Tao transformation level as well. "Wait," Raphinia hastily said, her voice trembling. John stopped and looked at her curiously, wondering what she was going to say. I know I'm not a match for you," Raphinia said, her voice unsteady. "But I can't surrender without at least attacking once." "So, you wish for me to withstand one of your attacks, at which point you'll surrender?" John filled in the blanks, to which Raphinia nodded meekly. He fell silent for a while, studying his skittish opponent. She averted her gaze as the two locked eyes. John's gaze narrowed ever so slightly for an instant before returning to normal, then he scoffed and nodded. "All right, one attack." He confirmed. Thank you," Raphinia replied timidly, then pointed her staff towards John. "Please defend yourself." John laughed lightly at her words of caution, then folded his arms across his chest as he waited for her to attack. The roaring of the crowd seemed to change slightly as John agreed to Raphinia's demands, with more laughter and snickering drifting about. Raphinia's aura exploded outwards as she prepared to unleash her attack. John studied her aura, then nodded approvingly, as it was truly impressive for one her age. It was beyond obvious that Raphinia was a prodigious genius near the level of Jihin and Jaxus, with only some flaws in her cultivation holding her back. Raphinia's aura continued to climb as she channeled her attack. "A mage, huh?" John raised an eyebrow. Raphinia's attack was clearly a channeled one she would not be able to get out in normal battle. Her aura and the profundity of the channeled attack continued to rise in power, quickly reaching a level that impressed John. The crowd held its breath with anticipation as Raphinia seemed to reach her limit. Then, boom! An explosive attack, deep purple in color, blasted out of her staff, piercing towards John. It was like a star had exploded and funneled its attack in one direction, monstrous in its power. John smiled and braced himself, pushing his body limiters to the maximum. With his cultivation a minor realm lower than Raphinia's, he needed to fortify his body more than his previous battles. However, the attack was not on the level that it needed his dragon god shift to defend against, surprising him slightly. While the channeled attack was powerful, it wasn't as powerful as it should have been. Boom! The attack blasted onto him, drowning him in its power. John disappeared within the torrential beam of purple chi, which lasted for a short while before vanishing. The fatting attack revealed John still standing on his feet where he had originally been, with only minor damage on his face and arms. That damage quickly healed, showing he had not taken any significant damage from the attack. He stood still, eyes staring forward into the distance. "Oh no," Nelia said, hands cupped to her mouth. "What is it?" Zuri asked. "He's been caught in her soul art. He fell for her trick." "Her trick?" Zuri asked curiously. Raphinia did the same during the Heaven Tribulation tournament 3 years ago. She acted all cute and innocent to land an attack like this, and then unleashed that battle art. But that battle art is only a trick. Her true attack, her soul attack, is hidden within the battle art. Her trickery allowed her to get all the way into the top 50 last tournament before her ruse became well known, and no one would fall for it anymore. No one but John, who knows nothing of this tournament. Ha 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 ha! Maniacal laughter boomed out within the arena as Raphinia pointed at John. Her timid and cute demeanor was no more, and instead a crazy, wide-eyed look appeared on her face as if she was a completely different person. "You men are all the same. You see a cute girl and you lose your minds. What kind of idiot would allow their opponent to land an attack for free?" She slowly walked up towards John, who didn't react at all as she arrived before him. She looked up at him with a wide smile, then poked him in the head with the base of her staff, to which he didn't react at all. "Idiot, now that you've been caught in my soul art, you'll suffer 1,000 deaths and 1,000,000 miseries before your mind breaks. You have already lost, and you don't even know it yet. Chapter 1060 Eternal Soulbind Art. Your successor has fallen into Raphinia's soul art," the mage sovereign said to the Prime Shadow. She had a small smile on her face and was clearly enjoying this development. Your successor may be strong, but he overestimated himself by allowing Raffinia to land this attack for free. Had he fought all out from the start, he would have no doubt won. But now that things have gone this way, I'm afraid your successor is in quite the bind. The Prime Shadow looked at her, then simply smiled. It was a carefree smile, one that had no doubt or worry. The Mage Sovereign frowned, then looked back to the arena, as did the Prime Shadow. The roaring of the crowd intensified as Raffinia continued to taunt John. He was completely stationary, his gaze distant, the hallmark signs of being trapped in a soul art. Raffinia has successfully landed her eternal soulbind art. It's the first time we've seen it used since the previous Dao tournament 3 years ago, the announcer exclaimed, her tone a mixture of excitement and shock. Once this art has successfully landed, no opponent has ever managed to break free from its grasp. And to make matters even worse, John's soul has been restricted to be a minor realm lower than Raffinia. Is there any hope for his escape? Without many realizing, John had become a monstrous powerhouse in the eyes of everyone watching, his limits still unclear. For him to be bound in this illusion art and potentially lose this way was quite anticlimactic. Raffinia smiled radiantly as she heard the crowd cheer and the announcer talk about her. Her previous demeanor was a complete ruse. Her true personality was that of a sadist that loved attention. She slammed the base of her staff into John's forehead again, much more forceful this time. She clicked her tongue, noticing no damage had appeared on John's unprotected forehead at all. Just how thick is that skin of yours, you brawny beast? Just try not to go completely insane. I'd rather not get disqualified from the tournament. On second thought, that might be worth it, Raffinia said. Your smug attitude, as if you're better than everyone else, has really pissed me off. A soft snicker escaped John's lips, soft enough that it was easy to dismiss as a sound from the crowd. Raffinia frowned and looked at his face, studying it carefully. Her eyes narrowed for a moment, then she relaxed, thinking she misheard the sound. Right now, you're trapped in an illusion where you live countless lives that all end in miserable tragedy. This cycle continues endlessly until your mind can no longer withstand the pain, and it breaks down completely. The longer you resist, the greater the lingering damage, she continued, then laughed at herself a moment later. I don't know why I'm even telling you this. You're caught in my illusion. You can't hear a single word I'm saying, Raffinia sneered. No, I can hear you just fine. Raffinia's eyes and mouth snapped wide open as she looked at John and noticed his gaze was no longer distant and unfocused, but was focused on her. How? Raffinia exclaimed, taking a few steps backwards. You were trapped, I know you were. You're right, John said calmly, his full focus returning to the real world. I was trapped, although only partly. What? Raffinia said with complete confusion. How is that possible? Come on, John scoffed. You didn't expect that childish ruse of yours to actually work, did you? You might fool others with that ruse, but not me. I detected your malicious intent, bordering on killing intent, when I agreed to withstand one of your attacks. Because of that, I was able to fully prepare myself for your attack, which based on your soul talent score was obviously going to be a soul art of some sorts. If you're going to try to trick an enemy like this, you need to hide your malicious intent better. But you were caught in the illusion. Even if you knew it was coming, you were still trapped. How did you escape? It's impossible for you to have escaped, Raffinia said, her voice becoming loud and panicked. I was caught in your illusion because I allowed myself to be caught in it, John said, taking a step towards her. I wanted to see what type of soul arts the Mage Dao sect uses, and to be perfectly honest, I'm rather disappointed. I've seen far more profound illusory arts before, and from someone even younger than you. Breaking free of your soul art was easier than farting into the wind. Impossible, Raffinia exclaimed, teeth gritted. You must have used a trick of some sorts, and even if you did manage to escape with your own power, there's no way you didn't drain nearly all of your soul power to do so. You're merely acting calm and relaxed to trick me into thinking you can easily withstand my soul arts. John raised an eyebrow in amusement at her assessment of the situation, but gave no reply. His silence only enraged Rafinha even more. "I think you should take a look at." "I know I'm right. Not only is your soul at a lower realm than mine, but your soul talent score is also less than mine. There's no way you are able to withstand my soul art with such ease," she raged, her voice angered and almost maniacal. Clearly, she had taken a great mental blow when John broke free of her soul art, which was the first time such a thing had ever happened to her. "I will admit it took quite a bit of soul power to break free of your illusion. In that regard, you have my respect, as the profundity of your soul art is quite amazing. But the soul talent scores," John said, then shook his head disapprovingly. "Placing your trust in those scores is quite idiotic, especially for the soul talent score. There's only a single score for one soul, which means defense, offense, soul arts, and more are contained in that one score." "So," Rafinha replied, her guard raised. "So, it means that there's far too much variability in what that score truly means," John replied calmly. "Tell me, if you were to take that illusory soul test and only have your soul defense become your soul talent score, what would it be?" I don't know," Rafinha replied, clearly having never thought of that question. However, it was certain that her score would be much lower if it didn't include things like her soul power, her eternal soul-binding art, and whatever else went into it. "Well, for me, I don't know a single soul art. I don't even know a single soul defense art, if such a thing exists. Your score might be 97 to my 95, but my 95 consists solely of my natural soul power and soul defenses. That's why I'm saying that score is beyond flawed." "Impossible," Rafinha exclaimed, almost yelling. "No one can score 95 on soul quality alone." "Is that so?" John smirked. "Then allow me to make the impossible possible." A moment later, John pushed his soul power to the limit, bathing the entire arena with its formidable might. Rafinha's eyes went wide with shock, as did everyone else in the audience, as they felt a soul power unlike any they had felt before. It wasn't the profundity of it, or the complexity of the soul power. It was the sheer density and quality of soul power that they had never felt from someone in the Tao transformation realm. The soul power flowing from John was so thick, so overwhelming in its quality that everyone felt as though they were being drowned by it, as if it were an ocean they couldn't escape. Even Rafinha couldn't help but cower before it, her mind completely unable to grasp how one's soul could be so formidable. She recalled the words she had said to him earlier, that even if he had escaped, his soul power would be almost fully drained. With the soul power washing over her, she knew her claim had been completely false. Flash. A flash of lightning flickered in the arena and then vanished. The crowd gasped as they noticed John had appeared before Rafinha, whose neck was now held in his hand. John lifted her off the ground and brought her eye to eye. Rafinha's eyes went wide with fear as she struggled against his grip, but didn't even manage to budge it a little bit. Her fear intensified as she noticed the smile on John's face, a smile that looked completely devilish to her. "I conk." John's other hand suddenly pressed against her mouth, stopping her from being able to concede. Rafinha's eyes widened with horror as her body became bound with lightning chains, restricting her movement completely. John released his grip from her neck, then reached up and placed the palm of his hand on her forehead. "Now, I might not know any soul arts, but I'm sure I can manage to do something. Your soul art tried to break my mind with misery and torment to the point of despair. Let's see if I can do the same to you," he said, as his flaring soul power was sucked back into his body like a whirlpool, then flowed through his hand directly into Rafinha's head, enveloping her soul like a vice grip. Hai's soul power pierced forward like a spear towards her soul, which flared with power to defend against it. A battle between souls took place for a short time before Rafinha finally ran out of soul power, unable to win a battle of attrition against a monster like John. Careful not to pierce too deep and cause irreparable damage, John instead created a link between his soul and hers. Rafinha immediately felt her mind become pained beyond compare as a sinister aura, so hellish and malevolent she was unable to believe it existed in the first place, flowed into her mind. She felt as though she had been plunged into the depths of a nightmarish hell. She felt as though her soul was about to collapse from the pain she felt. Her cries of pain and agony filled the arena, while the horrified crowd watched on in stunned silence. Chapter 1061, Anguished Retribution. Raphinia's eyes were open as wide as possible, looking upwards towards the sky. However, she was not looking at anything in the real world. Instead, her mind and soul were trapped elsewhere, drowning in the aura from the sinister gate. Even John had nearly become overwhelmed when first experiencing the sinister gate's aura, and had only come to withstand it by building up a tolerance over time. Cultivating before the gate was now a boon to him, fortifying his will, strengthening his soul, although he still felt excruciating anguish every time he did so. As for someone like Raphinia, who had no tolerance to the aura at all, and whose will was rather average, it was a nightmarish aura she had no hope of comprehending or withstanding. In fact, the only reason John had used this method was because Raphinia's soul was incredibly powerful and would be able to withstand the aura without collapsing. For those with weaker souls, they would have most likely perished already, their souls overwhelmed by the malevolent aura, breaking and shattering apart into a million splintered pieces. Raphinia's screams echoed through the arena, ceaseless and shrill. The crowd grimaced from the sound, some shivering from the sheer terror, agony, and horror contained within Raphinia's screams. It was as if she was suffering the worst anguish imaginable. "Your opponent is no longer able to fight back," the Yangdao elder said from a short distance away. "Release her. This battle is over." "She has yet to surrender or become unable to fight," John replied calmly, not even sparing the elder a glance. "If she's strong enough, she can still break out of this nightmare and resume fighting." While that was true, it was obvious to everyone that Raphinia's fate was sealed. Her face twisted and contorted in agony, and her screams were even more terrifying. "Release her," the Yangdao elder commanded, frowning with displeasure at being ignored by a Dao transformation youth. John completely ignored the elder, as he had broken no rules at all. If the elder wanted to stop him, he could, but until then, he would continue to hold Raphinia's soul in his hand. Atop the exclusive viewing platform, the powerhouses of the world looked down with various expressions. The Sword Saint sneered with disgust, then turned to the Yang Sovereign and the others, making sure to fix his gaze on the prime shadow the longest. "See, this boy is nothing but a barbaric brute. He's no better than a devil." To his side, Jihin looked down at John with a blank expression, his thoughts impossible to read. He shifted his gaze to his left, locking eyes with Lillian, who felt his gaze fall upon her. Both said nothing, but a small smile on Lillian's lips expressed her feelings on this matter. It was as if she was saying to Jihin, "This is what will happen to any who become John's enemy." It was the same warning she had given him weeks ago, warning him not to push John too far. This fight of his was proof of her previous warning. Jihin calmly returned his eyes to the arena below, unconcerned about Lillian's silent warning. Nearby, the Mage Sovereign's expression grew colder by the second, her narrowed eyes locked onto John. She turned her gaze to the Prime Shadow, who didn't turn to meet her eyes, as if it wasn't worth the effort. "Raphinia is one of my most promising geniuses," the Mage Sovereign said, her voice slightly cold. Had it been anyone else, she would have most likely had an even colder, more threatening tone. "If your successor permanently harms her with these actions of his, The Mage Sovereign's words cut off immediately as the Prime Shadow finally looked towards her. His expression was calm, so calm that it was unnerving. The Mage Sovereign felt as though she was being stared at by a god who didn't even consider her in his eyes. "If he harms her, you'll do what exactly?" the Prime Shadow asked. The Mage Sovereign's expression changed several times, from anger to uncertainty to everything in between. She didn't reply and instead stood up from her seat and walked towards the edge of the platform. "I'll allow you to stop this fight," the Prime Shadow said. "But just remember, if any harm befalls John now or in the future by your hand or those who serve you, the Mage Dao sect will cease to exist from that day on. I think you should take a look at." The Mage Sovereign paused for several seconds, then vanished. Flash. A figure appeared next to John like a ghost, her arrival so fast that John didn't even notice her appear until she was already there. John spotted her out of the corner of his eye some 10 feet away, but didn't bother to avert his gaze. Raphinia was still held off the ground, her neck in his right hand, his left palm placed on her forehead. The mage sovereign frowned as John continued to torment her disciple, unconcerned of her arrival. From up close, Raphinia's screams were even more gruesome, igniting the mage sovereign's rage. On top of that, she was able to feel the aura John was pouring into Raphinia's soul, shocking and enraging her further. She had no idea how John was able to control and unleash such a hellish aura, but knew it would cripple Raphinia permanently if it went on too long. She kept that rage in check, as the consequences of unleashing it was not something she was able to withstand. "Release Raphinia," the mage sovereign said as calmly as she could, but not without a tinge of anger. "The battle isn't over," John replied, not even sparing the mage sovereign a single glance. "The battle is over because I say it's over," the mage sovereign said, more forceful this time as if there was no room for debate. "You were fine with Raphinia using her eternal soulbind art, which causes the one trapped in the illusion to suffer 1,000 deaths and 1,000,000 sufferings, and yet you draw the line here. Quite hypocritical, wouldn't you say?" John replied, finally shifting his gaze to meet the mage sovereign's. "Hypocrisy or not, I can draw this line because I am stronger than you," the mage sovereign replied coldly. "Besides, the torment Raphinia is suffering right now is far greater than any sufferings her soul art caused others. I will not ask again. Release her." John met her gaze with unflinching resolve. When he set his mind to get retribution, to get revenge, he cared not for anything else. The two stared daggers at each other for a short while before a sound transmission appeared in his mind. "Release her, John," the Prime Shadow said. "You have won, and you have had your retribution. The Mage Sovereign and I have a rather decent relationship after all." John released Raphinia's neck. She slumped towards the ground, her mind still trapped in that nightmarish hell. Even without the aura assaulting her soul, she would be trapped in that nightmare for quite some time before breaking free of it. The Mage Sovereign waved her hand, catching Raphinia with her chi before she hit the ground. She inspected Raphinia, then shot John one last glare. "Be careful, boy," she said. "You may have protection now, but should that protection ever vanish, you will find yourself in a world surrounded by nothing but enemies. You should tread carefully and make sure to not turn allies into enemies." John smiled at her thinly veiled threat. "If that time ever does come to pass, by then, this world will no longer be in my eyes, let alone a threat to me," John replied, still smiling lightly. "But I thank you for your concern." The Mage Dao Sovereign narrowed her eyes, then vanished. Silence filled the arena for some time before the Yangdao sect elder spoke, his voice filled with displeasure. "The victor by forfeit, John Fenix." Chapter 10:62, Top 16. John soared through the sky towards Nalia and Zuri, then disappeared into the tunnel with the two of them. There were no cheers, no taunts, no boos. The crowd was mostly silent, still processing the gruesome scene they were witnesses to. Raphinia's horrified screams still echoed freshly in their minds, a terrible sound most of them would remember for a long time. As before, John returned to his training room to continue to hone his newly created battle and movement arts. The round of 256 took several days to finish, with very few surprises and upsets. The round of 128 then started, with John's opponent being the number 1 genius of the Saber Dao sect. Their fight was flashy and eye-catching, although John quickly made work of his opponent, winning in several minutes. Compared to the prodigy that Raphinia was, his next 3 opponents were rather average in comparison. They were powerful in their own right, but none of them managed to push John to the extent of needing his Dragon God shift, let alone his Immortal Asura transformation. Raphinia, with her prodigious soul talent, was the only one who managed to make John have to try at all. The round of 64 was against another Mage Dao sect cultivator, Vayenra, who was older and far more mature than Raphinia. Unlike Raphinia, Vayenra did not try to trick John or even fight. She was a mage cultivator, as were most in the Mage Dao sect, and so her true strength was in channeled arts. These arts were incredibly powerful in large-scale combats, but were quite useless in one-on-one fights. Against her previous opponents, Veyenra was able to buy enough time through stalling arts to channel her abilities, but against someone like John, she knew that was impossible. He could not be overwhelmed through his soul, and his body was far too powerful and durable to be stalled in any sort of way. Instead of fighting, she opted to talk to him for some time, much to the crowd's disappointment. She displayed quite a bit of curiosity towards John, like a scholar studying a wild beast never before seen. She asked about his upbringing, his body type and soul peculiarities, and other things pertaining to him. Naturally, John didn't answer most of her questions, much to her disappointment. After asking all the questions she wanted to ask, Veyenra surprisingly conceded, again to the crowd's disappointment. As such, the fight that was supposed to be the hardest thus far turned out to be the easiest, landing him in the top 32 with little to no struggle thus far. Top 32 was considered a dividing point, separating the true geniuses from the false ones. None who made it this far were weak. Unfortunately for John's opponent, the matchup was a particularly poor one. It was a soul cultivator from the Mage Dao sect. His opponent, Liren, was considered the number 2 soul cultivator still standing in the tournament. His signature soul art, Soul Buddy Severing, was a soul art focused on severing, or at the very least, interrupting the connection between the body and soul. It was particularly terrifying soul art, as it was able to focus on the lesser of the two of his opponents. For an enemy with a strong soul but a weak body, the art could focus on the body's connection to the soul, making movement sluggish and even stopping someone completely. As for an opponent with a strong body but weak soul, the art focused on the soul, directly overwhelming it with a forceful soul attack. It was a profound art that many dreaded to face, but unfortunately for Liren, his opponent was someone with no weaknesses. After realizing that his art was not able to affect either soul or body to any extent that would inhibit John's combat prowess, Liren conceded, opting not to follow Raffinia and suffer the same miserable fate. As such, over the course of the next week, John swiftly made his way into the top 16, a feat that cemented his status as one of the pinnacle geniuses of the world. Most interesting of all, and also frustrating for the crowd, was that John had yet to show his full strength, as his previous 2 battles had mostly been over before they started, with his opponents conceding before a true battle broke out. With the round of 16 starting the next day, the most popular topic of discussion was naturally about John and Jihin. Neither of the first and second rankers had shown their full strength yet, and neither had made any public statement about the others. That led all assumptions to be pure speculations, with countless guesses and bets being placed on the assumed victor. I think you should take a look at. Unexpectedly, the overwhelming favorite was still Jihin. With John not having shown anything to prove he could stand even with Jihin, and with his villain's status increasing after his actions against Raffinia, the debate of John versus Jihin was quickly becoming one of villain versus hero, unknown outsider versus prodigal son. The next day, the round of 16 ceremony took place. The ceremony was a tradition spanning hundreds of thousands of years, where the final 16 participants were brought back onto the arena to thunderous applause, each then given a metallic emblem signifying their status as Tier 1 geniuses. Standing on the arena with the other geniuses near him and tens of millions of eyes looking at him, John felt a sense of melancholy when accepting his metallic emblem. He traced the edge of the circular emblem with his finger, feeling the intricate designs of the 3 Dao sects carved into the surface. This emblem, one gifted only to Tier 1 geniuses, was what Fury had hoped John would be able to claim, as well as the Holy Transcendence pill afterwards. Unlike the others, when John accepted his emblem, he was not met with applause, but instead a mixture of both taunts and applause, with the overwhelming favorite being the first. He ignored those taunts, having become completely used to them. He didn't care about being liked or loved, about being showered with praise and adulation. He only cared about his strength and of the safety of those near to him. If obtaining those 2 things meant turning the whole world against him, that was a price he was more than happy to pay. John remained silent for most of the ceremony, his mind focused with other, more important thoughts. His discussions with the Prime Shadow about his findings regarding Asuri and the movements in the shadows that were slowly being uncovered. Compared to these things, the tournament itself was more like a child's plaything. The vice-sect leader of the Yangdao sect, an early holy manifestation male cultivator, led the ceremony processions. His voice was a drowned-out noise to John, who only half paid attention to it. After a long rambling from the vice-sect leader, the man finally said something that snapped John out of his deep thoughts. "And now, for the list of this tournament's 3 Dao Heavenly Treasures list," the vice-sect leader said, followed by a burst of cheering and applause from the crowd. 3 Dao Heavenly Treasures list, John thought. I wonder if that's the list that contains the Holy Transcendence pill. His question was soon answered as the vice-sect leader waved his hand, followed by a massive screen of light forming over the arena. The screen was like a translucent page of information floating over the arena, its flat side facing directly down on the arena below so all who looked up could read it. The formation screen was a dozen miles long and wide, allowing for all to read it regardless of their position in the arena. John looked up towards the screen above and quickly read through its contents. He quickly spotted the Holy Transcendence pill on the list, confirming his suspicions, then read through the rest of the list. His heart started speeding up as he read the list of items to claim based on performance. Pills, weapons, cultivation treasures, natural treasures, and more were options, each more amazing than the last. Upon getting to the end of the list, his eyes locked onto the last one and its small description beneath, filling him with a level of desire he had not felt in a very long time. He read that last potential reward over and over, as well as the brief description beneath explaining what it was. The ancient blessings of the 3 Daos, a reward given only to the one who places first in Dao transformation tournament. An ancient formation construct where one could raise their cultivation several minor realms in the span of a week. Chapter 10:63. Araxis, a roar louder than any John had heard thus far blasted out within the arena, one filled with surprise and shock. John looked towards part of the crowd and noticed looks of pure shock on the faces of many, then shifted his gaze towards the other 15 Dao transformation participants. Each had a look of envy on their face, although some hid it better than others. Jihin was the most stoic of all, although his clenched fist betrayed his otherwise calm demeanor. If this was something that even Jihin would show excitement, then it was most likely even better than it sounded, and it sounded amazing already. High above the arena, the roaring of the crowd washed over the viewing platform. Other than Jihin, who was on the arena itself, everyone else was present and seated. The ancient blessing, the Prime Shadow asked, showing surprise on his face for the first time in a long time. How did I not catch wind of this before? The Yang Sovereign shot him a quick glance, then a small smile. Us 3 sovereigns kept it a secret amongst ourselves until yesterday. Is that so? The Prime Shadow replied, looking the opposite way towards the Sword Saint. The usually stoic Sword Saint was leaning forward in his seat, eyes glued to the screen above. A look of surprise and slight envy was on his face, although he quickly wiped it away as he realized he was being looked at. Based on his reaction, the Prime Shadow discerned that even the Sword Saint was not aware of this reward until now. If that was the case, then it was reasonable that he did not learn of it either until now, although he still felt being caught off guard quite irksome for one who was supposed to know everything and everything. Why now? The Prime Shadow asked, returning his gaze towards the Yang Sovereign. It was a personal request from the Sword Sovereign, the Yang Sovereign replied calmly. I see, the Prime Shadow mused. A personal request, most likely done for the benefit of Jihin, who was expected to win this year, at least before John had arrived. After thinking it over, the Prime Shadow smiled lightly, then leaned backwards comfortably in his chair. Regardless of the reason, this was a boon for John that he had never expected before. The ceremony continued for some time, with the vice-sect leader of the Yangdao sect explaining several things of importance. John listened carefully, not wanting to miss a single thing. The first thing of importance was the tournament structure. For the top 16 and on, each round lasted a day, and the time limit for the fights was extended to 4 hours. Upon the conclusion of the round of 16, the round of 8 would start the next day, and the round of 4 the day after. Between the round of 4 and the final round, there was a day of rest to let the fighters fully recover, and to allow for everyone attending the finals to make their arrangements on time. The next important thing mentioned was the prize structure of the tournament. For those who placed 9th to 16th, they were permitted to select a single item from the 3 Tao Heavenly Treasures list. For those who placed 5th through 8th, they could select 2 items. 3rd and 4th were allowed to select 3 items, while 2nd place could choose 4 items. As for the victor of the tournament, not only could they select 5 items from the list, but they would be granted access to the Ancient Blessings construct, which at a glance seemed more amazing and fortuitous than the rest of the list combined. The ceremony eventually died down, with the vice sect leader mentioning that the fights would now go in reverse order. As such, John, who had always kicked off each round with one of his fights, was to fight last each round. That gave him many hours to relax and prepare, something he found both to his liking and against it. On one hand, he wanted to start his fight and get it over and done with as fast as possible. On the other hand, it felt nice not to be the first for everything, and to be able to watch the others fight first. With all this being said, I now announce the official start of the Tao Transformation Round of 16, the vice sect leader said to thunderous applause. He smiled and basked in the attention, patiently waiting for the crowd to eventually die down. The first fight between 8th-ranked Brianna of the Mage Tao sect and 9th-ranked Garux of the Yang Tao sect will start in 10 minutes. Will all the other participants please clear the arena? With that being said, John prepared to take to the sky. He stopped as he felt a hand fall on his shoulder in a forceful yet not overwhelming way. He stopped and turned to look at the man who had stopped him. It was a Yang Tao sect male around the age of 20 or 21. John recognized the man from the published list of participants, Araxis of the Yang Tao sect. Axaris was a well-built man with a rugged yet handsome face, a short beard, piercing blue eyes, and short black hair. He was almost as tall as John, only an inch shorter, and had muscles more suitable for a body cultivator than an essence cultivator. Most eye-catching of all was the flickers of light coming from within Araxis' eyes, or more specifically, lightning. Not only did his eyes contain lightning within, but even with his aura mostly withdrawn, John could still feel a strong lightning presence coming from this man. "I look forward to our fight to come," Araxis said firmly, a confident smile on his face. Just based on his bearing and aura, John could tell this man was a true genius, one that would push him farther than he had been pushed thus far in the tournament. "So, you're my opponent today," John greeted him, to which Araxis shook his head. "I'm the 4th ranker, so should we both win our fights, we will meet in the round of 4. Araxis replied with a look of utmost confidence on his face, as if him not making it that far was impossible. "I see," John nodded. "I've seen all your fights, and I must admit you are quite an interesting opponent," Araxis said, "and I couldn't help but notice you used lightning in some of your battles. So, what are you? An essence cultivator or a body cultivator?" "You could say I'm a bit of both," John replied, his response drawing a raised eyebrow from Araxis. It was always rare to run into a dual cultivator, especially one of this cultivation and talent. "Well, regardless of what you truly are, I hope your lightning prowess is a bit more powerful than what you've shown so far," Araxis replied, then gave John a confident grin as his body began to flicker all over with powerful lightning, while complex runes began to form on his skin. Other than himself, it was the most profound lightning John had ever felt coming from another cultivator. "After all, I always yearned to fight others experienced in the Tao of Lightning." Araxis gave John a toothy smile, then his lightning vanished, and he patted John on the shoulder before turning and leaving. John watched Araxis soar through the sky for a bit, then smiled with anticipation. "King-grade lightning runes, huh? And from what I can tell, his runes are in the awakened stage. While my runes are of a higher quality, I have yet to awaken them yet," John mused. His opponent, Araxis, was no doubt a pinnacle genius from the little bit he had just displayed. A rush of excitement flowed through John as he smiled and took to the sky. It seems that Jihin won't be my only interesting opponent. Chapter 1064, Soaring Sun City. John landed next to Nalia and Zuri. Nalia gave him a beaming smile, then congratulated him on making the top 16. And to think the ancient blessings of the 3 Daos is a reward for the winner this year, Nalia exclaimed excitedly, her fists balled before her chest. I never imagined I would see the day. What exactly is the ancient blessing? John asked curiously. You don't know right? Nalia caught herself, remembering that John seemed to know very little of this tournament and the world around it. She always found that odd for one so powerful, but kept her questions surrounding that to herself. She cleared her throat and puffed out her chest proudly, clearly happy to be the experienced, one of the group when it came to the tournament. Being able to answer these questions filled her with a sense of value and purpose, which she enjoyed. The ancient blessings of the 3 Daos is the ultimate reward for the Dao transformation tournament, and also the rarest, she started explaining. It's so rare that the last time it was offered as a reward was over 4,000 years ago. That long? John couldn't help but reply with surprise. No wonder it stirred up such a commotion, he thought, remembering the crowd's overwhelming reaction, and the other participants' look of envy and desire on their faces, Jihin included. Nalia nodded her head. That long? From what I know, it's an ancient temple of some sorts, created so long ago that I don't even know the details of it. Most of the details are kept secret, but what I do know is that the one who enters it is blessed with an enormous amount of stored qi, which allows them to raise their cultivation quickly. How does that work? John asked, slightly skeptical. If absorbing qi was the only requirement to cultivate, he would be doing it nonstop. There was a physical limit of qi that the body could absorb at once, and so even if one was blessed with unlimited qi to cultivate with, it would still take a long time to steadily absorb the qi and integrate it into one's danshin. I'm not exactly sure, Nalia frowned, trying to recall everything she knew about the ancient blessing. I think there's a time-altering factor to it, but I'm not entirely sure. All I know is that from stories I've heard, those who entered the temple left it a week later with their cultivations, at least 2 minor realms higher than when they entered. John fell silent for a while, then thanked Nalia and walked past her towards the tunnel leading to the stadium's interior hallways. Where are you going? She asked, hastily turning around. Aren't you going to watch the fights? It's the top 16, and any one of these fights could become your opponent in the next round. I'm going to continue my training, John said without turning around. Nalia huffed and then rushed up to him, blocking his way. She gave him a glare while he returned a questioning look. You need to relax occasionally, she said. You push yourself too hard. You'll end up causing more harm than good that way. I don't have the luxury of time to relax, John replied, moving to step around her. Why? Nalia asked. You're already so talented, surely you can relax here and there. Why are you pushing yourself so hard? Even Jihin stays to watch the fights sometimes, so why can't you? There are 2 aspects to cultivation, John replied calmly. Talent and effort. A talented cultivator will beat an untalented cultivator with the same effort put in, while an untalented cultivator could beat a talented one if they put in more effort. Both are equally important when it comes to cultivation, and I refuse to lose to anyone when it comes to either. He then walked past her, while Nalia ruminated over what he said. With what faces me in the future, John said over his shoulder. Even training 100% of the time might not be enough. My life isn't so simple as these pampered geniuses like Jihin. If I don't train like my life depends on it, I die. It's as simple as that. John turned the corner, leaving Nalia and Zuri behind. Zuri patted Nalia on the shoulder, then followed John to resume their training, which helped not only him, but her as well. Nalia watched them disappear, a blank look on her face. She thought over John's words for a while, then clenched her fists, feeling his words reach to her very core. She clenched her fists as she felt a wave of motivation surge through her. She was a talented cultivator. talented enough to join a pinnacle sect like the Yongdao sect. And yet, without realizing it, she had become complacent and unmotivated in recent years. John's words cut through that complacency like a sharp knife, reigniting the youthful passion for cultivation that had allowed her to join a sect like the Yongdao sect. After clearing her thoughts for some time, she hastily rushed after them. She arrived at the prime shadows room, then sat on the ground before the door, assuming a meditative position. A moment later, Chi started to swirl like a tempest towards her as she resumed her cultivation. In a distant land, a figure shrouded in black robes floated in the air above a coastal city. The city, soaring Sun City, was neither small nor large for a city on the human continent, with approximately 1 million people living within its borders. The nearby ocean and the picturesque mountains in the distance gave the city a rather tranquil feeling, one that would be perfect for a cultivator retiring from the life of battle and death. Marble white buildings made up one side of the city, while fire-red buildings made up the other half. The two were divided right down the middle, making the city look quite unique. This was due to the city being controlled by two opposite sects. The marble white side was controlled by the soaring sword sect, a Tier 3 subsect of the Sword Dao sect. The red side of the city was controlled by the Rising Sun sect, a Tier 3 subsect of the Yongdao sect. Grandmaster Darkcloud studied the city for a moment, then descended towards it. Despite the formations protecting the city and guards surveilling the area, he entered it without anyone's notice. After making his way through the city, he arrived before the entrance to the Soaring Sword sect, the place where Azuri started her cultivation journey. Chapter 1065, Jihin V's Bastion. The round of 16 continued without a hitch, with each fight being more entertaining than the last. Unlike the fights up to this point, most of which had been finished in a few minutes or less, these fights carried on for much longer. None of the top 16 were weak, and none were able to be dispatched quickly. Half a day passed before John was interrupted by Nalia, informing him that his fight was coming up next. John and Zuri cleaned themselves up, then made their way to the arena. The roaring of the crowd grew louder as John approached the arena, which became a deafening roar as he stepped out onto the balcony overlooking the arena below. "We've been blessed with amazing fights today," the Yongdao sect elder said from the arena below, followed by another roar of agreement from the crowd. "And we are about to be blessed once more. For the next fight, we have the rank 15 Bastion of the Sword Dao sect versus the second rank Jihin of the Sword Dao sect." The crowd roared upon hearing Jihin's name, then roared even louder as Jihin hopped off the viewing platform above the arena and floated down towards the arena below. His long hair waved in the wind behind him, adding to his graceful and handsome appearance, causing many girls in the crowd to swoon and go crazy. John watched Jihin land on the arena, then gave Nalia a sideways glance. She smiled and shrugged her shoulders. "You may be right about training, but you should at least get an idea of what Jihin can do. That's equally as important." John sighed and shook his head but didn't argue. Now that he was here, he figured he might as well stay, as his fight was the one after this one. He leaned against the balcony railing, as finding a seat was impossible due to every seat being taken already. After the Yongdao sect elder introduced and readied both fighters, the fight commenced to the roaring of the crowd. Jihin and his opponent, Bastion, stood opposite each other, a serious expression on Bastion's face, a relaxed one on Jihin's. Jihin's cultivation was then restricted from the half-step world expansion realm to the late Dao transformation realm of his opponent's level. Ahem. John hummed, noticing that the cultivation restriction was a bit different than normal. Unlike the energy that came from the armband to restrict one's cultivation, this was different. Jihin restricts his own cultivation to his opponent's level, regardless of their cultivation speed, Nalia explained. He detests fighting with a cultivation advantage, as he considers that beneath him. With his cultivation speed, that includes almost every single fighter in this tournament, other than Jaxus, Sylphia, and Araxis. "I see," John nodded. It was indeed something a haughty genius would do to make themselves appear noble. He didn't know if it was because Jihin wanted a true fight or he wanted to show off for the crowd, but to John, the true answer didn't really matter anyways. "I know defeating you is out of the question," Bastion said as he unsheathed his sword from his back, which was a massive greatsword almost as large as his body. A quick scan from the arena's formations revealed the weapon to weigh almost 1,000,000 pounds, a fact that caused the crowd to roar again in wonder and excitement. "But before this fight is over, I'll at least force you to draw your true sword." Jihin merely smiled at the comment, standing patiently for his opponent to start the fight. Bastion gritted his teeth, then exploded outwards with a powerful aura. His aura surged to the sky, then began to twist and turn as he unleashed some sort of battle art. From the aura formed 3 giant avatars, each appearing like a glowing white human. Their faces were featureless, and each held a massive sword far larger than Bastion's. "There it is, the sword of 3 sword lords," the announcer exclaimed excitedly. Bastion has only used this sword art once, and it completely overwhelmed his opponent. Will this art force Jihin to his limits, or will he defeat Bastion and his avatars with ease like all his other opponents? John raised an eyebrow while watching the battle art form, as it was not only eye-catching, but he could tell it was a very profound art. Each of the avatars, formed entirely from Bastion's chi and Tao comprehensions, were almost as powerful as Bastion himself. As such, it was as if Jihin was fighting 1 versus 4. In response, Jihin remained standing in place, then closed his eyes. His actions stirred the crowd into an uproar, as well as the announcer. In response, Jihin has closed his eyes. His actions speak loud and clear. He does not consider Bastion a worthy opponent, the announcer exclaimed. Bastion frowned at the lack of respect, although it wasn't unexpected. He slashed his greatsword to the side, at which point his 3 giant avatars sped towards different directions. A moment later, Jihin found himself surrounded by Bastion and the 3 sword-wielding avatars with no direction to escape. Without saying a word, Bastion slashed his greatsword outwards, unleashing a shockingly powerful and explosive greatsword image towards Jihin. At the same time, his sword avatars slashed down towards Jihin, their sword drawing him in size. Eyes still closed, 4 swords materialized in the air around Jihin, each formed from his chi and control over the sword Tao. The swords were regular-sized, almost insignificant in size when compared to the greatswords slashing towards him. A moment after appearing, each of the 4 swords slashed out towards the 4 oncoming attacks. There was no flair to the attacks, no grandiose aura or eye-catching phenomena. Instead, Jihin's 4 swords looked rather normal, the only thing betraying their normality being the incredibly sharp and lethal sword aura coming from each one. Despite the fact that they were swords made entirely of chi, the swords seemed just as strong as world expansion grade weapons, and deadlier than most of them. Pang, 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 pang. The 4 swords shot out towards the greatswords, a loud metallic ringing filling the arena as weapons collided. The arena then trembled slightly from the collision, part from the attacks, part from the roaring crowd. Despite the difference in size and aura, Jihin's 4 swords completely stopped the 4 greatsword attacks in their tracks. The greatsword-wielding avatars pressed forward with all their might, trying to reach Jihin, but to no avail. Nearest Jihin was Bastion, who was stopped by Jihin's flying sword only a few dozen yards away. Bastion gritted his teeth as he tried to force his way forward, but was unable to. He then sped backwards, then resumed his assault from another angle, his 3 avatars doing the same. An incredible battle between giants and flying swords broke out, with Bastion and the avatars speeding around Jihin like blurs, unleashing hundreds of attacks each second. Jihin remained motionless the entire time, his eyes still closed as his flying swords flew out towards each attack, parrying them with seeming ease. The arena trembled ceaselessly from the battle between giants and men. John couldn't help but nod his head approvingly towards both fighters, as both were displaying incredible talent and combat prowess. Bastion's sword art was incredibly powerful, and his combat prowess could have easily placed him atop the list of geniuses back on John's homeworld, easily surpassing those like Amber Bloodrose. Unfortunately, his opponent was Jihin, the overwhelming favorite for the tournament, and long #1 genius of the human race. As such, Bastion's incredible combat prowess was still not enough to break through. The stalemate continued for some time before Bastion finally ceased his attack, unable to make his way through Jihin's defenses. Teeth still gritted, Bastion took a deep breath and then recalled his avatars towards him. "Your defense is impenetrable as always," Bastion said, taking another deep breath. "If that's the case, then I can only gamble everything on one attack." After saying that, Bastion's aura exploded outwards again, while the 3 giant avatars began to be sucked towards him, going from corporeal figures to mist, and then nothing. Bastion began to glow brilliantly like a star, growing brighter and brighter by the second. A moment later, his aura exploded like a star, then infused almost entirely into the greatsword in his hand. His greatsword then rapidly grew from human size to over 100 yards long. It rose and floated in the air above Bastion, brimming with an incredibly potent power. After floating in the air, Bastion's aura exploded once more as chi surged out from him, swirling into mist and quickly coalescing to form an avatar like before, only 3 times larger. The giant avatar reached out and gripped the sword, steadying it as if it were a real giant. Bastion's face paled to white as he unleashed this aura, revealing he had spent almost everything. John glanced at the information sheet regarding Bastion and saw that the figure displaying his stamina had nearly depleted, confirming this fact. "Swordfall extinction," Bastion roared with all his might, as did the avatar a moment later, its roar deep and guttural like that of a primordial beast. Bastion swung his right arm forward, his action mimicked by the avatar an instant later. The enormous great sword, brimming with calamitous power, cleaved towards Jihin, its power capable of shattering entire mountain ranges with ease. Even John felt his combat instincts flare, revealing this attack was something he would at the very least need to defend against or be wounded. As the great sword fell, Jihin finally opened his eyes to look at the great sword, then smirked. His right hand reached across his waist to his sheath, then gripped the hilt of one of the 2 swords sheathed on his waist. He drew the sword calmly, then slashed it outwards. Chi, Chapter 1066. Chloe of the Mage Dao sect. Jihin casually slashed his sword outwards, as if it was an insignificant action. As his sword slashed forward, a beam of white sword light sped outwards at incredible speed. As the colossal great sword fell, the beam of white light slashed upwards towards it, almost insignificant in size and aura. It was as if an ant was trying to contest against a giant, making the exchange appear completely one-sided. The beam of white light had almost no aura, and yet looking at it race upwards made the weaker cultivators in the crowd wince with pain, as if their minds and bodies were being pierced by swords. The beam of white sword light met the massive great sword, slamming into the sharp edge of the great sword with incredible precision. The calamitous explosion of colliding battle arts did not happen as many expected. There was no loud sound, no powerful explosion. Instead, the beam sliced directly through the massive great sword as if the weapon didn't exist at all. The beam of white sword light raced out the other side of the great sword, traveling from edge to edge of the great sword. The great sword continued to cleave towards Jihin, as if the collision between weapon arts never happened in the first place. Jihin stood there unmoving, as if the calamitous great sword cleaving towards him didn't even exist. The crowd watched with bated breath as the great sword reached Jihin, then at the last moment before hitting him, split apart from hilt to tip, splitting in half. The 2 halves of the great sword then moved apart, each half slamming into the arena on either side of Jihin. Boom! The arena trembled from the power and weight of the weapon, and even cracks appeared on the arena which at this point had yet to take any damage from the previous battles. After hitting the ground, the great swords continued to press down for a moment before vanishing. The cohesiveness of the great sword art cleaved in half, causing the art to break down and fall apart. The great sword dissipated into a rushing tempest of chi, no longer able to hold its form. The storm of chi enveloped both fighters for a short while before fading away, revealing the outcome of the battle. Bastion, on his knees and gasping with fatigue, looked upwards at Jihin, who calmly held his sword tip to Bastion's neck. Bastion looked up with gritted teeth, then took a deep breath and sighed, his shoulders slumping in defeat. At the very least, I'm glad I was able to force you to draw your sword, even if it wasn't your true sword, Bastion said dejectedly. I concede. Jihin removed his sword from Bastion's neck, then extended a hand to help his fellow sect member stand. Bastion took his hand begrudgingly, not wanting to offend the scion of the Sword Dao sect. That final sword art was impressive, Jihin replied. You should be proud. As Bastion nodded his head, the Yongdao sect elder announced the outcome of the battle. The victor by forfeit, Jihin. Roar. The crowd burst into thunderous applause, awed by what they had seen. Bastion's sword arts had been incredibly eye-catching and powerful, and yet he had been defeated by a casual attack from Jihin. Leaning on the balcony miles above, John watched on as the two fighters exchanged a few more words, then left the arena. He remained in silent thought for some time, the roaring of the crowd not even registering in his mind. That casual attack from Jihin had caused his mind to go into a meditative trance as he tried to discern the secrets behind Jihin's powers. John. Nalia's voice finally broke through, drawing him from his deep thoughts. John turned to look at her. You're up, Nalia said, pointing to the arena. John looked back at the arena and noticed not only had the other fighters left, but his opponent was already standing on the arena waiting for him. Ah, thanks, John said to her, then took to the sky and flew towards the arena below. He landed a moment later and looked towards his opponent, another girl from the Mage Dao sect. The girl was quite beautiful. She had large hazel eyes, long black hair that flowed down to her lower back, and was rather tall when compared to other girls her age. She wore the signature purple robes of the Mage Dao sect and appeared to be in her late teens. A casual inspection of her formation armband revealed some of her information to John. Name, Chloe. Age, 19. Cultivation, Middle Dao transformation. Chi quantity, 95. Chi quality, 94. Health, 75. Durability, 73. Stamina, 81. Comprehensions, 97. Instincts, 91. Willpower, 93. Soul talent, 85. Speed movement arts, 91. Battle arts, 97. Attack power, 96. Rank, 16. Not bad, John nodded, impressed by some of her scores, especially her battle art and attack power scores. Unlike the others he faced, it seemed as though she would be able to press him to use some of his true power. Chloe gave John an even look, as if she wasn't too concerned about him. A small frown lingered on her face, almost as if she were tense or struggling with something. It was a rather odd look for one standing so relaxed, causing John to give her a questioning look. Chloe did not greet him or speak to him, so he opted not to as well. He had no desire to make small talk with any of the fighters anyways. The Yongdao sect elder addressed both of them, asking if they were ready. A nod from both fighters followed. Now that both fighters have entered the arena, I will announce the beginning of the next round, the Yongdao sect elder called out. The final battle of the round of 16, between Chloe of the Mage Dao sect and John Fenix, begins. The crowd roared with excitement at the start of the round, but that roaring was instantly drowned out by an even louder sound as Chloe suddenly exploded with an incredible amount of power, far greater than she should be able to do in such a quick amount of time. At the same time, 8 massive gray pillars materialized in the sky, each pillar 100 yards in height and 10 yards in width at the base. The pillars crashed down to the arena, each powerful enough to shake the entire stadium. In an instant, John found himself surrounded by these 8 massive pillars, which formed a ring of around 200 yards. At the very center of this ring stood Chloe, who looked at John with a strained yet confident look. After a moment of confusion, John instantly realized what was going on. He now realized why Chloe looked tense before the fight started, as if she were struggling with something. She was struggling to hold in the chi from her channeled ability she unleashed at the very start of the round. The weakness of Mar mages and their channeled abilities was the time it took to activate their mage arts. Chloe had completely removed that restriction by silently channeling her mage art undetected, unleashing it the very second the battle started. John couldn't help but nod his head in approval, as it was a sneaky yet sound strategy from Chloe. His nod was interrupted halfway through as a powerful energy suddenly pressed down on him, almost forcing him to his knees from the suddenness of it. John exploded with physical power and braced himself against the unexpected energy, which filled the entire circle formed by the 8 pillars, then took a second to study it after recovering his wits. It was something he had never encountered from another cultivator before, but was a force of nature he was all too familiar with, the power that made even moving a difficult task. The power of gravity, Chapter 1067, 8-Seal Gravity Field Art. What is this mage art Chloe has unleashed? The announcer said frantically, equally shocked and excited at the sudden mage art being used. We've never seen Chloe use this art before, so what could it possibly be? Wait a minute, I'm receiving word from our tournament experts that this is one of the Mage Dao sect's most secretive and formidable mage arts, the 8-Seal Gravity Field Art. The gravity field pressed down on John with incredible power, trying to force him to his knees. John stood tall against the power of the mage art, although it took a good portion of his heaven-defying physical strength to do so. The crowd roared again with excitement, thrilled to see a legendary mage art from the Mage Dao sect be used. As the crowd roared with excitement, John studied the 8 pillars surrounding him. The pillars were all the exact same, gray in color with exquisite glowing runes of some sort carved into their surfaces, making them look arcane and mystical. As he studied the runes closer, John was able to notice that all the intricate runes were made from a single base rune, the rune for gravity. In addition to the runes, John noticed that some of the pillars were covered with paper like talismans. The 4 sides of each pillar was covered with one of these paper talismans, which covered approximately half of the pillar's surface. John scanned the 8 pillars and noticed that 3 of them had no talismans at all, while 5 of them were completely covered. After studying the pillars, he shifted his focus back to his opponent. Chloe stood in the very center of the circle made by the massive pillars, her face strained with focused concentration. However, the strain was not from the gravity pushing down within the circle, but from channeling the mage art itself. So she's still channeling this art, John mused, studying his opponent. After a short silence, Chloe finally spoke to him for the first time. With her still using most of her power to continue channeling this mage art, her voice was strained from the effort. This is the 8-Seal Gravity Field Art, one of the 9 restricted mage arts of my Mage Dao sect, Chloe said, while looking at John, a look of confidence on her face now that John was trapped within. So I heard, John said, shifting his focus between Chloe and the 8 pillars. So what does it do exactly? Just increase the gravity. Just increase the gravity, Chloe repeated, her tone almost as if she was disgusted by John's dismissal of the power of gravity. Each pillar restricts a portion of this mage art, with the first pillar unlocked resulting in a 10 times increase in gravity. When I remove additional sealing talisman, like this, she said, her power flaring again, followed by the sealing talismans on one of the pillars turning to ash. The power of this gravity art doubles. Right now, with 4 pillars unsealed, you're experiencing 80 times gravity. Boom. The arena trembled again as the gravity within the confines of the pillars increased again. John's knees buckled under the strain of the gravity, which indeed seemed to have doubled when the talismans were removed from the 4th pillar. You speak of the power of gravity so casually, but gravity is one of the most destructive forces in the universe, Chloe continued, her voice slightly more strained than before. Looking down on the power of gravity will be your undoing in this fight. Still straining against the gravity pushing down on him, John waved his hand dismissively before his face. I'm not looking down on the power of gravity. I was just curious if there was more to this mage art I had to be careful of, but it seems like there isn't. Chloe frowned, clearly not pleased by John's comment, which indicated that he was indeed looking down on the power of gravity. Her frown turned into a confident smile as her aura exploded again, while her face became even more strained from the power coursing through her. Boom! The arena trembled again as a fifth pillar was removed of its talisman seals. John felt the power of gravity double once again, this time successfully pressing him to his knees. His bones creaked, and his muscles strained against the formidable power pressing down on him, power that would crush any not strong enough to withstand it. Whoa, for the first time in this tournament, John Fenix has been forced to his knees, the announcer exclaimed. Is this where the mysterious dark horse meets his end? Or does John have something that can deal with this overwhelmingly powerful mage art? By the time this battle is over, you will come to respect the power of gravity. That is, if you forfeit before you are crushed to death by my power, Chloe said, her confident smile still lingering on her face. I've been perfecting this mage art for the last 3 years in order to win this year's tournament. With the ancient blessings being the ultimate reward this time around, I cannot afford to lose. Give up before you are killed. I'd rather not be disqualified. Heth, using my own words against me, huh? John scoffed upon hearing the same warning he had given his previous opponents. Using the full strength of his body, John slowly stood up and returned to his feet. The overwhelming power of gravity pushing down on him made moving quite difficult, with each step feeling as though he had an entire mountain pushing down on him. After standing, he looked at Chloe, who stood a short distance away, seemingly unaffected by the gravity. I have to admit that this mage art is incredibly impressive. The only way to beat Chloe now that I'm trapped is to either destroy the pillars or defeat Chloe directly, but I doubt either is so simple. John thought, then decided to pick one to try. He turned towards the nearest pillar, then mustered his full strength to race towards it, scythe appearing in hand. Boom! His scythe slammed into the ground at his feet, the weight of it far too great to wield under the effects of this gravity field. John clicked his teeth in frustration, then stored his scythe away, continuing towards the pillar, opting to destroy it with his fists instead. As he neared the pillar, the direction of the gravity field suddenly and unexpectedly changed, going from downwards to horizontal. Not expecting the change, John found himself flying through the air as the gravity pulled him sideways. It changed a moment later, returning to its original direction of pushing downwards. Boom! John slammed against the arena violently, as if he had fallen from hundreds of miles up. The arena trembled from the impact as John was forced flat onto his back, looking up at the sky above. Naive, Chloe said from a short distance away. Not only can I increase the level of gravity, I can also change its direction. If you move at all, I will change the direction to face the opposite of where you want to go. Give up, you cannot win. John laid there flat on his back for quite some time, not speaking or even making a single sound at all. After a minute of this, a confused look appeared on Chloe's face, wondering what her opponent was up to. What are you doing? Why are you just lying there? Have you given up? She asked, cautious focus on her face as if she were ready to react to anything John did at a moment's notice. Unlike his previous opponents, she was clearly not looking down on him and had come at him with her full strength right from the start. Upon hearing her question, John strained against the powerful gravity to lift his head and look at her. Am I giving up? Not at all, he said, voice also slightly strained under the effect of the gravity pushing down on him. But moving about is too much of a pain right now, and from what I can tell, this mage art is eating up a great deal of your chi every minute. As he said that, he looked towards the crowd, where the floating formation screens revealing each opponent's battle statistics hovered in the sky. He read one, then smiled, noticing that Chloe's stamina and chi reserve numbers were rapidly draining, already being 20% drained. He looked back at Chloe, then smiled. No, I don't have to do anything at all to beat you, he said, then rested his head against the floor again, looking up at the sky above. I just have to lie here and wait until you run out of chi. He then placed his hand in front of his mouth as he yawned, then closed his eyes. I'm going to take a nap. "Wake me up when you're done," he said, then fell silent as if he had truly fallen asleep. A stunned look appeared on both Chloe's face on the face of almost everyone in the crowd, as none of them had expected John to lie down and fall asleep in the middle of his battle. The stunned look on Chloe's face was quickly replaced by an enraged look. "Insolent brat, don't blame me for killing you then. Sixth pillar unsealed," Chloe said as she exploded with even more power than before, removing another pillar of its talismans, doubling the power of the gravity in the arena once more. Chapter 1068, Sixth Seal. Chapter 1068, Sixth Seal. After undoing the sixth seal, the very air in the arena seemed to twist and turn under the immense gravity. The power of the gravity instantly increased to 320 times normal gravity, making John's body, which normally weighed around 4,000 pounds, feel like it weighed almost 1.5 million pounds. John felt his entire body pressed flat against the arena as if a mountain was pushing down on him from above. His organs felt like they were being pressed flat, while his brain felt as though it was about to be reduced into mincemeat. Thankfully, due to his Immortal Asura body and Jade Dragon inheritance, the natural durability of his body, his organs and brain included, was unparalleled. While it felt as though his organs and brain were about to collapse, that was just the feeling he had due to the abnormal level of gravity he felt, and not the actual state of his body's internals. Chloe's face paled ever so slightly after undoing the sixth seal, while her chi reserves dropped by another 10% instantly, revealing that removing a single seal was incredibly taxing on her. The crowd roared again as the sixth seal was undone. Chloe ignored the crowd cheering for her and instead focused on John. While she wanted to crush him into defeat, she also wanted to avoid killing him if possible. Killing him would win her the fight, but would also result in her disqualification. With the ancient blessings as a reward for the winner this year, that was an unacceptable outcome. As such, she paid close attention to John, ready to undo her gravity art in an instant once he was unconscious. While the crowd continued to roar loudly with excitement, the arena was silent other than the creaks and groans of the arena straining under the immense gravity. Chloe narrowed her gaze after 30 seconds of the sixth seal being undone, as John had not moved a single inch since. Without using her divine sense to check on his condition, it was impossible to tell if he was unconscious or not. With the amount of physical and mental strain this gravity art put upon her, doing something as simple as using divine sense was incredibly difficult and taxing on her, and was not worth the cost. "Are you giving up?" Chloe said through gritted teeth as she strained to maintain her channeled gravity art. No reply was given, as John continued to lie there on the ground, arms splayed to the side, face pointed up at the sky above. "Give up," Chloe commanded again, hopping for a response from John. Still, she received no reply. A frown appeared on her face as she considered her options, at which point she shifted her gaze to the Yang Dao sect elder who stood just outside the confines of the gravity art. "Is he unconscious?" she asked the elder, hoping he would answer her question. The elder was under no obligation to answer, and didn't do so either. His silence was answer enough, as the elder would have ended the fight as soon as he detected John was unconscious, or so she hoped. There had been times in the past when the referee's actions were unscrupulous towards those of the other 3 Dao sects, and it was not impossible that the referee would refuse to rule on John's status until he was crippled or dead, thus resulting in Chloe's elimination. "Hey, asshole, say something," Chloe yelled loudly, becoming increasingly frustrated by her uncertainty. "What do you want? I'm having a nice nap here," John finally replied, his voice groggy as if he had truly been asleep. Chloe's eyes went wide at the sudden reply, as well as the casual tone. When unleashing this art against opponents in her realm, most of them succumbed to it by the time the 5th seal was removed. As for the 6th seal, the level of gravity was so high that even if her opponent could withstand it, they found it almost impossible to talk. As for the 7th seal, she had only unleashed that once against an opponent in her realm, which had resulted in their immediate concession. "Can we hurry this up?" John spoke out again with annoyance in his tone. All you're doing is standing there, and all I'm doing is lying on the ground. This battle is incredibly boring. Do something interesting, or just run out of chi already, because if this is all the famed 8-seal gravity field art can do, then I must say I'm quite disappointed. Chloe's eyes went wide with shock again, then narrowed immediately as she felt embarrassment and rage flow through her. This was her ultimate art, and one of the ultimate mage arts of the Mage Dao sect, and yet it was being completely looked down upon by her opponent. "You insolent, arrogant bastard," Chloe sneered, no longer concerned with John's safety. He had insulted her art and thus had insulted the Mage Dao sect and the mage sovereign who had created this art, and that was an offense worthy of death in her eyes. She took a deep breath, then quickly made a hand seal in front of her chest. Her face paled even further, and her body began to tremble slightly as her chi flared. A moment later, one of the 2 remaining talisman-covered pillars began to tremble as the talismans on it disintegrated. "7th pillar unsealed," Chloe growled, straining with great effort to not only unlock the 7th pillar, but use her comprehensions of the Tao of gravity to resist the immense gravity within the arena. Boom! The arena shook as the gravity exploded again, doubling once more to an unprecedented level. Another mountain's worth of weight pressed down on John, making him feel as though he weighed nearly 3 million pounds. While such weight was something he could lift, the true danger of the gravity art was how it affected the internals of the one trapped in it. Even with his incredible body, John felt as though his organs were going to be pressed flat at any moment. His chi surged within his body to fight against the gravity, the first time he had used any chi at all in this battle. As the chi surged through his body, reinforcing its durability and also pushing outwards against the gravity, John felt the weight pressing down on him lessen. It was still incredible and made it almost impossible to move in his current state, but the threat of taking serious internal damage had been alleviated. "You cannot move, and you're most likely being crushed to death at the moment. Give up before you die," Chloe said, teeth gritted and voice strained. After what felt like an eternity to her, a reply finally came. "I'm good. Just hurry up and run out of chi so we can end this joke of a battle." Chapter 10, 69, Withstanding 1,000 times gravity. What's this? Even under the power of 600 times gravity, John is still calmly withstanding it using only the power of his body and his chi. How is this possible? The announcer roared, her voice filled with true bewilderment. Her words echoed the thoughts of everyone in the crowd, as well as Chloe herself. She had only ever used the 7th level of this mage art once against an opponent in the Tao transformation realm, and that opponent, Indara, the 2nd strongest Tao transformation genius of the Mage Dao sect, and who was currently ranked 9th, gave up instantly despite using her full power. This gravity art was something that was hard to unleash and even more difficult to ramp up to level 7 without the opponent figuring out a way to deal with it. In her battle with Indara, it had been more of a test to see its true power, and not something that she had actually managed to accomplish in a true battle. The only reason she was able to reach level 7 of this art was because John had allowed it, and she assumed that hubris would be his downfall. If he truly wanted to, he could have used range attacks to attack the pillars or herself, possibly undoing the art. He had done nothing, though, which was something Chloe could only hope for, and yet the battle was not going in her direction. It was impossible, and yet it was happening before her very eyes. Chloe ground her teeth from anger and strain. Her chi reserves had already dropped below half, and in this state, she could only use the 8-seal gravity field art for another minute or two before she ran out of chi. From the ease in which John was withstanding the art, that was bound to happen unless something changed. Her mind raced with options, at which point she came to one conclusion. She breathed in deeply, focusing her mind as much as possible for the task to come, unleashing the 8th seal. She steadied her hands before her chest, then paused as she looked at John. "I'm going to unleash the 8th and final seal," she said, struggling to get the words out. "If that happens, you will die. Just surrender before that happens." "I'm good," was John's only reply as he laid flat against the ground, unbothered to even move an inch to look at her. He continued to stare straight up at the sky above, waiting for this battle to be over. Interact with cam girls. Find cams live. Play with cosplay girls. Find cams live. Shop everything you need. Open AliExpress app. See her doing yoga. Find cams live. A deep frown appeared on Chloe's face as she finally cast aside all worry about killing John. If she didn't defeat him, that was the same as winning and being disqualified. In that case, she would at least prefer the honor of having defeated the dark horse of the tournament. Mind made up, a resolved look appeared on her face, her worries and doubts gone. A small smirk appeared on her strained face as her eyes were locked onto John. "Fine," she sneered. "Since you refuse to surrender, then your death can only be blamed on yourself. And just to warn you, the 8th seal is completely different than the previous ones. Once I unlock the final seal, I won't be able to stop what's to come. And what's to come will result in your death without a doubt." "Oh, sounds interesting. Let me see it," John replied, his voice strained but calm. Chloe clicked her tongue, hoping that he would have surrendered there, then cast aside all inhibitions. Her fingers moved quickly to form several hand seals, at which point her chi exploded out with the most amount of power she had revealed thus far. Her power immediately linked with the 8th and final pillar, which began to glow as if there was a sun shining from within. The talismans covering the 8th pillar disintegrated into ash, unlocking the final seal of the gravity art. Boom! The level of gravity doubled again, stepping over 1,000 times normal gravity. John felt the weight of the world press down on him, its instantaneous power nearly overwhelming him. His organs were pressed and contorted within his body, while his brain felt as though it was being ground to mush. With the weight pressing down on him, he felt it impossible to move at all. Blood began to leak out of his mouth and nose, the first sign of damage for the battle. Chloe has unleashed the 8th and final seal, pushing her gravity art to the ultimate level. And John has finally shown signs of damage, bleeding from his mouth and nose. That can't be a good sign. Is this the end of the "what's that?" The announcer cut off as all 8 pillars began to glow brightly. A beam of light then shot out of the top of each pillar, each beam meeting at the very center of the gravity art in the air directly above John. The beams of light, or chi, began to press into each other, slowly materializing something in the middle. 8 beams of chi have collided above the center of the gravity art, directly above John's position. "What is going on?" the announcer exclaimed. "Wait, is that? It is. The beams of power have converged to form an object. It looks like some sort of metallic object." The announcer continued to describe what was going on, although she had no idea what was truly happening. John stared upwards at the object materializing above him, formed by the convergence of the 8 beams of power. "This is the final stage of the 8 seal gravity field art," Chloe said to John, her face marble white and voice hoarse from the strain of activating the art to this level. Her chi levels were nearly 0, as she had used everything to unleash this final attack. The 8 beams of chi are converted into a slab of pure iridite metal, which weighs 10,000 pounds and can withstand the force of 1,000 times gravity without breaking. As soon as the beams disappear, the slab will fall towards you, no longer weighing 10,000 pounds, but 13 million pounds as it enters the gravity field. Combined with its momentum towards you, the slab will crush down on you with the force of over 50 million pounds. John's eyes opened wide, his calm look disappearing for the first time in the battle. Chloe smirked through the fatigue as she saw this look appear on his face. "The beams of light will vanish in 8 seconds, at which point I can no longer stop what is happening. Give up before that happens, or your death is certain," Chloe said with smug confidence. Silence filled the arena for several seconds as the announcer started counting down the time in the background. As the time ticked down, Chloe prepared to undo her art at a moment's notice, waiting for the words of surrender from John. His words came as the time hit 3 seconds, her eyes going wide with absolute shock by what she heard. "Finally, something interesting is happening," John said, an excited look on his face. "Wah, what are you?" Chloe's voice was cut off by a booming sound that surged from John. A primordial sound that shook the bodies and minds of all who heard it, filling them with instinctual awe and fear. The roar of a primordial dragon. A roar that timed with the beams of light disappearing, and the slab of metal falling towards him like a meteor looking to end the world. Dragon God Shift, Chapter 1071, Kings of the Dragon Gods. The silence within the arena felt deafening, as almost no one made any noise at all. Millions were standing upright, not even realizing they had stood up in instinctual awe when John had unleashed his Dragon God Shift. They looked at him with stupefied expressions, still trying to comprehend what they had seen and felt. After several seconds of silence, the Yangdao sect elder finally regained his wits and announced the final result. The victor by forfeit, John Fenix. The crowd was silent. Then it roared to life with a mixture of emotions, ranging from disbelief to pure excitement. The roaring crowd shook the arena with its cries, like a million beasts roaring out in unison. Even those who had hated John thus far and wished for his demise were calling out with wild emotion, forgetting the grudges they had against him. His aura, his performance, his sheer power was too much for them to contain themselves. They had seen the impossible happen before them, and none could stay calm upon seeing such a thing happen. While the crowd came to life with mixed emotions, John continued to look at Chloe, who remained kneeled before him, eyes glued to his. It was as if she could not remove her gaze from him, still stunned and awed by what she had personally witnessed. After a short moment of sharing this gaze, John smiled and extended his hand out towards her. "You should be proud," he said as he withdrew his Dragon God Shift, and his aura returned to normal, then withdrew into him to make him look like an average cultivator, and not one who had just defied all realms of logic and reason. "Proud," Chloe repeated absent-mindedly, then reached out and took his helping hand. John nodded again as he pulled her to her feet. "Yes, proud," he repeated. "That's the most damage I've taken from an opponent my age in many years. The damage I sustained from your attack was not light, and if not for my formidable healing factor, it would have been a decisive blow." Chloe's expression and gaze remained scattered and unfocused for a while, her mind still working out everything that had happened, and still processing her sudden and unexpected defeat. Her gaze eventually cleared up, once more focusing on John's face. She studied him for a few seconds, then returned a small smile. "Thanks," she said, nodding ever so slightly. "You're not as bad as the rumors make you out to be." "I can only imagine what is being said about me," John said, laughing lightly. Chloe laughed a moment later as well, the weight of her defeat slowly fading away. When faced with someone as heaven-defying as John, sometimes all you could do was accept that monsters like him existed and move on. Pub future ads. She breathed deeply, holding the breath for a long time, then finally exhaled. Her shoulders slumped slightly and body released some of its tension, as if the weight of everything had fallen off her shoulders. If you are able to learn how to activate that gravity art at the 7th or 8th stage instantly, you will become a formidable threat in the future, one that even I will have to be cautious of, John said to her, to which Chloe nodded again. "Thank you for showing me there are still more heights to achieve in this world of cultivation," she said softly, etching John's power in her mind, making sure she never forgot this overwhelming defeat. "From this day forward, my mind will no longer be bound by the illusory restrictions of possible and impossible. You have shown me a new way to view this world of cultivation." John's smile widened as he nodded again. "That's the way a cultivator should think. Impossible only means someone hasn't done it before, but it doesn't mean that you cannot accomplish it yourself. If you move forward with this new mindset, I'm sure you will become a formidable powerhouse in the future." Chloe smiled at him, then silently nodded. John gave her one last nod of parting, then turned to leave the arena. "Wait," Chloe called out. John stopped and looked at her. Was that your full strength?" she finally asked after a short pause. "My defeat stings like the sharpest of pains, but I can rest a bit easier knowing that I managed to push you to use your full power to defeat me." John gave her an even look, thinking over whether he should tell the truth or not. He eventually decided that he had a rather good opinion of Chloe, and that lying would only hurt her in the long run. "No, that was not my full strength," John replied, then turned and took to the sky. Chloe looked at him leave with a stunned look on her face, a smile of defeat and acceptance on her face as she turned around and left as well. The two of them soared through the sky in opposite directions. All eyes were on John as he landed next to Nalia and Zuri, the former looking at John with wide eyes full of awe and wonder. John smiled as Nalia started waving her arms widely and raving about his battle, then disappeared with them into the nearby tunnel leading into the stadium's interior. What was that power? On the exclusive viewing platform, the Mage Sovereign was standing, so surprised that she had stood up like most of the crowd. Even the Yang Sovereign was leaning forward in his seat, a rare look of surprise on his face. As for the Sword Saint, he was gripping the armrests of his chair tightly, fingers digging into the wood, brow furrowed. The Mage Sovereign realized her actions a moment later and sat down, coughing once in embarrassment, then turned towards the Prime Shadow. "What was that power?" she asked again. The Prime Shadow met her eyes, a small smirk on his face as he thoroughly enjoyed the reactions of the other powerhouses. He then shrugged, arms moving out to the side in an unknowing expression. "I have no idea," he replied. "John has shown me this power before, but never elaborated what the origin of it is." The Mage Sovereign narrowed her eyes, as if trying to see through the Prime Shadow to tell if he was lying or not. "It's clearly draconic in nature," the Yang Sovereign interjected, voicing his opinion. "Obviously," the Mage Sovereign said, "but I've never felt draconic powers so potent, so powerful. Such a draconic inheritance is almost unheard of. Even the beasts on the Beast Continent with draconic inheritances don't come close to what we just witnessed." Pub Future ads. The Yang Sovereign shifted his gaze to the side, looking towards the Netherfrost beasts on the other platform nearby. The Netherfrost beast leader was standing up, eyes glued to John's last location, clearly shocked by what he had seen. The Yang Sovereign sent the beast a sound transmission, at which point the Netherfrost beast flew over to their platform and landed before the Sovereigns. Who is that boy?" the Netherfrost beast asked, voice tinged with shock and awe. He received no answer, as only the Prime Shadow knew, and he was not going to divulge John's secrets. "Do you know something about the power he used?" the Mage Sovereign asked, shifting the topic slightly. "It's clearly draconic in nature, but in all my readings and studies, I cannot think of a dragon race that matches the sheer power and profundity of what we all just saw and felt." The Netherfrost beast looked at her, then nodded. "Just as there are many races of beasts, there are countless races of dragons," the Netherfrost beast said. "Like all other races, dragons range from weak to strong, with the weakest races having impure bloodlines, while the strongest have pure draconic bloodlines." The Mage Sovereign's eyes widened slightly, realizing where the Netherfrost beast was going. "Are you saying his inheritance is that of a true dragon's?" she asked, her voice filled with doubt. "How could you possibly know that just from what you saw and felt?" The difference between a dragon and a true dragon was its bloodline purity. There were thousands upon thousands of races that boasted they had draconic blood in their ancestry, and many could be considered as dragons themselves. However, only the most pure-blooded could claim themselves as true dragons, the mightiest of all dragons. Their status was so lofty and mythical that even the sovereigns had only ever heard of true dragons, never having seen or felt the power of one before. The Netherfrost beast gave her a pointed gaze, clearly unhappy by her doubt of his words. "When a beast is born, they share the blood and bone of all those who came before it," the Netherfrost beast explained. Yes, so do humans," the Mage Sovereign interrupted. "So do all creatures, so what of it?" The Netherfrost beast narrowed her eyes, further agitated by her interruption. The Yang Sovereign gestured for the Mage Sovereign to let the Netherfrost beast speak freely, which she begrudgingly obliged to. "While you humans inherit blood and bones," the Netherfrost beast continued, "unlike us beasts, you do not inherit the instincts of those who came before. We beasts are different. When one of us encounters another beast of mythical strength, the feelings, the awe, the power, the fear is etched into our very blood, our very bones." Those feelings and instincts are passed down unfiltered to future generations, making it so that almost each and every beast surviving to this day instinctively knows the powers of other beasts of note. So you're saying your ancestors ran into the type of dragon the boy's inheritance is from? The Yang sovereign asked, to which the Netherfrost beast nodded. My very blood is telling me the truth of that boy's powers, the Netherfrost beast agreed, his expression and tone turning serious. In the hierarchy of dragons, true dragons reign supreme and can be considered the absolute peak of the bestial world, the gods of all beasts. And at the very top of the true dragons, the ones who reign supreme as mightiest of all dragons, that is the boy's inheritance, he said, pausing for a moment as the sovereigns and all those in earshot were stunned silent by the truth. The power of jade dragons, the kings of the dragon gods. Cur 1 Chapter 1072, Pride of the True Dragons. What? The mage sovereign exclaimed, standing up in shock once more. The Yang sovereign almost did the same, but managed to control his emotions and remain seated, although his widened eyes betrayed his true emotions. Are you absolutely certain? The mage sovereign asked, although she knew the answer already. Someone as strong and knowledgeable as the leader of the Netherfrost beasts wouldn't make claims that elevated the talent of a human unless he was absolutely certain it was true. Without a doubt, the Netherfrost beast replied, his face still serious with emotion. And not only does he have the inheritance of the ancient jade dragons, but from what I can tell, his inheritance is a complete one. A complete one? The Yang sovereign asked for clarification. A complete beast inheritance means several things, the Netherfrost beast leader answered. It means his bodily inheritance is complete without flaws. That means he has absorbed jade dragon blood, bone, even sinew. Every aspect of his body has been infused with pure jade dragon power, and not only that, he has also inherited the body transformation art meant to fully activate the jade dragon powers. That is what it means to be complete. I see, the Yang sovereign said, then fell into a thoughtful silence. Where did your boy find this inheritance? The mage sovereign asked the prime shadow. Like I said, I have no idea, the prime shadow shrugged, a small, satisfied smile on his face, clearly enjoying the reactions of the others. Not that I would tell you even if I did, he added, causing an eye roll from the mage sovereign. Such an inheritance could be used to greatly increase the strength of the human race, the mage sovereign said to the prime shadow, and yet you would seek to keep it secret from the rest of us. Oh, if that's the case, then divulge all the secrets of your Mage Dao sect to the world, as that should also increase the power of the human race, the prime shadow replied, throwing the mage sovereign's words right back in her face, showing her the stupidity of such a request. She glared at him but fell silent, realizing her request truly had been too forward. Ha 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 ha, the Netherfrost beast laughed, amused by their conversation. The mage sovereign gave him a pointed glance, not amused by his laughter. What's so funny? She asked. You truly don't know the severity, the profundity of what you just witnessed, do you? The Netherfrost beast asked. Clearly not, the mage sovereign replied, leaning back in her seat to calm herself down. So why don't you enlighten us on this matter? What profundity are we not understanding here? The Netherfrost beast exchanged a heated look with her, the two already at odds, but obliged as he was an honored guest here, and would act like one. We beasts are a prideful bunch, he started explaining. But none are as prideful as the dragons, and atop that pyramid of pride are the true dragons. There is no creature more prideful than a true dragon, and amongst them, no true dragon more prideful than the jade dragons. So, how does their pride have any bearing here? The mage sovereign asked curiously. The true dragons, and the jade dragons especially, are so prideful that they consider every other creature in existence to be inferior to them, humans included, the Netherfrost beast leader explained. One of their greatest points of pride is their bloodline and its purity, which they value almost more than anything else. The Netherfrost beast paused for a moment, realizing he needed to explain a bit more background before getting into the details. My Netherfrost beast clan is not from this world, but is from the Netherfrost world. the Netherfrost beast explained, drawing some raised eyebrows. This branch of the Netherfrost beasts came to this world hundreds of thousands of years ago, just after the ancient war concluded. We brought with us the history and teachings of the main Netherfrost clan, which is still taught today. A part of those teachings deal with the ancient true dragons. From what is taught, the true dragons do not share their power lightly. From what I know, the true dragons have shared their power less than a dozen times in the history of the martial universe, and each time the power was shared with a pinnacle being of absolute talent and might. As for the jade dragons, from what I know, they have never once imparted a true inheritance on any other creature. They consider themselves the ultimate life form, and to impart their powers to others would be an insult to their entire lineage. They would never do such a thing. So you're saying this boy stole these powers somehow, pilfered an ancient ruin or something? The mage sovereign asked, easing up a little if that was the truth. That's not possible, the Netherfrost beast shook his head. The jade dragon's pride and hubris is unyielding. They would sooner go extinct than let a single unworthy creature absorb even a single drop of their blood. They are so prideful that if they perish in battle, they will destroy their own body before allowing their remains to be used by others. And the boy's body transformation itself. That body transformation art cannot be forcefully learned from some scrolls or jade pieces. No, that has to be taught by a true dragon itself. No, the boy's power was not stolen or pilfered. Then what? Are you saying he was given this power by a true jade dragon? Isn't that impossible based on what you just said? The mage sovereign asked, eyebrows raised in questioning judgment. There is only one scenario where a true jade dragon would make such an exception and bestow a complete inheritance on another creature, the Netherfrost beast said, a serious look on his face. And that exception is a jade dragon considering the one being blessed with the inheritance to be of equal standing in terms of bloodline and talent. Only an existence considered a jade dragon's equal could be blessed with such an inheritance. The weight of the Netherfrost beast's words hit the gathered powerhouses with the weight of a planet, nearly knocking them senseless. They struggled to form words as they processed the severity of the words just spoken. An existence equal to the strongest of all creatures. An existence considered an equal of the jade dragons. An existence known as John Fenix. Cur 1 Chapter 1073, Sacred Sword Scripture. The sound of the crowd drowned out the silence on the platform, the crowd unaware of the discussion taking place at the moment between the powerhouses of the world. Had they been witness to it, they too would be stunned into silence, unable to form words or even think. Nearby, Lillian listened to the conversation silently, an amused smirk on her face the entire time. She looked at Jihin, who sat next to her, her smile growing larger as she noticed a serious, contemplative look on his face for the first time. Jihin was gripping his armrests tightly, his face stoic with seriousness. He eventually noticed her gaze and looked at her. His eyes narrowed as he spotted her amused smile, clearly not shocked at all by this conversation, indicating one thing. She had known of this power the entire time. "No wonder you are so confident in him," Jihin said softly, not wanting to draw attention to himself. "Are you intimidated?" Lillian asked amusingly. Jihin remained stoic for a moment, then against Lillian's expectations, smiled instead. His smile widened into an almost maniacal one, his eyes seeming to pierce into her soul. "On the contrary," he said, his aura simmering within as if he wanted to burst alight with power and battle this very moment. "It seems I have finally found someone my age that might be able to push me to my limits. I couldn't be happier than I am right now." Lillian raised an eyebrow, then smirked. "Don't be too happy," she warned him. "The stronger he is, the greater your odds of defeat." "HMPH," Jihin scoffed, clearly not threatened by John or Lillian's words. His gaze shifted to the other side as the powerhouses started talking again. "Are you absolutely certain?" the Yang sovereign eventually asked. "I would never make such a serious claim without being certain of it. Just as my blood tells me his inheritance is of a jade dragon, my clan's history gives me insights into the nature of which his power was obtained." The Netherfrost beast nodded. True dragons are akin to gods to us beasts. I would never make light of any situation regarding them, especially one as unheard of as this. Silence filled the platform for a short while again before a snapping sound rang out, drawing the attention of all. Pub Future adds. That's impossible, utterly impossible. The Sword Saint scowled, the armrests of his chair broken under the strength of his angered grip. How could that barbaric boy be worthy of such powers? I refuse to believe it. Let's prevail with cooler heads, the Yang Sovereign cautioned the Sword Saint, as his words were akin to calling the Netherfrost beast a liar. The Sword Saint gritted his teeth, then hastily stood from his seat. Jihin, follow me, he said coldly, then took to the sky in the direction of the Yang Sphere's exit. Jihin stood and flew behind his father, the two of them disappearing from sight. Lillian watched them leave, then returned her gaze to the other powerhouses. She spotted the Prime Shadow looking at her, the two of them never having formally spoken since Jihin and the Sword Saint were always present. She smiled and nodded at him, greeting him warmly. John has spoken highly of you, the Prime Shadow said through sound transmission. From what I can tell up close, his praise still undersold your talent. Lillian smiled, clearly pleased by the compliment. Thank you for taking care of him all this time, Lillian replied. I hope you didn't go easy on him. Haha, on the contrary, the Prime Shadow laughed. Good, Lillian nodded, the two of them starting a conversation about everything of importance, from Lillian's arrival to the world to the current state of things. Bang! The door to the room flew open as the Sword Saint strode in, footsteps heavy with emotion. Jihin followed behind him, silent since they had left the arena. The Sword Saint led them into a training room, the most luxurious one on the Sword Dao Sect's flying ship. The training room was almost boundless, with a rich qi environment far greater than the natural outside level of qi, which helped with long training sessions and promoted faster cultivation. The Sword Saint's body flickered, appearing several miles deep into the training room. Jihin followed him, appearing next to his father. What are we doing here? Jihin asked, looking about the training room. He had a fight the next day, and his father had instructed him to be fully rested for each fight thus far. That fucking brat, the Sword Saint clicked his tongue, not hearing Jihin's questions. Pub Future adds. Father, Jihin asked again, at which point the Sword Saint finally looked at him. I'm going to teach you the ultimate killing sword art I know, the Sword Saint said, his face serious and voice cold. The ultimate killing sword art, Jihin repeated. If it's so amazing, why haven't I been taught it yet? The Sword Saint took a step forward and placed his hand on his son's shoulder. This art is one of our sect's 3 most powerful sword arts, taught only to those who have reached the half-step holy manifestation realm. I'm far from that realm, Jihin said, face scrunched up with confusion. So why would you teach me it now? This sword art exacts a grave toll from the user, the Sword Saint replied. The main concern is one's control over the Sword Dao. If one does not have sufficient control over the Sword Dao, this sword art could end up killing the user. That level of comprehension and control is usually at the half-step holy manifestation realm, but I am confident you will be able to use it. Why now? Do you think I cannot defeat John? Jihin asked, as this was clearly stemming from the powers John had just revealed. No, I do not think that, the Sword Saint said, but it's better to be prepared than unprepared. If you are able to unleash this sword art, your victory will be 100% assured. So, what's the grave toll using this art will inflict on me? Jihin asked, as such a powerful art would have been taught to him unless it had great side effects. The Sword Saint remained silent for a moment before answering. Even if you are able to unleash this art successfully, you will sustain significant internal and external damage. If you use this art, you will not be able to cultivate at all for a minimum of 3 months, perhaps more, and the effects will linger for at least a year afterward, hindering your cultivation slightly until all the wounds are healed, and even the most heavenly of healing items will not be able to speed up the process, the Sword Saint explained to a surprised Jihin. 3 months might not seem like much to an average person, but to a genius like Jihin, It was a very significant amount of time. That was 3 months he was unable to cultivate during the prime of his youth. Such a hindrance could result in his ultimate cultivation peak being impacted by a minor realm or two, and could even be the thing that prevented him from reaching the astral king realm in the future. As for the year-long effect, that only made the situation worse. It was an unacceptable consequence. "I know what you're thinking," the Sword Saint said, reading his son's thoughts through his doubtful expression. "Such a cost is normally not worth it, but right now it is. If you are pushed to the point of having to use this, do so without question. The rewards bestowed upon you by the ancient blessings will vastly outweigh the negative consequences of using this sword art, so victory is the only thing that matters. Do you understand?" The two exchanged a heavy gaze for a while before Jihan eventually nodded. "Good," the Sword Saint smiled. "This art is called the Sacred Sword Scripture and is an advanced extension of the sword art you already use, the True Sword Mantra. Let's begin Chapter 1074 Cinder Street." The news of John's draconic transformation spread throughout the continent like wildfire, reaching the farthest corners of the continent in a matter of hours. While many knew about the dark horse known as John who had turned the 3-Dao tournament on its head, that had been before the transformation art he had revealed. Everyone knew of the strong underdog who constantly defied expectations, but the overwhelming opinion was that he was still faking his strength, and that his illusory test score was still false. After all, his score was the highest in tournament history, even higher than Jihan's, making it almost impossible to believe. That confidence in his score being false shattered as the news of his newly revealed powers spread. His powers, coupled with the fact that he managed to physically withstand Chloe's final attack head-on, turned more than a couple of people into believers. After all, no one could fake withstanding over 50 million pounds of force through strength alone. That type of thing could not be faked in front of tens of millions of spectators without them noticing any tricks. As the news of his feats spread, so did his growing legend. Stories of those who had seen John before the tournament, of those claiming to have known him and see his feats in person spread, each more outlandish than the last. In mere hours, his status went from cheating loser to heaven-defying genius, one who now stood firmly amongst the other heaven-defying names such as Jihan and Jaxus. As discussions around him grew, so did a singular topic: his attack power score. In the illusory testing trials, John had managed to score a 100 on the attack power score. This score tested the absolute might, the absolute potency of what one could unleash through battle arts or other means, and was typically the #1 indicator of how far a genius could go in the tournament. A score of 100 meant that amongst all the Dao transformation geniuses who had ever taken the illusory trials, John had scored the highest. That spanned back hundreds of thousands of years and included hundreds of millions of the top geniuses who had ever taken the trial. The thought that this score was not false, and that John was actually capable of such a feat, stunned everyone to their core. If the score was real, then how heaven-defying would such an attack be? The billions who followed the tournament could only wait with bated breath, hoping to soon see the true power of the one known as John Fenix. Pub Future ads. In the underground hallways of the Soaring Sword sect, Grandmaster Darkcloud was being led through a sprawling library. The library was quite dark and dusty, with many of the books, scrolls, and jade pieces covered in dust, revealing most of the documents had gone unused for hundreds of years or more. "I must say this is quite an unusual request," the Soaring Sword sect elder said as he walked through the endless rows of shelves. "But I don't doubt the crest of authority you carry, so I will do what I can for you." "Thank you," Grandmaster Darkcloud said, following closely behind the Middle World Expansion elder. As this was a third-rate sect, this elder was quite high-ranking despite his middling cultivation. He walked past row after row of bookshelves, eventually stopping and turning into one of the rows. He walked several dozen yards down the row until he stopped and turned towards one of the shelves which was covered in books and scrolls. "Ah, here it is," the elder said, reaching out towards one of the books. He grabbed it, wiped the dust off the cover, then opened the book. After flipping through hundreds of pages, he stopped and read a particular section. Ah, here it is. The one you seek, Asura, was born in Jagged Cliff City. Her address of origin is listed as 1912 Cinder Street, the elder said, turning to Grandmaster Darkcloud. Is that everything you need? It is, Grandmaster Darkcloud said appreciatively. I have taken enough of your time. I bid you farewell. The Grandmaster then vanished before the elder could react, who was startled by the Grandmaster's ability to evade his senses despite their somewhat similar cultivations. The elder muttered something under his breath, put the book back on the shelf, and left the archive library, returning it to its usual darkness. Several hours later, the Grandmaster arrived at Jagged Cliff City. The city was given its name by the cliffs it was built next to, which soared up to the sky and then broke in uneven patterns, like a titanic beast had taken a large bite of the cliffs. Grandmaster Darkcloud hovered over the bustling city for a moment, then sped towards it, entering through the main entrance. He paid the city entry dues and made his way through the busy streets, eventually finding the location mentioned. He confirmed the address, then read the signboard above the entrance to the rather plain-looking building. 1912 Cinder Street, the Cinder Street Orphanage. Pub Future ads. The orphanage was a rather simple building, 3 stories tall. It was colored a simple yellow and had a medium-sized plot of land to the side of it, which was filled with young children running about. Some were running about, playing games, while others were sparring in a contest of might. Grandmaster Darkcloud watched them play for a moment, then stepped towards the front entrance. He opened the gate leading into the orphanage grounds, then stopped as the door to the orphanage building a short distance ahead parted open. A middle-aged woman stepped out of the entrance. She was rather tall and wore a simple yet tight-fitting worker's dress, giving her a conflicting appearance of alluring yet casual. She had long black hair and a piercing gaze, one that seemed as though it could see through souls and read minds. Grandmaster Darkcloud looked at her, a curious expression appearing on his face as he studied her cultivation. Late world transformation. Can I help you? The woman asked Grandmaster Darkcloud. Yes, I'm looking for some information on someone known as Asura, Grandmaster Darkcloud said, stepping through the open gate. I was told she grew up here, so I was hopping to inquire about her upbringing. A sharp look raced across the woman's face for an instant, so fast that it was almost imperceptible. Grandmaster Darkcloud caught the look, however, his demeanor remaining relaxed to not betray his thoughts. I do not recall one with such a name growing up here, the woman said. I'm sorry, but I cannot help you. Please leave. I have children to attend to. Bang. She closed the door in the Grandmaster's face, leaving him alone in the front yard of the orphanage. The Grandmaster's eyes narrowed for a moment before he retreated. He moved several streets away, then took out a long-range transmission disc. I have discovered a location of interest, one that seems to be guarding secrets regarding Asura. I will dig deeper and relay my findings. He sent through the communication disc, then put it away and slipped into the shadows, disappearing from sight. Chapter 10, 75 Seraph of Karmic Judgment. The door to John's training room cracked open as Nalia stepped inside. Her presence was indication enough for John that it was time for his round, and so he stopped his training session and cleaned up, thanking Nalia in the process. After getting clean, John made his way through the now familiar hallways towards the arena, arriving there a short time later. The familiar roar of the crowd entered his ears, so loud that it was nearly deafening. As he arrived at the balcony ledge overlooking the arena from several miles up, John noticed Jihin soaring through the sky towards his viewing platform, his fight having just finished. His eyes narrowed slightly as he focused on the youth, who seemed slightly different than before. Whereas Jihin from before was like a sheathed sword, one deadly yet contained, he now gave off a more dangerous, more lethal aura. It was as if he was now unsheathed, ready to land a killing blow on anyone at a moment's notice. How did Jihin's fight go? John asked Nalia, who shrugged with a pouting frown on her face. How would I know? I was with you the whole time, and you refused to show up early to your fights, she said, clearly disappointed she was not able to catch a glimmer of Jihin's battle. John nodded and patted Nalia's head apologetically, then took to the sky and plummeted towards the arena below. His appearance created a roar of noise from the crowd, which seemed to have more cheering in it than before, at least as far as he could tell. He landed on the arena, receiving an appreciative nod from the Yangdao sect elder for not only arriving looking clean and presentable, but also early. John smiled at the elder, then shifted his gaze as he spotted a figure floating through the sky from the other direction, soaring majestically towards the arena. It was a young woman who appeared to be in her late teens. She had long blonde hair that billowed in the wind behind her, and a beautiful yet cold face. The expression on her face seemed as though she was looking down on all around her, a haughty, judgmental look. Her hair was tied up into a neat bun on her head, which was topped with a regal-looking crown of some sorts. The crown was purple with 3 gems embedded into the front, white, black, and multicolored in color. The multicolored gems seemed to constantly shift colors, almost like the swirling chaos energy found in the void. She wore a long and beautiful dress of purple with gold trimmings, with long tassels blowing in the wind behind her, making her look both arcane and mesmerizing. Pub Future ads. She landed gracefully on the arena, her poise and bearing like that of a queen. She looked at John with an indifferent expression, although her piercing gaze was full of hidden judgment. Another Mage Dao sect opponent? John couldn't help but wonder, as he seemed to be fighting them much more often than the other sects. From what he knew of the final 8 geniuses, there were 3 from the Sword Dao sect, 3 from the Yang Dao sect, 1 from the Mage Dao sect, and him. His opponent, Ishnai, was considered the strongest Dao transformation genius of the Mage Dao sect, a prodigious genius known as the Seraph of Karma. John sent out his divine sense to link with her armband, curiosity reading her information contained within. Scanning through her scores, he stopped on her most impressive stats, her soul talent, attack power, and battle art scores. All of these were scored at 98, indicating she was a frightfully powerful genius. The crowd cheered with applause and adulation as Ishnai landed on the arena, the loudest cheers naturally coming from those supporting the Mage Dao sect. John studied her for a moment, comparing her to his previous Mage Dao opponent, Chloe. "Are you going to unleash a channeled mage art right from the start?" John asked curiously, although he received no answer. His only reply was a cold glare from Ishnai, who almost seemed to consider John inferior based on her haughty expression. "Well, I don't care either way," John shrugged nonchalantly, not worried about what she could throw at him. She was the same age as John, and also had a middle Dao transformation cultivation. With their cultivations even, the threat she posed to him was minimal. While John didn't like being overly confident like this, he also wanted to find out what battle arts and mage arts existed on this world, and the only way to find out was to let his opponents use them on him. If he went all out from the start in each battle, he would learn nothing of the battle arts and mage arts of this world. And with his goal of creating his own battle art, he needed to be as knowledgeable about the martial universe as possible. A few minutes later, after confirming that both fighters were ready, the Yangdao elder finally commenced the fight. The crowd erupted into thunderous cheering as the fight started, their eagerness to see the fight between the #1 genius of the Mage Dao sect and the #1 dark horse nearly overwhelming them. As he indicated, John did not take action right away. He stood in place, waiting for Ishnai to attack first. As expected, she exploded with a brilliant might right away, her strategy the same as Chloe's. With her aura fully concealed before the fight began, there was no way to prove she had been channeling the art before the fight started, and thus she did not break any rules. Her aura shot into the sky like a brilliant flame of pure white, almost holy in nature. At the same time, a profound and arcane chi began to flow from the weapon that had suddenly appeared in her hand, a scepter of some sorts. The shaft of the scepter was purple with gold trimmings, 3 feet in length. The head of the scepter was a glowing diamond-like crystal, 4 inches in diameter. It was held in place by golden fixings extending from the shaft, with colorful gems embedded in the fixings, adding to its profound and grand appearance. The crystal on the end of the scepter began to glow brightly as Ishnai activated her mage art. Her chi was thick and more potent than anyone he had fought thus far, causing John to nod his head in approval, as she was no doubt a pinnacle genius. Ishnai waved her scepter above her head, a burst of chi blasting out, then swirling in the air, slowly but surely shifting shape before John's eyes. In the matter of seconds, the chi solidified as Ishnai unleashed her mage art, drawing gasps of astonishment from the crowd. "Seraph of karmic judgment," Ishnai said, her voice drifting through the arena like it was floating on an invisible wind. Behind her, a giant seraphic-like avatar appeared, 130 feet tall. The avatar was glowing and white, like it had been carved from the purest of marbles. Large feathery wings extended to both sides behind its back, blocking the sun above and shrouding Ishnai and John in shadows. The angel had an ethereal face of pure perfection, as if each and every feature was created by the heavens itself to form the ultimate creation. It wore a long white dress which flowed into mist at the skirt. It held 2 golden measuring scales, one in each hand. Carved into the side of both scales were 2 words. One read righteousness, while the other read death. Its eyes, brilliant gold like shining suns, seemed to lock onto John, wanting to pierce through his very existence. Most eye-catching of all was the 3rd eye on its forehead, which was currently closed. The closed eye was surrounded by a circle of complex runes which pulsed with various colors and constantly shifted, making the seraph-like avatar look both holy and arcane. John couldn't help but gape at the angelic avatar, as it was one of the most beautiful and also most arcane things he had ever seen. As far as battle or mage arts went, it was no doubt the most eye-catching art an opponent had ever used against him. Ishnai, her eyes closed all this time, finally opened. She looked at John with a distant look, as if she were looking at him through the lens of 1,000 different perspectives, each more arcane than the last. Every living being is linked with karma, and karma is a source of power as potent as the heavens itself. Geniuses are blessed by the heavens, and as a result, their karmic threads are the most numerous, as well as the strongest, Ishnai said, her voice sounding as if 1,000 different people spoke at once, their voice resonating together to form something alien-sounding. "The seraph of karmic judgment feeds will feed off your karma, empowering me with the karmic threads bound to you." She then waved her scepter once, the crystal in the middle shining brightly. The blinding brightness faded away, revealing a glowing rune floating within the confines of the crystal. "The seraph has chosen," Ishnai said, "your method of judgment, the karma of death. You will now be judged by all the lives you have taken, all the death you have created." Boom! A chain shot off from the measuring scale with the word death carved into it, reaching John in an instant. It latched onto him, then seemed to squirm all around him, latching onto invisible things he couldn't see but could now feel. His threads of karma. Chapter 1076, Judged by Karma. The chains latched outwards onto the air around him as if grabbing onto something corporeal. There was nothing visible, but John knew the chains had attached to his threads of karma. He felt true surprises for the first time in a long time, as karma was a very abstract concept to him and almost everyone he met. He had not expected a Tao transformation opponent to be able to deal with karma, as even he himself was unable to do so yet. How are you able to interact with karma, especially the karma of others?" John asked curiously, his mind racing with questions. "Like I said," Ishnai replied, her voice still like that of 1,000 people speaking. "Karma is one of the many fundamental forces of power and energy of this universe. Once you begin to understand it, you can interact with it, as well as interact with the karma of others. With someone like you, who is unable to hide or obscure your karma at all, interacting with your karma is incredibly easy." "I see," John said thoughtfully. "So, what does this mage art do exactly? Are you going to read my karma, tell my fortune?" While karma was no doubt a profound concept beyond his current understanding, he didn't know exactly how it could be used in battle. He felt as though he could rip the chains off him through great effort, but decided against that action for now. If the mage art reached a level that could harm him, he would take action, but for now he would sit back and learn. Perhaps he would learn something about karma, at least enough to be able to mask his own karma. Ishnai smirked at his comment, especially the quip about reading his fortune. Most who dealt with karma were scryers and prophesiers, dealing with the abstracts of fortune and future-telling. The Seraph of Karma is a physical manifestation of the Tao of Karma. Ishnai decided to entertain his questions, clearly not worried about him using the information she gave against her. Through its hand and my comprehensions of the Tao of Karma, I can interact with your unseen threads of karma. As I mentioned before, karma is not just something incorporeal, but is a real, true source of power. I see, John nodded. So, you're going to empower yourself using my karma? Yes, Ishnai said, smirking again. But not only your karma, but yourself as well. Boom. The seraphic angel floating behind Ishnai exploded with power, becoming so white that it was almost blinding. An arcane energy surged from the angel, though the chain towards John, the chain itself glowing with power as well. After reaching John, it did things unseen with his karma, then turned around, surging back towards the angel. The energy hit the angel, at which point another chain shot out of it, latching onto Ishnai's back. Ishnai shuddered for a moment, her eyes rolling back for a second. Then her aura began to rise once more, her eyes snapping open and locking onto John with focused purpose. Let death be your measure, and regret your judgment, she said, her voice growing even more alien. Boom. Both Ishnai and the Seraph exploded with power, like twin beacons of white fire. John felt a profound energy slam into him through the chain, nearly knocking him off his feet. He groaned lightly and stabilized himself, not taking any true damage in whatever just happened. His eyes widened a moment later as he felt his chi churn within his body, moving without his command. Some of his chi roiled as if out of his control, then surged through his meridians and out into the chains latched onto him. What? He couldn't help but ask, unsure of what was going on. For the first time in a very long time, he was not fully in control of his chi. Karma is a source of power, but so are you, Ishnai said, her smirk gone and replaced by a look of pure arrogance, like a king looking down on a lowly subject. Each life you have reaped has sowed a thread of karma. Through those threads, the Seraph of Karma is able to strengthen itself off your karma, while I use your chi to strengthen myself. How is that even possible? John couldn't help but ask. He was completely taken aback, as this was by far the most obscure and arcane battle art he had ever fought against. He could rip the chains off his body, but still didn't feel any grave danger, and so opted against such an action. Ishnai ignored his question and continued to speak of her mage art. Each thread of karma is judged by the Seraph, which is then strengthened by your chi as well as your karma. The greater your regret for each life you have taken, the more your chi is drained. That's actually amazing, John couldn't help but praise, feeling his chi slowly be drained from his body. In terms of pure abstract profundity, this mage art was unmatched when considering all the arts he had faced up to this point. Your cloud of death is far greater than any I have fought against. It is like a tempest of death, a storm of destruction. I see flickers of your karmic memories of those you have killed. So many deaths, your karma is incredible, and your regrets must be even more so. I will feed off this power, growing to a level that you cannot hope to fight, Ishnai said, her eyes glowing white and her face becoming almost like that of the Seraph behind her. As his threads of karma continued to be judged, his chi continued to be drained through the chain and into the Seraph. As it did so, the Seraph continued to become stronger, more lethal. John watched the process unfold, then chuckled lightly. You're right about how many lives I've taken, he said to Ishnai, then shook his head. But as far as regret goes, I do not regret a single life I have taken. Impossible, Ishnai muttered. So much death and not one regret, I refuse. Her voice trailed off as she fell silent for a moment, clearly feeling something through the chains linking her, John, and the Seraph of Karma. The Seraph continued to grow for a short time, while John felt his chi continue to be drained. When his chi drained 10%, the process finally stopped. He tilted his head to the side, curious why the process had stopped. Is that all? He asked, his question cut off by a sudden cry of euphoria from Ishnai. "This chi of yours, so pure, so potent. It's unlike anything I've ever felt before," she exclaimed, shuddering from the overwhelming power she felt. She floated in the air for a few seconds, head back, arms outwards, basking in the overwhelming power coursing through her. She then began to laugh maniacally, as if her mind was completely ensnared by the power coursing through her. She then waved her hand, slashing her scepter through the air towards John. As she did so, the seraph mimicked her action, the scale of righteousness disappearing, replaced by a copy of her scepter, only much larger. Boom! A beam of incredible power, tinged with the Tao of Karma, pierced towards John. He frowned as it approached, but didn't take any action to defend against it. The beam slammed onto him with incredible power, drowning him within. The crowd gasped, and the announcer spoke frantically as the beam of power enveloped John, completely drowning him in its ruinous power. Boom! After slamming into John, the beam of power exploded outwards, drowning most of the arena in its remnant power. The arena shook violently, and the defensive formations flared to life, protecting the spectators from being harmed. So much power," Ishnai said as the explosion began to fade, her alien-sounding voice brimming with euphoria. "I have no idea how you came to obtain such pure and potent chi, but you are unworthy of the powers you possess. Still, using your own power to defeat you is judgment enough for now. Your karma has been read, and you have been judged." Chapter 1070, The Dragon God Shifts debut. The final form of the 8-seal gravity field art was so simple it seemed silly. It merely dropped a hard, metallic object from a height, using the gravity of the art to magnify its power. Compared to the eye-catching and awe-inspiring battle arts that had been used thus far, it seemed like something a child would come up with. And yet, this simple-looking mage art was unleashing the strongest and most powerful attack of the tournament thus far. The metallic slab fell towards John with the speed of a meteor and the weight of a mountain, its combined mass over 50 million pounds. Anyone in the tournament, from the weakest fighter all the way up to Jihin, would not take this attack head-on. The weaker opponents could only surrender or perish, while those like Jihin would have ended the fight before it even got to this stage, or would muster their fullest strength to attack the slab and destroy it before it destroyed them. There was not a single Tao transformation genius, the strongest body cultivators included, who would take this attack head-on without dodging. To do so was suicide without the slightest hope of survival. No one would be that bold or dumb. Or so that was what Chloe, the crowd, and even the powerhouses watching thought. That singular thought was crushed in the minds of everyone watching as John erupted with power they didn't know a human could unleash. This power was foreign to almost everyone watching, as even on this stronger world, only a select few had ever seen a true dragon. And yet, the fear, awe, and respect everyone felt was instinctual. From the strongest cultivator to the smallest child, everyone could only look up to a true dragon as if it were a god. And yet a true dragon had appeared in the arena before their very eyes, or so they all instinctually felt. While what appeared before them was not actually a true dragon, the power was that of one. John's aura exploded like a star, blinding the arena with a gold brilliance. His aura surged dozens of miles upwards, piercing past the limits of the stadium and into the sky above. It blazed like a massive bonfire, one that seemed to reach up and touch the heavens. Roar. Another draconic roar blasted from John as his dragon god shift fully activated, filling him with a primal might of unmatched power. The roar was so powerful it shook the entire 100-mile stadium, while the nearby Chloe felt as though she was going to be overwhelmed by this roar alone. His muscles wriggled within like worms, growing larger and stronger, making his body more muscular than it already was. Greenish-gold dragon scales appeared on his cheeks, forehead, shoulders, arms, and chest, like a dragon born from a human vessel. At the same time, his clothing instantly swapped from his simple robes to the draconic armor Leia had won for him, as it felt proper and right to wear it when unleashing this body transformation art. Hai's eyes turned golden yellow, glowing brilliantly like two fiery beacons of power. It had been some time since John had unleashed this heaven-defying body transformation art, and he took a moment to bask in its divine power. Then he moved. Against all odds, against all expectations, against everything Chloe and the rest thought possible, John stood up. Such an action was so mundane that in any other situation it wouldn't even be considered noteworthy. But under the effects of the gravity mage art, it was heaven-defying. In one swift action, he stood tall against the 1,000 times gravity, as if the weight of his body was nothing more than a mere nuisance. Chloe's eyes went as wide as possible as she saw John stand up, his face and body covered with dragon scales, his body covered in heroic-looking dragon armor. It was as if a cultivator of legends had appeared before her, more powerful and heroic than she could comprehend. After an instant of shock, she then felt relief. She had expected John to surrender before the metallic slab dropped, but he had not done so. Once that happened, his only fate was to perish under the immense weight of the slab. Against all expectations, he managed to stand up, which means he would be able to dodge the slab just in time before being crushed to death. As such, she would not be disqualified from the tournament. As for defeating him after he dodged the slab, she would worry about that in a few seconds. She breathed a sigh of relief which cut off halfway through, her relief instantly turning back into shock and horror as she watched John turn his face upwards towards the slab falling down onto him, then smile and open his arms wide as if ready to embrace the slab. "Come on!" John roared like a primordial beast as the slab crashed down onto him with the weight of mountains. Boom. With the slab being a dozen yards wide and long, his figure disappeared underneath, his outcome unknown. "Ah!" Chloe, and most of the spectating crowd, gasped as the slab slammed onto John with a sickening crunch. The arena shook so violently that it seemed as though the Yang sphere was about to crumble and fall apart at any moment. The trembling lasted for several seconds before dying down, with many in the crowd having been thrown from their seats into others nearby. Those still in place had their eyes glued to the slab in the middle of the arena, which had come to a complete rest directly on top of John. There was no movement, no sign at all to reveal he had managed to withstand the attack at all. From their elevated perspective, it seemed as though the slab had crushed him flat, killing him instantly. After a short moment of silence, blood trickled out from under the edge of the slab. Several streams of blood appeared moments later, followed by gasps of shock from the crowd. The blood was all the evidence they needed. John was dead. I think you should take a look at. The idea of John, the heaven-defying dark horse perishing so suddenly, was something that needed time to process. As such, the crowd didn't even react right again. Instead, a deafening silence filled the arena, with the only sound being the wild rushing of John's aura surging through the sky. His aura, everyone then realized, the immense aura had yet to fade away. They had been so shocked by the sudden turn of events that many had failed to realize John's aura was still as strong as ever, surging upwards like a beacon of almighty power. Roar! Another primal, draconic roar boomed out from the arena as the metallic slab began to tremble for a moment, before it shot a short distance into the sky, then crashed a short distance away, its weight once again shaking the arena with its tremendous might. The crowd completely ignored the shaking, with a single gaze locked onto John's figure, now revealed. Streams of blood slicked his arms, legs, and waist, damage he had sustained from withstanding the attack head-on. Blood also trailed from his mouth, revealing signs of internal damage. That had been expected. What hadn't been expected was that the damage on his arms and legs appeared to be superficial, the broken skin and ripped muscles already healing at a visible rate, his muscles wriggling like worms underneath his skin as they snapped back into place. What wasn't expected, what defied everything they thought possible, was that John was still standing in place, his stance tall and firm, his body unbroken, his aura unyielding. John shifted his gaze towards the slab he had just thrown aside, then returned it to look at Chloe. She stood several hundred yards away, her eyes wide and face white. Her lips trembled as if she were looking at a devil, one with inconceivable levels of power. "How?" was all she could mutter, her mind frozen with fear and disbelief. That attack would have crushed any Tao transformation cultivator to a meaty paste, regardless of their strength. The only salvation was to dodge the slab or destroy it. There was no one who could physically withstand such a monstrous attack, and yet, her opponent had done just that. John rolled his shoulders, his body now free of the burden of 50 million pounds. Despite standing in 1,000 times gravity, he felt as light as a feather when compared to moments ago. That, combined with the power of the jade dragons surging through his body, filled him with an overwhelming battle lust. His eyes, like that of a predator hunting its prey, locked onto Chloe. He smiled widely, then moved towards her. His speed was not that incredible, but considering he was still under the effect of 1,000 times gravity, it was far faster than he should be capable of. He sped towards Chloe, reaching her a second later. His hand shot out towards her neck as she still looked at him with a face full of fright and disbelief. John's hand hit air, as Chloe managed to dodge his attempt to seize her neck. He stopped, then looked down at her, as she had fallen to her knees, her will completely broken, her battle lust completely shattered. She stared at the ground with wide, disbelieving eyes, muttering something incoherent to herself. A moment later, she turned her head upwards, wide eyes locked onto John's eyes of golden brilliance. She shared that gaze for a moment as the pillars all around them vanished, and the gravity filled with it. Her trembling lips then moved to finally form coherent words, which seemed to echo across the stadium despite its softness. I concede. Chapter 1077, Karmic Reprisal. She landed softly on the arena, looking forward at the place John had been attacked. The explosion was still quite thick and had yet to fade away, obscuring her vision of him. She looked upwards and noticed the chain from the seraph was still extending outwards towards John's location, causing her gaze to snap onto his location with haste. Eyes narrowed, they grew wide as the fatting explosion revealed John standing there in his original location. His body was covered in wounds, mostly on his arms, which had been used to block the attack. Those wounds cut deep, although they were quickly mending at a visible rate. By the time the explosion fully faded, the wounds had fully mended, leaving only the blood on his body as an indication that he had taken any damage at all. John shook his arms in an unconcerned manner, then nodded his head with a flare of satisfaction. Wow, so that is what it's like to be attacked with a portion of my power, huh? No wonder everyone gets overwhelmed the second I get serious, he said, in a self-satisfied manner. What, how? Ishnai muttered, eyes wide as she stared at John. You were drained of almost all your chi, and I unleashed an attack using all of it combined with the power of karma as well. How are you still standing? Drained of almost all my chi, John said, tiling his head to the side in confusion. You might want to look again, he said, telling her to check his armband. Ishnai sent out her divine sense, eyes growing wide like saucers as she read his combat values. What? Your chi reserves are still at 90%? Impossible. I absorbed so much. It's impossible that what absorbed was only 10%, she exclaimed, completely shocked by what she was seeing. When she had absorbed his chi through her mage art, she had become enthralled by the feeling of his power, of the pure might of it all. She naturally considered it to be a great portion of his chi, and in her euphoric state of power, had not checked his stats to be sure. Now that she was seeing the truth, she was almost unable to comprehend it. Impossible, she muttered again. The seraph absorbed all there was to absorb from your karma of death. That should have drained you of all of your chi. Well, I'm not sure what happened, but it didn't so, John shrugged. Ishnai frowned, an uncertain look appearing on her face. The seraph behind her selected between the karma of righteousness and karma of death, always picking the more potent of the two based on her opponent. These two aspects almost always consisted of at least half of her opponent's karma, resulting in them being drained of a majority of their power. In that state, with her empowered and her opponent weakened, a single attack should be able to finish the battle. And yet it hadn't. The seraph is never wrong. It chose death and that, unless, but that's impossible, she started muttering to herself. Pub future ads. Are you going to do something, or should I take action now? John asked, his question a complete insult as if he wasn't even concerned about this battle at all. Ishnai frowned, her gaze locked onto his. She then flared with power once more, although different in nature from before. A moment later, her forehead began to glow brightly, runic patterns moving around to form a circle that rotated to the left. As the runes rotated, an eye made of arcane energy materialized, then snapped open. As it did so, John felt as though he was being stared at not by Ishnai, but some other creature or force of nature. It felt unnerving, although there was no danger coming from it. How is this possible?" she muttered softly, staring at something around John unseen to others. "The seraph is never wrong, but the truth is clear before me." While she rambled to herself, John started impatiently tapping his right foot. He could have ended this battle a dozen times by now, but was taking his time, trying to learn more about the Tao of Karma. Unfortunately, he had learned almost nothing, as this mage art was too complex to understand from just a glance. "So that's how it is," Ishnai muttered, then smiled lightly. "You might have managed to obscure the seraph's initial judgment of your karma, but with my third eye of karmic truth, you cannot hide the truth from me." "The truth? What truth?" John asked, confused by what was going on. He had done nothing, nor had he hidden anything from her. Ishnai smirked, as if she was seeing through his lies, then made a quick series of hand seals. Her scepter began to glow brilliantly a moment later, her power linking with the seraph behind her. A moment later, the third eye on the seraph's forehead began to glow, then snapped open. A thunderclap filled the arena as the eye opened, and a beam of brilliant white light pierced out, landing on John before he could even react. He felt another link form between him and the seraph, far more potent than the chains that had bound him before. The beam of light locked him in place, making movement difficult. While he could break free, he decided to play along for now until his instincts warned him to take action. "What is this?" John asked, feeling a growing dread similar to the one he had felt when his father had shown him his threads of karma all those years ago. The seraph should have chosen the most potent of the three karmas, but for some reason had not, Ishnai said. "Three karmas?" John asked curiously. He knew of two, but not the third. "What's the third karma?" "The karma of fate," Ishnai said, smirking with confidence. "I was blind to it before, as it was hidden from me by you. I have no idea how you did that, but now that I've opened my third eye, I can see the cloud of fate karma surrounding you. Your karma of death is insignificant compared to your karma of fate." "Karma of fate?" John repeated, slightly taken aback. He had a bad feeling grow within and hastily spoke out once more. "If I was you, I would stop what you're doing right now. My fate karma is not something you can withstand." From what Ishnai had said, the stronger the karma, the stronger the seraph grew feeding off that karma, and the stronger Ishnai grew feeding off his own chi. Earlier, she had reveled in the chi she had absorbed from him, acting as if it was the ultimate power she had ever felt. That had only been 10% of his chi, and to be more accurate, 10% of his essence chi. Pub future ads. If she tried to absorb more of his power. "Stop," Ishnai scoffed. "I'm only getting started. Now show to me the truth, karma of fate." Boom. The seraph exploded with incredible power, far greater than before. It was as if a true angelic being had descended onto the world, a god amongst men. Many in the crowd shuddered and recoiled from the blinding power, feeling as though they needed to prostrate before the figure. At the same time, John felt the power binding him intensify, and the chi draining from him hasten. "Ha ha ha ha!" Ishnai started laughing maniacally as she felt the power of John's fate karma and his own chi empower the seraph and herself respectively. "This power, I need more." As Ishnai continued to laugh, John felt his chi continue to drain. It hit 80%, then 70%. As his chi drained, the aura coming from both Ishnai and the seraph intensified, growing from a tempest to a cataclysmic storm of power. "Ha ha ha! So this is your fate, the immensity of it. It's unlike anything I've ever seen. So much karma, so much power," Ishnai said as slivers of karmic memories flashed in her mind. The stronger the threads of karma, the more chi she was able to siphon from John. Memories of John's homeworld. Memories of Leia, Lillian, and the Astral Emperor. Memories of the Jade Dragons. Memories of the Asura. The Asura memories caused her to shudder with instinctual fear the moment it appeared in her mind, the horror of the Asuras piercing through time and space. As the memory of the Asura flashed, the seraph behind her grew so bright and powerful that it began to shake and shimmer, as if it were growing too powerful to contain its own power. An instability formed in the seraph, followed by a visible crack forming on its body, going from skirt to shoulder. Light leaked out of the crack, blinding the arena in its brilliance. Ishnai was unable to react in time, unable to stop the process as the crack grew. Lastly, a memory flashed past through her mind, so brief that it was only for an instant. A memory of a soul-taken human form. A memory of John's father and the karma tied to it. As the memory flashed, John felt a great deal of chi siphoned from his body, taking his reserves from 70% to 40% due to the immensity of the karmic thread. Ha ha ha! Ah! Ishnai's laughs of euphoria immediately turned into cries of horrified pain as the surge of power overwhelmed her. Behind her, the seraph opened its mouth for the first time and screeched with what sounded like agony. Then, without warning, it exploded, unable to withstand the karmic power surging through it. Boom! The seraph's explosion bathed the arena in cataclysmic power, drowning out all sound and thought. Ishnai! The mage sovereign cried out in sudden panic, her figure vanishing as she moved towards the arena. She arrived a moment too late. The mage sovereign appeared before her, arms reaching towards her pinnacle genius. Ishnai looked at her master, a look of agony on her face, unable to withstand the buildup of chi she had absorbed from John. Then, like a balloon filled with too much air, her body suddenly exploded, drowning the arena in an explosion of chi, blood, and bone. Chapter 1078, The End of the Round of 8. The gasps of 10 million stunned spectators resounded throughout the stadium at the shocking sight of Ishnai exploding from within. Then there was silence, as no one knew what to do or say in the moment, as the turn of events was too sudden and too shocking to process quickly. Ishnai, the #1 genius of the Mage Dao sect, and one of the most talented to ever come from the sect, had perished. Tens of millions of eyes stared at the mage sovereign, who stood motionless in the arena, the blood and viscera of Ishnai splattered all around her. The mage sovereign remained silent and motionless for what felt like an eternity to everyone. She then waved her hand, using her power to collect every bit of Ishnai's remains, most likely for some sort of burial later. Then she turned around to face John, an action that caused everyone to hold their breaths. The two locked gazes, and John felt the piercing weight of the mage sovereign's gaze. He could feel her emotions through her gaze, her shock, her confusion, her rage. He could feel her thinly veiled bloodlust as if she wanted to tear him apart at a moment's notice. That was understandable, given the circumstances, although John was not concerned. With the prime shadow nearby, the mage sovereign would have to be suicidal to take action against him. Her eyes then became unfocused, as if she were looking at things around John and not at him. John instantly realized what she was looking at, his karmic threads. While he didn't know how much a holy manifestation cultivator could see or discern from his karmic threads, he was certain she could see how many were connected to him and the profundity of each thread. Her eyes wavered, growing wide with hidden disbelief, then him, and the profundity of each thread. Her eyes wavered, growing wide with hidden disbelief, then returned to normal an instant later. Her gaze slightly changed at this point, one less bloodlusted and more one-awed. Such karmic fate, she trailed off. The two locked eyes for a moment longer, then the mage sovereign turned to leave, taking to the sky in a direction opposite the viewing platform she had come from and towards the Yang Sphere exit. Wait! A loud yell boomed through the arena, causing the mage sovereign to pause and stop in the air. She turned towards the source of the voice, as did all the others in the stadium, John included. Pub Future ads. He narrowed his eyes as he stared at the sword saint, who was standing before his chair, eyes locked onto John with menace, as well as amusement. A tinge of a smirk appeared on his face as the two locked eyes, then he shifted his gaze to look at the mage sovereign, then the Yang sovereign to his side. This boy has violated the rules of the tournament. His actions have resulted in the death of his opponent, and the rules in this matter are clear. He is to be disqualified, as well as punished in a manner befitting such a grievous crime, the sword saint said, a lofty look on his face as if he were the arbiter of justice for the human race. The crowd gasped again upon hearing this, their eyes shifting between John and the three powerhouses. Was the Dark Horse's fate going to end like this, with a whimper instead of a bang? This matter is not so simple, the Yang sovereign said, a thoughtful frown on his face. As if expecting such a reply, the sword saint looked to the mage sovereign, who still floated in the sky above the arena, her face expressionless. Mage sovereign, surely you are in agreement that judgment must be meted out, the sword saint said, trying to get the mage sovereign on his side. If he was able to do that, then John's disqualification was almost ensured. While punishing John was almost impossible with the prime shadow at his side, getting him disqualified was more than enough for the sword saint at the moment. My dearest disciple's blood has yet to cool, and yet you are trying to use her death for your own personal gain. The mage sovereign sneered sharply, her reply and viscous tone surprising the sword saint, who had been expecting agreement from her. I'm only trying to obtain justice for your departed disciple, he replied with the sincerest tone he could muster. Letting this boy continue to participate in the tournament after what he did is an affront to you, Ishnai, and the entire tournament. Silence, the mage sovereign barked out immediately, her voice booming throughout the entire Yang sphere like a thunderclap. Her sudden outburst shocked everyone, as none had ever seen her react with such raw emotion, the sword saint included. You will speak no more of Ishnai, nor will you attempt to use her death to further your goals, the mage sovereign scowled. The sword saint opened his mouth to speak again, but was cut off immediately as the mage sovereign continued. Ishnai's death was of her own doing. She knew the risks of using another's karmic fate, and in the end lost her way. Not only was her death her own doing, but this boy, she said, turning her eyes downward towards John, this boy warned her of the consequences of doing so. He took no action whatsoever during their fight, and thus cannot be found at fault for Ishnai's death. I will not sully Ishnai's death by partaking in this farcical display of yours. An aghast expression appeared on the sword saint's face, clearly not expecting this event to be turned on him in such a way, making him look like an impulsive and vindictive fool. After a moment of silence, he sat back down, burying the subject. Without the mage sovereign's support, punishing John was impossible. The mage sovereign continued to stare daggers as the sword saint for a short while, then shifted her gaze back down to John, who had yet to move from the arena, the two locking eyes. Boy, she said, no respect in her tone when speaking to John. Ishnai's death might not be your doing, but her blood is still on your hands. If you fail to win the tournament and let her death be in vain, I will seek you out, regardless of the consequences. A sad, understanding smile appeared on John's face as he nodded towards the mage sovereign in understanding. There was no doubt on his face whatsoever, a silent confirmation of the mage sovereign's request. Good, she said, then turned and flew through the sky, disappearing from sight a moment later. Her departure once more filled the arena with a deafening silence, as no one knew what to say or do with everything they had just seen and heard. A short while later, the Yangdao sect elder coughed, then stepped towards John to announce the result of the battle. The victor by... He paused, not knowing how to describe the outcome while still being respectful of the mage sovereign and her dead disciple. In the end, he cleared his throat and continued. The victor, John Fenix, Chapter 1079, Surprising Guest. The two moons of the Nine-Dao world hung high in the sky, bathing the land in a silvery light. The inhabitants of Jagged Cliff City went about their nightly business, unaware of the hidden shadow lingering nearby. Shrouded by his stealth arts, Grandmaster Darkcloud lingered near the orphanage, waiting for his opportunity to infiltrate and learn of the secrets contained within. The night dragged on for several hours before the door to the orphanage opened, and the late world expansion caretaker stepped out. She tapped the formation panel next to the door, which flared with a flash of light as it closed, sealing it off with some sort of formation. She looked about in all directions, then left, leaving for some unknown business. The Grandmaster watched her leave down Cinder Street, then moved. His figure was like a mass of darkness, almost indiscernible from the surrounding darkness, like a shadow at night. Quite a defensive formation for a mere orphanage, he thought, inspecting the main door. The defensive formation was not one he couldn't break, but it would alert those in control of it that it had been breached. After inspecting it, he moved again, searching for any weaknesses in the building's defense. He eventually found one, which was a narrow gap between two formations guarding the orphanage, seemingly created from an addition to the orphanage. Instead of extending the defensive formation after the addition was constructed, a new formation was created for the addition. The two formations blended together almost seamlessly. But for someone like the Grandmaster, almost was not nearly good enough. His figure, like smoky darkness, filtered through the crack, entering the building undetected. He found himself standing in a storage room of some sorts and quietly made his way out and into the hallway. Silence greeted him, as all the orphans inside were sound asleep. The Grandmaster made his way through the orphanage, searching each room silently. He stopped halfway down a hallway, turning towards the wall. He then smiled and slipped through an almost indiscernible crack in the wall, appearing on the other side. A dark stairwell leading down into the earth greeted him, some sort of hidden hallway. He made his way down the stairs, careful of any hidden traps or formations. A large underground chamber greeted him, one filled with hundreds of shelves and tables, all holding countless books, jade pieces, items, and other objects. He smiled, then got to work. Pub Future ads. Several hours later, the Grandmaster held a book in his hand, having already read through thousands of books. None had given him the information he wanted, and without someone to point him to the information he desires, he had to manually check each one. His divine sense could have checked all the books in an instant, but that would have been dangerous and could potentially trigger hidden formations. As such, he opted for the slow but caution method of checking for what he wanted. As he picked up the book, titled Basic Formation Principles, and flipped open the cover, a small smirk appeared on his face as he read the contents within. The title was a lie for what was contained within, information regarding Asuri. The Grandmaster flipped through the book, which contained the archives of Asuri's early life. Page after page flipped over, the Grandmaster's eyes growing wider with each page. He finally set the book down, a shocked and grim expression on his face. "We have been so blind," he muttered internally, shaking his head with disbelief. Boom. An explosive sound and blinding light suddenly filled the underground chamber, startling the Grandmaster as he had detected nothing before. He spun around and flared with power, his aura destroying the shelves and tables in the room, erasing it into nothingness. He stared at the chamber stairs that he had come from, eyes narrowing as a figure walked down and into the chamber. It was a female, appearing to be in her early 40s, although her true age was far older than that. She had long green hair which changed to red at the ends, giving her quite a unique look. She wore a dress of similar design, green at the top, fatting into red at the skirt. She had an alluring and beautiful face, although her hawk-like eyes stared at the Grandmaster as if he were prey. Lastly, her cultivation leaked out ever so slightly, revealing it to the Grandmaster, although he already knew of this woman and her cultivation. The early holy manifestation realm. Although the Grandmaster was incredibly powerful, with his half-step holy manifestation realm cultivation, he was no match for this woman in a straight one-on-one battle. "You!" the Grandmaster growled. "Yes, me," the woman said, smiling as they stared at the Grandmaster. She looked all around at the destroyed chamber, then back to the Grandmaster. "The shadows of death truly live up to their reputation," she said, an amused smirk on her face. "I never thought this location would be discovered. Tell me, how did you come to find this place?" The Grandmaster remained silent, his guard raised to the maximum. Suddenly and without warning, a long-range transmission disc appeared in his hand, which he crushed in an instant after adding his message to it. The energy from the disc flared and raced outwards, then slammed into an invisible nothingness, rebounding back into the room. The Grandmaster's eyes went wide as he saw this, while the woman's smile deepened. "This location is protected by the best defensive formations, which included communication-blocking formations as well," she said, then took a step forward. "Now, are we going to do this the easy way with you surrendering, or are we going to do this the hard way?" The Grandmaster remained silent, then his figure flashed into dark mist, moving with incredible speed. The woman sighed. "The hard way it is." The night passed by giving rise to the next day. In the Yang sphere, there was only bright sunlight, the land illuminated by the artificial sun hanging high in the sky. Per his usual routine, John spent the entire time training with Zuri, hunting his new self-created arts. What would have been the round of 4 tournament day was instead pushed back one day, and a day of mourning for Ishnai, per the Mage Sovereign's request, was decreed instead. It included a ceremony as well as a burial, the Mage Sovereign opting to bury the remains of her precious disciple in the lands she had died. Figuring his presence would be distracting and unwelcomed, John skipped the ceremony, spending the entire day in training instead. He trained straight through the day and into the night, at which point Nalia entered the training grounds, interrupting his training session. "Is it time already?" John asked after stopping his battle with Zuri, surprised he had lost track of time in such a manner. "No," Nalia shook her head, "but someone is here to see you." "Someone's here for me?" John asked, surprised to hear this, as well as curious who it could be. His mind raced with potential options, ranging from Lillian all the way to the Sword Saint. He followed Nalia out into the Prime Shadows room, his eyes widening ever so slightly as he saw the person seated on a nearby couch, smiling at him. His next opponent, and number 4 Dao transformation genius of the 9 Dao world human race. Araxis Chapter 10, 80 Jihin vs. Jaxus. "You missed today's ceremony," Araxis said. John looked at him for a moment, then walked over and sat down on a couch opposite his next opponent. "I figured my presence would be in bad taste," John replied after taking his seat and relaxing for the first time in a full day. "So, what have you come here for?" "No idea," Araxis said while shrugging. "So, how are you feeling?" "How am I feeling? About what? About Ishnai?" John asked, to which Araxis nodded. John shrugged. "I'm not really feeling any particular way. While sad, Ishnai's death was her own doing." "Agreed," Araxis nodded, then leaned forward. "But a lot of people are blaming you, despite the Mage Sovereign's words. Mostly fans of the Mage Dao sect or other disciples of the sect." John shrugged again, not concerned about how others, especially those from the Mage Dao sect, felt about him. Silence filled the room for a short while before Araxis spoke again. "So, I've been curious. What kind of fate karma do you have to be able to cause Ishnai to explode like that?" Araxis asked curiously. "I've heard of her mage art, and I'm pretty sure it's the first time anyone's ever died too brutally and so quickly when using it." John gave Araxis a level look, one eyebrow raised. "Do you think it's wise to ask about the thing that killed someone just a day ago?" "Ha ha ha, I guess not," Araxis laughed. "Still, I can't help but be curious. What are you, the son of the heavens or something?" he joked. Pub future ads. "Rumble, Manhua." A deep rumbling boomed out for an instant before fading away, causing Araxis to sit up straight in his chair. "What the was that? That felt like heavenly Daos," he said, eyes wide with surprise. "Is someone undergoing heavenly tribulation?" he asked, then shook his head, realizing the aura had been far too brief and also angry for it to be such a thing. He looked at John, who was sitting there calmly, undisturbed by the heavens' brief appearance. "The heavens and I don't see eye to say the least," John said wryly, "so calling me its son probably pissed it off." Araxis stared at John with wide eyes, in complete disbelief of what had just happened. He remained silent for a short while, then burst out into boisterous laughter. "Ha ha ha, I knew you were a nutjob, but I didn't know you were crazy enough to piss off the heavens to such an extent. A mere comment draws their ire. I've never heard of such a thing," Araxis said between bouts of laughter. "No wonder the crowd has been unable to get under your skin even slightly. Compared to the heavens, they're nothing. In fact, you've pissed them off more than anyone I've ever seen before. They stand no chance at all against someone like you," he said, his laughter continuing for some time before dying out. "Thanks, I guess," John replied, unsure if that was a compliment or not. Araxis composed himself, then stood up. "To be honest, I came here to check on you and make sure you were going all right. After all, our battle is tomorrow. And I wanted to make sure you were ready and not in some bout of depression or something. It seems my concern was not needed." "I see," John replied, then stood up. His impression of Araxis was quite good, and this brief interaction only made him like the man even more. Now that I know my concerns were misplaced, there's only one thing left to say before I leave, Araxis said. And what's that? John asked curiously. Don't disappoint me tomorrow, Araxis smirked confidently. I expect our battle to be a thrilling one, so you better not let me down in that regard. I'd say the same thing to you, John replied with a small smile. Araxis grinned upon hearing this, then nodded and patted John firmly on the shoulder. Then I'll see you in the arena tomorrow, and I'll come at you with everything I have, Araxis said, meeting his gaze with confidence, then stepped past John and walked out of the room. He's quite confident, Nalia said from the side, having listened to their conversation. He's strong, so he should be confident, John replied while giving her a quick look. He thanked her for her ongoing help, then retreated back to the training room. Another day passed by, heralding the start of the semifinals. The roar of the crowd boomed out with vigorous power, shaking the arena and stadium as if a stampede of beasts were approaching. All eyes were on the two contestants standing in the middle of the arena, as the tournament's most anticipated fight was finally about to start. We're just minutes away from the most anticipated fight in millennia, the announcer exclaimed to another roar of the crowd. The fight between the two powerhouses of the three Dao sects. The fight to finally put to rest the argument of who is stronger. The fight to determine who advances to the final round. We all thought this fight would be in the finals, but fate had other plans. Nonetheless, let me hear you all roar for Jaxis and Jihin, the two scions of the three Dao sects. The crowd exploded into a calamitous frenzy of cheering, as the fight between Jihin and Jaxis was about to start. This had been the fight everyone assumed would be the grand final, but John's presence had thrown a wrench into all of that. In the arena, Jihin and Jaxis stood several hundred yards apart, both staring at each other. Jaxis looked at Jihin with a heated expression on his face, as if he were ready to pounce at the moment the round started. Jihin looked back with calm indifference, as if his opponent was not the number 2 genius of the human race. His calm demeanor only ignited Jaxis' ire and battle lust even further, who hoped to prove once and for all that he was the king of the geniuses, and not Jihin. The Yangdao sect elder landed on the arena, then inquired from both participants if they were ready. Both nodded, at which point the elder reached down and touched a tile on the arena, one glowing with bright formation runes. As he did so, the arena began to rumble, then sprung to life as the ground began to surge up from below. Before everyone's eyes, the lifeless arena surged to life, with mountains, valleys, streams, forests, and more springing to life beneath the two youths' feet. Both ignored the sudden change of events as if expecting it, their gazes still locked onto the other. The process continued for a full minute before finally coming to a halt, at which point an entire land of natural wonders filled the arena grounds, transforming the arena into a true battlefield. Standing on the peaks of two small mountains opposite each other, the two youths' auras slowly began to churn, ready to explode at a moment's notice. In the prime Shadow's room at the top of the stadium, Nalia, Zuri, John, and Araxis sat, looking down at the battle about to begin. Just minutes before the battle, Araxis had invited himself into John's room and pulled him out of training, urging him to watch the battle. John had begrudgingly obliged and looked down at the two youths, one which was to become his opponent in the final round. The semifinals between the third-ranked Jaxis of the Yangdao sect and the second-ranked Jihin of the Sword Dao sect begins. Chapter 10, 81 White Flame. Just before the start of the battle was announced, John turned his gaze towards one of the millions of semi-translucent floating formation screens that popped into existence in the air before the spectators. The screens contained the information regarding both fighters, from their illusory testing scores to their current fighting metrics such as chi reserves and health. He narrowed his eyes as he read the illusory testing scores of both fighters, which was the first time he had done so for either of them. Name, Jaxis. Age, 22. Cultivation, half-step world expansion. Special attributes, Yang attribute body. Chi quantity, 98. Chi quality, 98. Health, 92. Durability, 90. Stamina, 96. Comprehensions, 96. Instincts, 97. Willpower, 97. Soul talent, 83. Speed movement arts, 98. Battle arts, 98. Attack power, 98. Total, 1141. Rank, 3. John raised an eyebrow upon reading Jax's scores, especially in regards to his movement arts, battle arts, and attack powers. Those were all frightfully high, as was his chi quality and quantity. With such values, the explosive power Jaxus would be able to release was guaranteed to be incredible. He then turned his gaze slightly and began to read Jihin's information. He had not been interested in Jihin's scores up to this point, as it made no difference to him. He would have to fight Jihin and defeat him, and knowing his scores didn't change that. However, with the information readily available to him at the moment, he decided to inspect his most likely opponent in the next and final round. Pub Future ads. Name, Jihin. Age, 22. Cultivation, half-step world expansion. Special attributes, flame attribute body, emperor grade innate variant body. Chi quantity, 99. Chi quality, 99. Health, 91. Durability, 91. Stamina, 93. Comprehensions, 98. Instincts, 98. Willpower, 97. Soul talent, 88. Speed movement arts, 99. Battle arts, 100. Attack power, 99. Total, 1152. Rank, 2. As he scanned the short list, John's surprise steadily rose. He knew Jihin as a pinnacle genius, so talented that he was heralded as the most promising genius of the last several 100,000 years, and perhaps the most talented in the history of the Nine Dao world. And yet the scores still surprised John. Jihin's chi quality and quantity was both 99, a score only bested by John himself. The rest of his combat-based abilities were incredible as well, with his instincts, movement arts, and attack power all nearly the maximum score possible. The most shocking of all was the battle art score, which was the maximum one could obtain, 100. This meant that in the history of the 3 Dao tournament illusory testing scores, Jihin's battle arts were by far the most powerful. John assumed that the only reason Jihin's attack power was 99 instead of 100 was due to his own score dethroning Jihin's, as despite having worse battle arts, John's outright power was the strongest in the history of the tournament. Light's new Omicronville. See Omicron. After reading both fighters' statistics, John considered Jihin the favorite to win. Both his and Jax's stats were neck and neck, but Jihin managed to edge Jaxus out in the most important things when it came to battle: chi quality and quantity, power, speed, and instincts. These were the things that affected one-on-one battles the most, and in all these categories, Jihin scored higher. Jihin's combat statistics are amazing, Nalia exclaimed, giving voice to John's thoughts. He's sure to win. Testing scores aren't everything, Zuri said, looking past John to Nalia, who sat on the opposite side of John. While Jihin does have better scores, combat is far too wild and unpredictable to be decided by such things. Jax's scores are prodigious as well, and if he's able to land a couple of critical blows on Jihin, he could win. I guess you're right, Nalia said, her eyes glued to the battle that was just about to begin. Pub Future ads. A moment later, the Yangdao sect elder voiced the start of the battle. The semifinals between the third-ranked Jaxus of the Yangdao sect and the second-ranked Jihin of the Sword Dao sect begins. The crowd roared to life upon the start of the battle, as the two most popular geniuses finally clashed. That roaring was instantly drowned out by a fiery explosion coming from the center of the arena. Boom! The arena trembled, and the stadium was drowned in a fiery glow as a tempest of flames erupted from Jaxus, like a volcano come to life. His aura of pure yang flames erupted outwards, covering everything in the arena in his fiery power. The newly created rivers and lakes nearby evaporated from the heat, while the mountains began to melt and turn into magma. In a mere instant. The landscape turned from serene to a hellscape of ash and flames. It was as if he had instantly become the god of fire, reducing all of creation nearby to ashes. Manhua. I may have lost to you last tournament, but this time will be different, Jaxus roared with heated passion, his battle lust as potent as his fiery aura. Standing 100 yards away, Jihin stood tall and calm, his focus on his opponent before him. Unlike his previous opponents, Jaxus was not someone he could look down on. Much like himself, Jaxus was a pinnacle genius that stood at the top of humanity, and as such, was someone who could cause serious problems if not taken seriously. The aura of flames blasted onto Jihin, making it feel as though he was standing in the middle of a chamber of the hottest lava. The heat scorched the ground beneath his feet, turning the vibrant and lush landscape into lifeless desolation, while the wind all around raced like a tempest. That same heat scorched Jihin's skin, trying to do the same. Jihin merely stood there unconcerned, as if the heat didn't exist at all, his white robes and long hair the only things moving at all. Jaxus smirked at the sight. I knew your flame attribute body would be able to resist my aura, so why don't we skip all the usual gimmicks and get right to using our strongest battle arts, Jaxus said, his aura growing by the second. Anything else will only be a waste of time. Agreed, Jihin said with a calm nod, then reached towards his two sheathed swords, gripping the hilt of one of them and drawing it from its sheath. The sword he drew was not the one he had drawn before, and was instead the longer of the two. The shorter sword was a mundane sword, meant to be used against unworthy opponents. Against opponents worthy of respect and attention, he used his true sword. As it was drawn from its sheath, a flash of the brightest white light filled the arena for an instant, blinding everyone for a second. The flash faded away as the sword was fully drawn, revealing its form to everyone. The sword was pure white from handle to sword tip, like the glow of an angelic being. Tiny wisps of white flames danced on the sword's surface, giving it an ethereal glow. A calamitous uproar broke out amongst the crowd at the sight of the sword. It's Jihin's true sword, White Flame. I never thought I'd see him actually draw it. Jaxus is the real deal. His mere presence has forced Jihin to draw his real sword. This fight is going to be amazing. While the crowd discussed Jihin's sword with frenzied passion, Jaxus smirked, a satisfied look on his face. Being the only one thus to force Jihin to draw his true sword was already something he could be proud of, but for a pinnacle genius like Jaxus, that was not nearly enough. Good, then let's get this battle started, Jaxus said, his voice growing louder until his last word was like a roar of thunder. Boom. His aura exploded outwards with even more power, growing from a storm into a tempest of the apocalypse. The land for 12 miles in all directions was reduced to ash, with lakes and rivers evaporating into a steamy mist, while mountains melted into lakes of magma. A large, fiery red saber appeared in Jax's hand. Its handle was 2 feet long, giving plenty of space to use both hands. The blade was 6 feet long and half a foot wide, with the tip curving upwards slightly towards the end. A fiery heat emanated from the blade as it appeared, its power no less than that of Jax's aura. Then he pressed off the ground beneath his feet, which exploded into a shower of ash and magma. Jax's figure flashed forward like a storm of fire, incinerating everything in his path. His saber slashed outwards as he neared Jihin, who finally took action for the first time in the battle. True sword in hand, Jihin raised it, then slashed out towards his opponent. Chapter 1082, 9-Petal Destruction. Jax's large saber slashed downwards on his opponent, its power like that of an erupting volcano. The arena trembled as his sword slammed onto Jihin's, who had raised it outwards to block the attack. Boom. Weapons collided, and the earth beneath their feet shattered, sending a shower of rock and magma outwards, creating a large crater that stretched all the way down to the arena's floor, revealing it once more. A moment after the weapons collided, Jihin shot backwards, using the power of Jax's attack to create some space. Jaxus sneered and shot forward again, his fire-cloaked figure leaving a fiery afterimage as he appeared before Jihin immediately. Boom! Weapons collided again as Jax's explosive power drowned him and Jihin, rocking the arena once more. An instant later, Jihin's figure blasted out from the explosion of fire before coming to a halt in the air 100 yards off the ground. Despite taking 2 head-on attacks from Jaxus, he appeared unscathed and unbothered, his face calm and aura steady. The explosion of fire faded away, revealing Jaxus once more. The two locked gazes for a second, Jihin looking at the saber in Jaxus' hand, then back at his opponent's eyes. "I thought we were skipping the testing blows and going straight to using battle arts," Jihin said calmly, with a slight tone of questioning. A smirk appeared on Jax's face. "We are 9-petal destruction." Jihin's eyes suddenly shifted to his weapon in his hand, his eyes widening ever so slightly as 2 bright runes, both fiery in color, sprung to life on his sword blade. The runes took the shape of a 9-petaled lotus, both brimming with the power of descriptive yang energy. The runes activated in an instant, both exploding right in Jihin's face. The twin explosions were far more powerful than the explosions created when sword met saber, shaking the arena, the stadium, and the yang sphere with its remnant power. Up to this point in the tournament, this explosion was the strongest yet by a considerable margin. The crowd gasped in shock as the explosion blasted onto the defensive formation screen surrounding the arena, which flared to life to block the powerful blast. Pure yang flames filled the entire arena like an ocean of fire, leaving not a single inch of land or sky untouched. The yang flames roiled for a short while before finally fading away, revealing the two youths once more. Both stood in the same place they had been before the explosion, almost as if nothing had happened. Jaxus flashed towards Jihin once more, the latter taking action and moving to the side, narrowly dodging Jaxus' saber strike. John's gaze narrowed as he studied Jihin, whose pure white robe now contained the slightest traces of damage, as did his skin. While the damage was only superficial, and Jihin's wounded skin began to heal and mend at a visible rate, returning his body to perfect condition, it was the first time that anyone had seen Jihin take damage. Whoa, the first win of this battle goes to Jaxus, and for the first time in this tournament, Jihin has taken damage from an opponent. The last time we saw him take damage was 3 years ago, in his battle against the very same opponent he now faces, the announcer exclaimed, followed by a roar of cheering from the overwhelmingly Yangdao sect supporting crowd. "I should have expected as such," Jaxus sneered, clearly disappointed by the minimal damage his battle art had inflicted on Jihin. In fact, the damage was so superficial that Jihin's health hadn't even dropped yet. "That flame attribute body of yours is a true pain in my ass." With Jihin having a flame attribute body, the damage Jaxus' yang-based abilities could do was greatly minimized. This also meant that Jihin's flame-based abilities were less effective against Jaxus, but with Jihin specializing in the sword while Jaxus specialized in yang-based battle arts, the advantage went to Jihin. "That was a new ability," Jihin said calmly, inspecting his sword closely to see if there were more lingering runic arts like before. He discovered none and looked back towards his opponent. "I see," Jihin said. "Each time your saber touches something, you can leave behind a runic art like that. How troublesome." "Figuring out what the ability does doesn't mean you'll be able to deal with it," Jaxus smirked, unconcerned about his art being figured out. It was a relatively straightforward art, meant to give him an advantage in direct combat instead of being used deceptively. In their future exchanges, Jihin would need to avoid direct contact with Jaxus' saber. Otherwise, he would need to deal with the runic arts left behind. "Who said I need to deal with such mundane art?" Jihin asked, his voice and expression as tranquil as a gentle stream. "Mundane," Jaxus scoffed questioningly. "Then let's see how you deal with this mundane art of mine," he roared, then sped forward once more. As he did so, Jihin also moved, using his own movement art to dash to the side. Like this. The two raced through the sky above the arena, like twin beams of light, one pure white, the other fiery red. Both were moving at incredible speed, as a strong sword Dao emanated from Jihin's body, while powerful yang flames exploded behind Jaxus, propelling him forward at speeds most in the crowd were unable to follow. Even John couldn't help but nod his head approvingly, as it was the fastest he had ever seen others in his cultivation realm move. "So fast," Nelia exclaimed with shock. "I can't even follow them with my eyes." Manhua. "That's to be expected," Zuri said while watching the fight intently. "They're a full major realm above you and are the pinnacle geniuses of this world. If you could follow their movements, their statuses as pinnacle geniuses would be nothing but a joke." "But how am I supposed to know what's going on?" Nelia pouted, trying to figure out what was going on in the arena below. All she could see was the afterimages of the two geniuses soaring through the sky, their blades finally connecting in a series of blows too fast to follow. Zuri shrugged, unable to help Nelia with her issue. Still pouting with disappointment, Nelia looked sideways at John, whose eyes were darting around the arena, following the two fighters as they sped throughout the battlefield. "Can you follow what's going on?" she asked him curiously, and received a silent head nod from John. Nelia harumphed again with disappointment, then fell silent and continued to watch the fight, hopping to catch a glimmer of action here and there. Bang, bangs, bang. Saber and sword collided 1,000 times a second, the power of each exchange trembling the ground below and the sky above. After several seconds of exchanges, Jaxus suddenly shot backwards and sneered at Jihin. "Let's see you withstand this. 9-petal destruction," he roared, his power flaring to life as he activated 1,000 runic imprints left behind in their previous exchange. Jihin's sword suddenly erupted with a blinding bright light of fiery orange and red as 1,000 runic imprints sprang to life on his sword. The crowd gasped in shock and horror at the sight, as 2 explosions had already been so powerful. Even though he was Jihin, would he be able to survive the combined power of 1,000 9-petal destructions? His expression still as calm as ever, Jihin slashed his sword out towards Jaxus the moment before the explosion. The 1,000 runic imprints created by Jaxus had somehow been thrown off his sword by Jihin, streaming towards Jaxus like a meteor shower. The moment they reached Jaxus, each imprint completed its activation. 1,000 calamitous explosions combined into one, drowning everything in calamitous ruin, with Jaxus in the very center of the storm. Boom, Chapter 1083, Blooming Lotus, falling star and explosion unlike anything the crowd had seen thus far in the tournament erupted, with Jaxus directly in the center of all the explosions. The moment before detonation, the 1,000 runic imprints surrounded him, perfectly placed by Jihin's counter-attack. Pure Yang energy, the most potent and powerful of all fire-type attacks, filled every inch of the arena, only stopping with violent impact as it slammed against the defensive formation screens. The screens flared to life, stopping the explosion from killing millions, but did little to stop the vibrations from the explosion. Many of the weaker cultivators in the crowd were thrown from their seats, only coming to a halt as they used their own power to stabilize their bodies. A blinding fiery red light filled the entire Yang sphere, as if the sun itself had materialized inside the arena. The explosion reached all the way to the top of the arena, stopping at the very top as it slammed into the defensive formation covering the top of the fighting area. The fire of the explosion and rumbling of the arena continued for quite some time, the power contained within too much to dissipate quickly. Seated in the Prime Shadow's private room, a whistling sound came from Araxis, who was watching the fight with John and the others. "What just happened?" Nelia asked, trying to discern what had happened. "Jihin turned Jaxus' attack against him. How did he do that?" "I told him that runic art of his could backfire. Jihin is too smart to not find a way to beat that ability," Araxis said while shaking his head. "What did Jihin do?" Nelia asked. "He covered his sword with thousands of miniature swords created from his chi and the sword Dao," John explained, while Araxis nodded his head in agreement. "When Jaxus placed his runic art on Jihin's sword, he was actually placing it on those chi swords instead, which Jihin sent over to Jaxus at the last possible moment. How come Jaxus didn't notice that before he activated his ability? You noticed it, so why didn't he? Nalia asked curiously. I didn't notice it, John replied flatly. At least not until he shed those swords of chi from his true sword. Only after those swords were flung out towards Jaxus was I able to notice them. His ability to create chi-based swords that have the same aura and potency as his true sword is quite incredible. That's Jihin for you, Araxis chimed in. Part of why he's so dangerous is his monstrous control over the sword Dao, as well as his monstrous chi quality and quantity. With those two combined, a simple sword made of his chi is as strong and dangerous as a world expansion grade weapon, making each and every attack of his, regardless of how profound it is, a potentially lethal one. So is Jaxus all right? Surely such an explosion did a lot of damage to him, Nalia asked. Nah, he'll be all right, Araxis replied, a small smirk on his face. Ah, Nalia said musingly before falling silent. She gave Araxis a thankful nod, a look of reverence on her face as she did so. Geniuses such as Jaxus and Araxis were practically mythical figures in the Yangdao sect. Araxis was the second strongest genius of the Yangdao sect which she belonged to, and it was the first time she was able to talk to him like this. As their conversation died down, so did the explosion of pure yang inside the arena. As the explosion faded, John gave a quick glance towards the nearest formation screen, checking Jaxus' combat metrics. His chi reserve was still over 90%, while his health had taken 15% damage, a testament to the power of the explosion. A moment later, the fatting explosion started to swirl, quickly going from a fatting explosion into a swirling tempest of pure yang energy. The swirling yang energy quickly formed a violent hurricane, the center focused on Jaxus' last position. The tempest of yang energy hastened into a calamitous storm of fire, revolving faster and faster around Jaxus. Before long, Jaxus himself became visible once more, the tempest of yang funneling down towards him and then disappearing within. Visible wounds covered Jaxus' body, which began to mend at an incredible rate, disappearing a few seconds later. As that happened, John gave another glance towards the information screen, an eyebrow raising when he noticed something he had not expected. Jaxus, whose health value was at 85% a moment ago, had climbed back up and now rested at 98%. Light's novel, see Omicron. What? How did he? Nalia exclaimed with surprise. Like I said, such an explosion is far from being able to harm Jaxus, Araxis smirked. His yang attribute body can easily resist powerful yang-based explosions, and he also has the life yang restoration art, which allows him to absorb yang energy to heal himself. He can do that? John asked curiously, not expecting Jaxus to have such a potent self-healing ability. Normally, such a thing was reserved for cultivators that specialized in healing, or those with variant bodies capable of unlocking the limiters of healing and life. Jaxus was not a body cultivator, and he did not have any limiters unlocked. It's one of the reasons he's so hard to defeat, Araxis nodded. Any yang chi he expends can be reabsorbed to heal himself. While a bit of that chi is lost, meaning he can't heal himself infinitely, it's still incredibly hard to damage him to the point that he loses any combat potential. Troublesome indeed, John nodded, becoming more and more impressed by what he was seeing. Wow, Jaxus not only managed to withstand that calamitous blast, but he's also almost fully restored the damage he sustained. Amazing, the announcer exclaimed, her voice finally audible as the tempest of yang was fully absorbed into Jaxus, returning the arena to relative silence. After restoring his body, Jaxus looked at Jihin with a smirk on his face. Not bad, he said, nodding his head. I didn't expect you to adapt so fast to my 9-petal destruction, but then again, I didn't expect it to do much to you in the first place. So what's your next scheme? Jihin asked calmly. Sword held at his side. He floated in the air with elegant grace, his hair and pure white robe billowing gently in the wind, as if he were some ethereal being. Heh, no more schemes, Jaxus sneered, his right arm stretching out in front of him, palm turned upwards. His fingers curled into a fist, with only his pointer and index finger outstretched, pointing upwards towards the sky. When schemes don't work, the only thing to rely on is pure destructive power. Boom! A point of blinding light suddenly materialized in the air above Jihin and Jaxus, like the birth of a miniature star. As it appeared, Jaxus' aura exploded once more with fiery power, far greater than what he had shown thus far. The mere heat emanating from the star began to melt the ground beneath it, turning the arena into a land of magma. With his power linked to the ball of yang energy that had appeared, it quickly grew from a small ball into a massive sphere over a mile wide. The sphere, like a mile-wide star, churned with ruinous yang energy, so powerful and dense that it seemed as though the energy within wanted to break out from its confines and destroy all of creation. "Let's see how you deal with this," Jaxus sneered as the ball of pure yang energy suddenly shifted shape, transforming from a sphere into the shape of a massive 9-petaled lotus. As it changed shape, so too did its power, as if the shape of the lotus had somehow made the battle art more profound. The crowd gasped at the power of the battle art, which seemed to be even more powerful than the combined explosion of the 1,000 runic yang imprints. The beautiful yet destructive lotus-shaped star churned and roiled, with flickers of yang energy exploding out before being incorporated into the star, a cycle that continued to increase the power of the lotus star. The land of magma beneath the star heated up, roiling and churning with power. Lights nu omicron vepsilon letter 1a tate omicron the entire process, from the first appearance of the ball of yang energy to the emergence of the lotus star took only a second, at which point Jaxus moved his right hand, his upward pointing fingers moving downwards, pointing directly at Jihin. "Blooming lotus, falling star," Jaxus roared, his fiery passion seeming to give the lotus star one last boost of power before it fell down like a meteor towards Jihin, its power looking to destroy everything in its path, Jihin included. Chapter 10, 84 Seal of Sword and space looking upwards at the falling lotus star descended towards him. Jihin gripped his sword tightly as his aura and the aura of his sword began to climb. Pure white flames flashed into existence on his sword, glowing brightly like a beacon, while 7 white swords formed from his chi materialized in the air around him. A moment after appearing, the 7 chi swords began to rotate clockwise, the swords rotating to form a complete circle. As they did so, afterimages of the swords appeared, making each of the 7 original swords appear like a shield of 7 swords, 49 in total, each like a note of swords. After spinning once, the swords began to emanate a strong aura, one that John instantly recognized. The Tao of Space. He leaned forward in his seat, curious as to what ability Jihin was going to unleash. A moment later, the 7 shields of swords vanished, as if they never existed at all. Bright flashes an instant later revealed that they had moved, suddenly and without warning appearing in various locations around the falling lotus star. Bang! The 7 sword nodes flared to life, as if formation runes that had been activated. The moment they did so, new swords started to materialize around each of the sword nodes, blinking into existence one after another, branching off from the nodes like cracks in space. While seemingly random at first, it became more and more obvious as more swords appeared that the swords themselves were forming complicated runes made entirely of sword chi. In less than a second, 7 massive formation runes made of sword chi flared to life, branching towards each other like roots, connecting all 7 runes like a cocoon of swords. The sight mesmerized the crowd with its beauty, a glowing lotus star enveloped by a network of marble-white sword runes. Even John couldn't help but be awed by what he was seeing, as well as what Jihin was doing. John had very little experience with runes, but he could understand its general purpose after studying it for a second. He instantly could tell that the sword-formed runes now encircling the lotus star were spatial Tao-based, forming some sort of spatial seal. As he came to this conclusion, the sword rune network fully linked, encircling the lotus star completely. A moment before the lotus star fell onto Jihin, the cocoon of sword runes flashed with power, then vanished. The process happened in an instant, startling the crowd, the announcer, and even John completely. From the start of the sword art to its final activation, the entire process had taken only a second. And yet somehow, the sword art had enveloped the lotus star, and then vanished, taking the lotus star along with it. What had previously been an arena brimming with the might of a yang star was now a completely silent and empty arena devoid of any power. Boom! A muffled sound suddenly filled the arena, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was as if an explosion a million miles away had happened, and the remnant sounds were flooding the arena. As the muffled boom filled the arena, space began to ripple and bend in the exact location the lotus star had been sealed. Space itself appeared like it was boiling water, bubbling and churning from a hidden power. After a few seconds of this happening, both the rippling of space and the muffled boom faded away, returning the arena to true calm and silence. "Wah, what just happened?" Nelia exclaimed, standing up from her seat. "Where did Jax's battle art go?" "Jihin sealed it away on the other side of the space, in the chaos of the spatial void," John said, eyes narrowed as he stared at his future opponent. Jihin stood there with calm confidence, as if his sealing of Jax's powerful battle art was something completely mundane. When it came to the spatial Tao, John was quite proud of his quick accomplishments in the Tao. Only Lillian had been more proficient in the Tao, although that was to be expected. However, John finally ran into someone with a much higher comprehension over the Tao of space, Jihin. While he would be able to defend against Jax's Lotus Star attack, he definitely was not capable of sealing it away as Jihin had done. Light's novel, see Omicron. His spatial Tao comprehensions have definitely reached the Tao expert stage, and it's definitely firmly in that stage, far from being at the initial portions of the Tao expert stage, John thought, comparing what he had just seen to his own comprehensions. In regards to the Tao of space, Jihin's comprehension level could be compared to John's comprehension of the Tao of lightning, which was his most adept Tao in terms of comprehension level. "Wow," Nelia said, eyes wide with awe and wonder. Nearby, Araxis frowned as he watched the battle unfold. "Well, this is a new battle art I've never seen Jihin use before," Araxis said, still frowning. "It's going to be hard for Jaxis to deal with him if his blooming lotus, falling star battle art can be sealed like that." John nodded his head in agreement, eagerly watching the battle to see how it would unfold. "What was that sealing art?" Jaxis asked, pausing to stare at his opponent with a grim expression. "You've never used it before in our battles. Were you holding back in those battles?" Jihin lightly shook his head. "I only recently comprehended this sealing art, the seal of sword and space." "The seal of sword and space?" Jaxis raised an eyebrow, his expression remaining grim. "I've heard of that before. It's the Sword Sovereign's ultimate sealing art if I recall correctly. How bothersome." He clicked his tongue in frustration. Jaxis then closed his eyes as if he suffered a crippling defeat, making some wonder if he was going to give up. Boom. Jaxis' aura exploded with incredible power a moment later, dwarfing everything he had revealed thus far as flames of yang pulsated off his body. His eyes snapped open and began to glow like twin stars, while thousands of runic patterns of red and orange began to appear on his skin, each glowing brightly with a profound aura. A smug smirk appeared on his face as he stared at Jihin, his aura and appearance as if he were a god of fire. "Then I'll just have to kick it up a notch again," Jaxis roared as he swiped his index finger and pointer finger across the flat of his saber, at which point potent yang flames exploded to life on his blade. In an instant, Jaxis transformed himself into a being of pure yang, brimming with destructive might. The land around him, for dozens of miles, turned into pure magma, creating a caldera of magma beneath their feet. Jihin floated above the magma unbothered, his flame attribute body and defensive chi resisting the heat. He inspected the yang runes on Jax's body for a moment. "So you've awakened your king-grade yang runes, it seems. Congratulations," Jihin said, although his calm delivery of his praise sounded more like mockery than praise to Jaxis. "You may have a heaven-grade flame body, but I can tell you've yet to reach the awakened stage," Jaxis said with a smirk. In the battle of yang and flames, I win. My flame attribute body is nothing but a distraction from the one true path of cultivation, the sword Tao, Jihin replied calmly. Heh, so arrogant. Let's see how long you can keep up that arrogant attitude. Before this battle is over, I'll make you realize the true power of yang, and make you regret looking down on it, Jaxus sneered, his aura exploding even more as he shot towards Jihin like a flaming star of ruin and destruction, while twin wings of yang in the shape of lotus petals appeared behind him, increasing his speed with explosive might. Chapter 10, 85 Nine-Petal Hell Domain. Jaxus arrived before Jihin in the blink of an eye, his arrival like that of a god of fire. His saber exploded with yang qi, so hot and powerful that it seemed as though it could burn all of creation. His saber slashed out from the side, cleaving towards Jihin's waist with the power of exploding stars. Jihin slashed his sword out towards the attack, a beam of sword light slashing out and meeting the attack. Boom. The arena exploded into a sea of fire as saber met sword image. Jaxus followed up his attack with another, weaving his saber attack seamlessly, giving Jihin 0 openings. Some of his attacks were explosive and powerful, like that of stars, while others were quick and unpredictable, like the movement of flames. Jaxus' saber arts continued to transform during his assault, each attack different from the last. In response, Jihin activated a movement art to speed around the arena, unleashing simple sword attacks in response. The two soared through the air like twin comets of light, one white and one fiery red. The land broke and crumbled wherever they appeared, while the sky rumbled from their might. Bang, bangs, bang. Thousands of attacks blasted out in the arena, with Jaxus on the attack the entire time, his combat style like that of overwhelming and unpredictable flames. Wow, Jaxus has utilized 2 of his signature arts, his 9-form Yang Saber, which has 9 different fighting styles, and his Pure Yang Lotus Wings movement art, which increases his speed to heaven-defying levels. The announcer exclaimed excitedly. How will Jihin react to this combination? Wait, what's this? Another lotus star has appeared in the sky above the arena. While their battle, with each attack as powerful as the full-out attack of a Tao transformation genius raged on, Jaxus unleashed another blooming lotus, falling star. The star burst into existence above the 2 of them, bathing the arena with a fiery glow. Heh, let's see you seal this again while having to deal with me, Jaxus sneered, not letting up on his ceaseless barrage of attacks for a moment. While defending against his attacks, Jihin glanced upwards towards the star, which had taken the shape of a lotus and was almost ready to be unleashed. Your attack will land on both of us, Jihin replied, returning his gaze to his opponent. Heh, I can withstand the power of my Yang Qi, Jaxus sneered. So let's test it out. What will resist my Yang star better? My Yang attribute body or your flame attribute body and Emperor grade variant body? Jihin frowned, the first time he had shown any sort of emotion thus far. While he was confident in his body's ability to withstand the lotus star explosion, he knew he would lose out in that battle of attrition against Jaxus. Jaxus had already shown he was capable of reabsorbing his Yang Qi to heal himself, which gave Jaxus the advantage in this situation. Pub future ads. I'd rather not find out, Jihin replied as he slashed his sword out towards Jaxus, giving him some space. He then activated his sealing art, as 7 swords appeared in the sky around him and began to move the same as they had done before. As if I'll let you, Jaxus roared, slashing his saber out hundreds of times, sending saber images of pure yang energy towards the 7 floating swords, attempting to destroy them before they could activate. Infinite sword domain. A soft whisper came from Jihin's mouth as he steadied his non-sword wielding hand before his chest, hand flat and upright like that of a monk in prayer. A moment later, 10 swords of qi, each brimming with the might of world expansion grade weapons, appeared in the sky around Jihin. The 10 swords split into 2, creating 20, which split again and again and again. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of swords flashed into existence around Jihin, like a storm of swords surrounding him. The swords moved about freely, surging like waves of swords towards the approaching Yang saber images. Boom, boom, boom. Yang and sword collided in the air, like the collision of two opposing forces of nature. The sky instantly turned into a battle of sword and fire, a mesmerizing spectacle unlike anything else. At the same time, the lotus star finally formed and began to fall towards Jihin, while the 7 sword seals flashed out and into existence, appearing around the falling lotus star. The sword seals then began to grow and create their spatial seals, intending to seal away the lotus star in the chaos of the spatial void. Bang, bangs, bang. Jaxus unleashed a torrent of yang saber attacks at the sword seals, each attack more powerful than the last. Thousands of floating swords slashed towards the yang saber images, meeting them in the air and slicing them apart before they could reach the seals. Fine then, Jaxus sneered, quickly making a hand seal with his left hand. Yang Lotus, explode. Boom. Activating his Yang Lotus early, Jaxus exploded it in the sky above them before the sword seals could seal it away. The Lotus Star exploded with the might of 1,000 Dao transformation battle arts, bathing the arena in ruinous Yang power that instantly washed over both geniuses. The arena rumbled like nothing before, almost as if the stadium would shake loose of its foundations and crumble to the ground. The defensive formation screen flared to life, containing the battle art before it could harm any in the stadium. Pub future ads. After stabilizing themselves, millions in the stands hastily stood up, feeling pure shock and awe. They peered into the Yang energy roiling within the arena, hoping to see the outcome of the calamitously powerful Yang star exploding. Even John waited with bated breath, his impression of both youths growing by the second. That Yang Lotus of Jaxus was so strong that John would need to use the full might of his Dragon God shift to defend against, and maybe even his Asura transformation art. While part of that was due to Jaxus' cultivation being in the half-world expansion realm, part of it was due to the profundity and sheer power of the blooming lotus, falling star battle art. After what felt like an eternity to many, the Yang explosions finally faded away, revealing the outcome. Lying in a pool of magma a distance away was Jaxus, whose body was wounded and charred in places, revealing he had taken damage in the explosion. A quick glance to the formation screens revealed he had sustained 30% damage to his health, although that number quickly began to rise as the fatting Yang energy swirled towards Jaxus as he used his Life Yang restoration art, quickly returning his health above 90%. After glancing at Jaxus metrics, John gave Jihin's a quick glance. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at the health metric, which was still at 100%. In that explosion of ruinous power, Jihin had not sustained a single ounce of damage. However, his chi reserves had finally dropped a bit, although only by less than 10%. As Jaxus absorbed the last of his Yang energy, Jihin finally came into view, or more aptly, his sword domain was visible instead. Using the countless swords from his infinite sword domain, Jihin formed a cocoon of swords dozens of yards thick, which enveloped him tightly within. The swords on the outside of the cocoon shattered into misty chi, their power depleted from within standing the ruinous explosion. After the last remnants of the explosion faded, the cocoon of swords churned, the swords moving with haste back into the air all around Jihin, revealing him once more, completely unharmed. He still wore the same calm and arrogant look on his face, as if nothing Jaxus could do would have any effect. An angered look on Jaxus' face, who stood up and took to the sky, his eyes glowing with the light of stars. He opened his mouth and roared, a deep glow coming from within his mouth. "I'll wipe that arrogant look off your face once and for all," he roared, his aura exploding outwards like that of a volcano. Behind him, a point of light appeared, only an inch across. However, the point of light was beyond powerful, made of condensed yang qi. The point of light exploded to life, forming the shape of a lotus, although its leaves were curled up, making it look more like a ball than a lotus. The lotus of Yang was roughly a foot across and hovered directly above Jax's head. A second later, 5 of the lotus petals unfurled, splaying to the side. The instant that happened, every inch of sky and land of the arena turned fiery red, like everything had been stained with the power of Yang. Jihin looked all around him, seeing only the tempestuous power of pure Yang, so powerful that it incinerated everything to ashy nothingness, the magma in the arena included. While Jihin could only see the tempest of yang swirling all around him like an apocalyptic storm trying to destroy everything, John and the rest of the crowd could see the true form of the ability Jaxus had unleashed. Stretching from edge to edge of the arena was a massive lotus made of pure yang. 5 of its petals had unfurled to the side, while the rest still clung to the center, the exact same as the small lotus of yang hovering directly above Jaxus' head. John's gaze narrowed as he stared at the battle art used by Jaxus. While he was not inside it, he could feel the extraordinary power and heat contained within. A power that would push him to using his Asura transformation art to withstand its power. 9-petal hell domain, Jaxus roared, as a 6th petal unfurled, increasing the power of the domain once more. The crowd gasped at the sheer might of the domain, and many in the crowd had a thought appear in their mind for the first time in the battle. Was Jihin able to deal with this incredible domain art, or would it be the end of the line for the most famous genius of the 9-Dao world? Chapter 1086 9-Petal Hell Domain PT 2. From outside the arena, the spectators looked on with wonder and awe at the massive Yang Lotus domain within the arena. It was as if a mountain-sized flower of flames and heat had blossomed to life, bathing the arena in vibrant heat and life. Inside the domain was a completely different story, one everyone could feel in their bodies and souls. Inside the domain was a literal hellscape, the temperature within pushed to the absolute limit. What remained of the arena landscape turned to magma, which then turned to ash and dissipated into nothingness, not even magma itself able to withstand the horrifying heat within the Lotus domain. It was as if a true star had appeared within the arena, with Jaxus and Jihin trapped firmly within. Jaxus has successfully cultivated the 9-petal hell domain, the Sword Sovereign asked with surprise, looking towards the Yang Sovereign who looked down on the arena with a calm, neutral expression, making it impossible to know what he was thinking. Pub Future adds, the 9-petal hell domain was the signature domain of the Yang Sovereign. It had been created by him after studying the Yang Lotus for millennia and had allowed him to climb to the top of the 9-Dao cultivation world. The mere mention of the domain filled the devils and beasts with dread, as there was almost none who could withstand its terrifying heat. He has, the Yang Sovereign replied, eyes glued to the battle below, although he has not managed to grasp the full profundity of the domain yet. I see, the Sword Sovereign nodded his head, noticing the 5 petals unfurled instead of 9, which was a sign of true control over the domain. Only the Yang Sovereign had ever managed to unleash the full 9-petal domain, a testament to its difficulty and profundity. He's a true genius, one worthy of his status as a pinnacle prodigy. The Sword Saint was an antagonistic man towards many that opposed his opinions and stood in his way, such as the Prime Shadow and John. However, he was not an unreasonable man, and had much respect for the Yang Sovereign. As such, he treated him with the respect a sovereign deserved. While he had full confidence in Jihin winning, he would not insult Jaxus or the Yangdao sect in any way, especially not when he stood in for the Sword Sovereign, who was in closed-door cultivation. As is your son, the Yang Sovereign replied calmly. Despite being in the middle of the domain, he seems quite calm. The Sword Saint gave the Prime Shadow, who was sitting between him and the Yang Sovereign, a sly smirk, as if saying, "This is what true genius looks like." He then looked away and smiled silently, allowing the battle below to do their talking once more. Pure Yang flames roiled with ruinous heat and power with the 9-petal hell domain, leaving nothing untouched. Jihin looked all around him, slight surprise at the sudden appearance of the domain. Pub Future adds, "This is new," he said, lifting his hand before his face, which began to char at a visible rate under the immense heat. Jihin frowned as his flame attribute body essence runes flared to life, pushing his heat resistance upwards. Each rune looked somewhat like a tiny flame, the branches of the runic patterns waving like a flame would. While he had not awakened his essence runes yet, they naturally responded to heat, activating in a purely defensive way when provoked. After flaring for an instant, the fire-colored runes on his skin began to fade, becoming dim as fast as they had lit up brightly. The process shocked Jihin, who showed surprise on his face for the first time. "When it comes to flames and fire, Yang is the true king," Jaxus said loudly, his voice carrying over the sound of crackling flames and roiling heat. "You may have heaven-grade flame essence runes, but you have not awakened them yet. Within this domain of mine, all things Yang are under my control, including your essence runes. I will make you regret looking down on and ignoring your flame attribute body." "I see," Jihin said as he lowered his hand, which had started to char over, becoming almost black. A moment later his expression hardened, turning from his former calm to seriousness for the first time. "Jihin looks flustered for the first time this battle," the announcer exclaimed. "He's even taken 10% damage in the few seconds he's been in the domain. Has this domain pushed him to his limits, or can he deal with it some way?" John glanced to Jihin's metrics on the floating formation screen and saw what the announcer had mentioned. For the first time, Jihin had taken actual damage. His health metric now hovered at 90%, then dipped down to 89%. On the other side, Jax's health was higher thanks to his Life Yang restoration art, but his overall chi reserves were lower than Jihin's. His chi reserve metric was at 60% and was falling a percentage every minute, revealing the shocking level of chi the 9-petal hell domain consumed. His flame attribute runes no longer effective, Jihin moved with haste before the horrifying heat of the hell domain damaged him further. He waved his hand in the air before him, thousands of swords of chi materializing in the air. They moved around him a moment later, forming the same sphere of swords that he had used earlier. The swords formed a defensive cocoon around Jihin, greatly reducing the power of the domain around him. The falling of his health percentage slowed greatly, while his chi began to slowly fall instead. As the swords formed the cocoon around him, the outer swords were quickly incinerated by the terrifying heat, dissipating into nothingness. Those swords were quickly replaced by the layer beneath, while new swords were formed from Jihin's chi every second to keep the defensive integrity. A stalemate between the two quickly broke out, as both burned through a terrifying amount of chi to resist the might of the other. "Impressive, but that's not enough to deal with me," Jaxus roared, his lotus wings growing larger behind him, as if he had been augmented by the yang energy within his domain. He shot forward with explosive speed, as if a volcano had erupted behind him, propelling him forward. He streaked through the sky like a shooting star, carving a path of ruinous yang power wherever he went. He arrived before Jihin and his sphere of swords instantly, then raised his fiery saber and slashed down with his full might. "Yang saber eruption!" he roared, his saber exploding with ruinous yang energy as it slammed against the sphere of swords. An explosion nearly as strong as the lotus stars erupted, bathing Jihin, Jaxus, and everything around them in calamitous yang energy. The explosion shook the entire stadium as it blanketed the domain in its power, dissipating only a short while later. The crowd gasped as they saw Jihin's sphere of swords shattered, most of them completely shattered or thrown aside by Jax's saber attack, exposing Jihin to the power of the domain once more, his body covered with open wounds, his skin slickened with his own blood. Chapter 1087 Downlord. The crowd gasped as they saw Jihin's condition. It was almost impossible for them to believe, Jihin taking damage. Many stood up in their seats, unable to control their emotions, while the announcer roared with passionate shock, detailing the events that had just unfolded. A layer of blood covered Jihin's skin, which quickly baked into blackened soot under the heat of the domain. Jaxus sneered at the sight of his injured opponent, then charged after him once more to press the attack. Watching his opponent close the distance once more, Jihin did what no one thought he would do and closed his eyes. There wasn't even time for the crowd to react as Jaxus arrived before Jihin once more, his power and aura like that of an exploding volcano. His saber lit up with even more powerful flames as he raised it and slashed towards Jihin, who was now directly exposed. Eyes still closed, Jihin's lips began to move. First there was silence. Then there was a humming chant, appearing instantly and everywhere as if it had always existed. The humming chant came from Jihin, who had his left hand before his chest, hand flat and fingers pointing upwards. His right hand gripped his true sword, which began to glow brighter and brighter as the chant intensified, as did Jihin himself, as if the chant itself was awakening a slumbering beast within Jihin and his sword. In an instant, Jihin transformed from a normal cultivator to a blazing beacon of white, as if he had transformed into a holy deity. A pure white flame-like brilliance began to emanate off of him, defiantly resisting the tempestuous power and heat of the 9-petal lotus domain. "True sword mantra," the crowd heard the announcer exclaim, her voice shocked beyond all belief. "That's the true sword mantra, the famous sword art of the sword sovereign, which raises one's affinity towards the sword Tao tremendously." At first it looked like Jihin had managed to summon flames in the hell domain, which Jaxus had said was impossible. Upon looking closer, John and the other powerhouses noticed that it was not flames, but swords instead. Millions upon millions of tiny swords materialized in the air around Jihin, flowing off his body like a brilliant white flame. It was no doubt some sort of combination of his sword and flame powers, although the sword was the true leader in this combination. Jaxus' instincts flared with warning, but he gritted his teeth and continued his saber slash, as it was too late to do anything else. As his saber fell towards Jihin, Jihin's eyes snapped open. They glowed brilliantly, like twin beacons of holy light within the roiling hellscape. Jihin seemed to transform in some way, not physically, but spiritually. Looking down on him from above, John felt as though he was looking at someone becoming the true embodiment of the sword Tao. While Jihin had terrifying control over the sword Tao before, that was him wielding it. Right now, it was as if Jihin had become a sword himself and had become the embodiment of the sword Tao. Pub Future ads. After undergoing this transformation of sorts, Jihin lifted his head to look at Jaxus, who was falling towards him like a meteor, flaming saber in hand. Jaxus roared loudly and swung with all his might towards Jihin. Jihin lifted his right hand, which held his true sword White Flame, and slashed it outwards in a casual motion. A brilliant white sword light flew out of his sword, far faster and sharper than anything Jihin had revealed thus far. It slammed against Jaxus' sword, stopping his downward momentum in an instant. Jaxus' saber shot upwards, almost leaving his grip, while remnant sword image power landed on his shoulder. Jaxus' shoulder was instantly sliced open, blood shooting outwards for a moment before Jaxus used his yang qi to heal the wound. He paused in the sky above Jihin, a shocked and grim expression on his face. In the Prime Shadow's private room high above the arena, John and the others stared at Jihin with shocked expressions. Jaxus' assault had been so powerful and overwhelming that they had expected to see Jihin struggle to regain his footing in the battle. Instead, he had begun chanting, had transformed in some inexplicable way, and then had unleashed a single slash of his sword to counter Jaxus' overbearingly powerful saber art. "Tao Lord," Zuri whispered softly, drawing the attention of the others. Araxis and Nalia looked at Zuri with wide eyes full of shock, while John looked at her with a questioning expression. "Jihin has become a Tao Lord." "What, really?" Araxis exclaimed, stunned by what he was hearing. "What's a Tao Lord?" John asked curiously, never having heard the term before, although he had his guesses based on what he just saw. Zuri turned to him with a questioning look, then remembered John's origins. She breathed in deeply as she looked towards the arena once more. A Tao Lord is the title for one who has stepped beyond the threshold of the Tao expert stage, and into the next stage, the Tao Lord stage, Zuri said, her words shocking John despite his suspicions being confirmed. The Tao Lord stage indicates that one has comprehended at least 40% of a certain Tao, Zuri continued. In regards to the sword Tao, Jihin has firmly stepped into the Tao Lord stage. "Not even Jaxus or I have achieved the Tao Lord stage for any of our Taos," Araxis said, still stunned by this revelation. "Have you?" he asked John, who shook his head firmly. "Unbelievable," Araxis muttered, a heavy expression on his face. "Jaxus is in for a tough battle." John nodded his head in agreement, while internally his fighting bloodlust was rising, ignited by Jihin's talent and combat prowess. Maybe, just maybe, he would be pushed to his limits in a battle against his peer. He could hope, at the very least. "You've stepped into the Tao Lord stage," Jaxus asked Jihin, still surprised by this sudden and shocking revelation. Jihin merely nodded, as if the subject were of little importance. Jaxus grit his teeth tightly, a loud grinding sound coming from his mouth. "So what?" he roared. "Although I haven't broken through, my Yang comprehensions have begun to touch the initial parts of the Tao Lord stage as well. Inside my domain, you are still my prisoner." Jihin looked calmly at Jaxus, his brilliant aura of sword and flame resisting the power of the nine-petal hell domain. It was as if his aura itself, powered by his true sword mantra and Tao Lord comprehensions, was a defensive art itself, almost fully resisting the terrifying heat of the hell domain. He then looked above Jaxus' head, towards the small floating Yang lotus hovering directly above him. That Yang lotus moved with Jaxus wherever he went, and burned with a profound and powerful aura. "That must be the core of your domain," Jihin said, his words more of a fact than a question. Jaxus paused for a moment, then sneered. Pub Future adds. "So what? You cannot reach me, nor can you reach it," he replied. "Your power may be amazing, but within my domain you are nothing." "Is that so?" Jihin muttered softly, then raised White Flame and pointed its tip directly towards Jaxus. Jaxus moved backwards instinctively, then stopped in the air a distance away that he could react to, uncertain of what Jihin was doing. Jihin then moved his sword upwards, pointing its tip towards the small lotus above Jaxus, instead of at Jaxus himself. Suddenly, space itself seemed to freeze for a moment, as if suspended in time. The flames of the hell domain around Jihin slowed down, affected by Jihin somehow. A thin line in space materialized in an instant, starting at Jihin's sword tip and piercing forward through the entire arena until stopped by the defensive formation dozens of miles away. The line pierced directly through the tiny Yang lotus, although it didn't seem to do anything to it. The thin line seemed to have appeared all at once, as if it had always existed in that place, and had only become visible upon Jihin's command. "Sword of space and time," Jihin muttered, his voice calm yet ethereal, as if the words had been uttered by a god. The entire process had happened almost instantly, and an instant later, the line in space changed. It transformed from an almost imperceptible line in space, as if someone had taken a pen and drawn a line in the very air itself, into a blinding beam of white. Flames roiled off the beam of white, which extended from the edge of the formation barrier all the way back to Jihin's sword, White Flame, which was now dozens of miles long, and occupied the same space the thin line had previously occupied. His sword, White Flame, had in almost an instant extended through space, the process so fast that only the true powerhouses of the world could see what had happened. For everyone else, Jihin's sword had suddenly become dozens of miles long, and most importantly of all, was now piercing directly through the heart of the Yang lotus above Jaxus' head. Jaxus looked upwards with an expression of shock and horror, his eyes glued to the sword piercing directly through the core of his nine-petal hell domain. The Yang lotus bubbled and roiled as it grew out of control, then blasted outwards in a calamitous explosion, bathing Jaxus and the arena in the condensed power of the nine-petal hell domain. Boom, Chapter 1088, Sword of Space and Time. John and Araxis stood up from their seats, as did almost everyone in the crowd. The battle had instantly been turned on its heels, as Jihin had unleashed a terrifying sword art, destroying Jaxus' domain before he could react. While the crowd stood from the shock of the turn of events, John and Araxis had stood for another reason. "Was that?" Araxis mumbled with shock in his voice. John nodded silently, his eyes glued to the explosion-filled arena. Jihin's sword art, the Sword of Space and Time, had used his Tao Lord stage sword Tao comprehensions as a base, while a fusion of space and time had been used to augment it further. While the fusion of the space and time Taos was rudimentary at best, even lower than John's fusion of lightning and power in terms of the fusion quality, such Taos were so profound that comprehending them separately was nearly impossible, let alone fusing them together. The level of both space and time used in that fusion had been at the Tao Adept level, most likely limited by Jihin's control over the Tao of Time, which was even more ethereal and esoteric than the Tao of Space. His grasp on the spatial Tao was far beneath Lillian, and his grasp of the time Tao was far beneath Leia, but fused together, The result had been absolutely shocking. A deep breath left John's mouth as he exhaled deeply, his battle lust climbing to a point that he felt like flying into the arena to fight Jihin right here and now. The explosion faded while everyone looked on with shock and awe, revealing the arena once more. The domain was no longer present, having been completely destroyed by Jihin's sword art. Jaxus hovered in the sky, his body swaying slightly as wounds covered his body and blood slickened his skin. He coughed, a mouthful of blood spewing from his mouth and onto the ground below. Jaxus wiped his mouth with his right sleeve, a grim look on his face as he stared at Jihin. "What was that sword art?" Jaxus asked, voice slightly hoarse. Many glanced at the formation screens at this time, eyes widening as they noticed Jaxus' health below 50%, revealing the extent of the damage he had sustained from his domain being forcefully destroyed. They drew in a deep breath, also noticing that Jihin's chi reserves had tanked considerably, hovering around 60%. Pub future ads. Jihin's health was also lower than before, the damage he sustained from Jaxus' assault taking its toll. While at 60% it was not as low as Jaxus' health, Jihin was not able to heal as well as Jaxus, and so the damage was more permanent as far as the battle was concerned. Despite everything that had happened, both fighters had pushed the other to the limit, both living up to their hype as the two pinnacle geniuses of the world. "Does it matter what it was?" Jihin replied calmly. "No, I guess not," Jaxus sneered, then roared loudly, his domain broken but not his fighting spirit. The remnant yang energy of the domain explosion began to swirl back towards Jaxus as he activated his life yang restoration art, counting on his healing ability to outlast Jihin's stamina. All he had to do was land one critical blow on Jihin, and he would not be able to heal from it as easily as Jaxus could heal his own wounds. "You've improved considerably since our last battle," Jihin said calmly as he raised his sword, pointing the tip towards Jaxus. "But it's time to end this battle." Seeing Jihin use the same art, Jaxus flared with power and dashed to the side, attempting to dodge the attack. At the same time, thousands of swords sprung to life around Jihin, soaring through the air in all directions, filling the sky all around him and Jaxus. Jaxus sneered and slashed his saber outwards, unleashing an inferno of yang, knocking aside all the nearby swords. While doing this, his true focus was still on Jihin, who continued to point his sword directly at Jaxus. He knew he had to be prepared to dodge the instant Jihin activated that art, or he would be skewered like his Yang Lotus had been. As he soared through the sky, a point of light appeared in the sky as Jaxus unleashed another blooming lotus, falling star. The point of light enlarged into a fiery lotus, one brimming with calamitous power. It exploded a moment later, blasting aside all the swords from Jihin's sword domain and towards Jihin himself. Jihin moved his sword and slashed it outwards, sending a sword image towards the explosion. The sword image carved the explosion into two halves, both halves blasting onto the ground on either side of Jihin. He then pointed his sword back towards Jaxus, who gritted his teeth with frustrated despair and changed his direction, speeding towards Jihin instead to force close combat. "Smart, but not enough," Jihin said, then suddenly vanished. The crowd gasped in absolute shock as Jihin vanished like a ghost, his figure disappearing from the entire arena. Jaxus' eyes went wide with shock, his instincts flaring a moment later, warning him of danger from behind. A dozen yards behind him was one of Jihin's floating swords, which by itself was not threatening enough for Jaxus to care about. The sword blinked out of existence a moment later, instantly replaced by Jihin himself. A spatial-based movement art, John thought, seeing through the movement art immediately. Compared to his own movement arts, at least before he started developing his own arts, it was so much more profound that it was insulting to compare the two. The entire process happened nearly instantly, with Jihin moving forward before Jaxus could turn around. The point of his radiant sword white flame touched against the back of Jaxus' neck, ready to pierce into it at a moment's notice. Jaxus instantly froze, no longer moving, while the crowd gasped with shock, awe, and for some, despair. "Concede," Jihin said with his sword ready to pierce forward at a moment's notice. "This battle is over." "Heh," Jaxus scoffed with annoyance. With my life-yang restoration art, I can survive you slicing into my neck. This battle is not over. He had not yet moved, as doing so would force Jihin's hand. Jihin narrowed his gaze, then raised his sword tip slightly. The crowd gasped again, this time with horror, as the sword tip was pointed directly at Jaxus' head. Despite his life-yang restoration art, he would instantly die like all others if his brain, as well as soul, was pierced through directly. Jaxus gritted his teeth, grinding them with angered ire. "You couldn't dare," he muttered through gritted teeth. "You'd be disqualified." "I'd sooner choose disqualification than defeat," Jihin said calmly, his words so firm and sincere that none, not even Jaxus himself, doubted them. Everyone fell silent, not wanting to make a single sound as they awaited what came next. The only sound filling the arena came from Jaxus, whose grinding teeth sounded like mountains moving against each other. His head then slumped forward slightly, and a deep sigh filled with fiery heat escaped his mouth. "You win again, I concede." Silence filled the arena for what felt like an eternity. Then everything and everyone exploded into a calamitous uproar, with no one, not even the sovereigns, able to fully contain their emotions. Before the Yangdao sect elder could appear and speak, the announcer roared loudly, her voice filling the entire arena with contagious excitement. "In the most amazing battle that I have ever witnessed in my entire life, the victor, and still undefeated heavenly genius, Jihin of the Sword Dao sect." Chapter 10, 89 Engagement Announcement. The announcement of Jihin's victory sent the already frenzied crowd into even more of a frenzy, making the stands filled with 10 million spectators descend into chaos. Heated arguments broke out amongst the Sword Dao sect and Yangdao sect supporters, the latter not satisfied with the outcome. Many thought this would be Jaxus' year to shine and reign supreme, but the pinnacle genius that was Jihin once again thwarted Jaxus' ascension to the top. Inside the Prime Shadow's private room, the atmosphere was the complete opposite. Silence filled the room instead, as John and the others ruminated on what they had just watched. The battle replayed in his mind, especially the unrivaled combat prowess that Jihin had displayed. His movement arts were supreme, faster than anything he had seen before from one his age. As for his comprehensions and battle arts, those were unlike anything John had seen in one similar to his age. While Jihin was 3 years older than John, his comprehensions were still on a level above anyone else, including those like Jaxus. While John was confident he would reach the Dao Lord stage in some of his Daos by that age, it was not a guaranteed thing. "I guess that's the difference in upbringing between me and Jihin," John mused silently, noting the differences in their childhoods. Jihin was born into the most powerful human sect in the 9 Dao world, and to the second in command, no less. His father, the Sword Saint, was a pinnacle cultivator standing at the very top of the martial world, and had access to all the resources available to this world. Jihin was most likely showered with cultivation resources, treasures, martial lectures, and more since before he could walk. He's been given the best there is to offer, from pills to battle arts, and everything in between for as long as he's existed. The two of us couldn't be more different in these aspects. Jihin had the advantage of upbringing and cultivation time, while John had the advantage of natural talent and heaven-defying inheritances. John's early life had been mostly wasted, as he had been unable to cultivate until he was 14 years old. Since then, he had to scrounge his way through the martial world, clawing and grasping for every opportunity. Compared to Jihin, who was given nothing but the best for his entire life, he was like a peasant compared to a prince. "I suppose it's not all bad, though. I was given the Celestial Lightning script and Immortal Asura body immediately, so that makes up for it for the most part," John thought. "And if I had to choose between the two, I'd choose my life all over again." While Jihin may have been given everything he needed, allowing him to perfect almost every aspect of his cultivation, his perfect upbringing has pampered him too much. He's like a perfect, ornamental sword of unmatched quality, but with the blade dulled. Someone who's lived their life in luxury, instead of on the edge of life and death, every day like me won't be able to defeat me. Still, despite all this, John couldn't help but admit that Jihin was a pinnacle genius, one completely worthy of his title. The only other person he had ever fought who displayed this much talent and combat prowess had been Asuros, who had been raised by the Asura into a monstrous fighting weapon. To stand amongst Asuros, and most likely even beyond him in terms of talent and combat prowess, was a feat worthy of praise. Up on the sovereign viewing platform, the Sword Saint looked down on Jihin with a proud, satisfied smile on his face. "Congratulations," the Yang Sovereign said, drawing the Sword Saint's eyes towards him. "Your son fought marvelously. His win was well earned." "Thank you for your praise," the Sword Saint said, smiling lightly. He dared not start this conversation with the Yang Sovereign, as it could be seen as poor sportsmanship, but now that the Yang Sovereign had brought it up, he was more than happy to talk about the fight. "Jaxus fought admirably as well. His command over the 9-petal Hell Lotus is incredible, and he will no doubt be a worthy rival for Jihin for a long time to come." The Yang Sovereign nodded silently, then looked at the Prime Shadow, who silently say between the two of them. Pub Future ads. "What are your thoughts on the fight?" the Yang Sovereign asked the Prime Shadow, who had a thoughtful look on his face. The Prime Shadow looked towards the Yang Sovereign. "Marvelous," he replied flatly. Both of them lived up to their expectations and exceeded them. "Is something the matter?" the Yang Sovereign asked. "You seem to be distracted." "It's nothing," the Prime Shadow waved his hand dismissively. "Just some internal guild matters that require my attention." The Yang Sovereign nodded, while the Sword Saint smiled widely. The Prime Shadow noticed his smile, then scoffed. He could tell that the Sword Saint figured his distracted expression was due to him being concerned for John's safety now that he saw Jihin's true potential, but the truth was far from that. Instead of souring the mood with boastful bragging, the Sword Saint kept his comment to himself, then stood up from his chair. "Yang Sovereign," he said, drawing the Sovereign's attention once more. "As the host of this year's tournament, I ask your permission to make an announcement to the crowd." The Yang Sovereign studied him for a second, then nodded in approval. The Sword Saint gave his thanks, then shot the Prime Shadow one last look of haughty satisfaction before taking to the air. His actions were noticed by the crowd, which quickly died down as the Sword Saint landed on the arena below, landing next to his son. The Sword Saint was a pinnacle figure on the 9-Dao world, his power legendary, his existence nearly mythical. While John despised the man, to the rest of the world, the Sword Saint had a nearly godlike status, as proven by his presence alone drawing the attention of the 10 million in the stadium. He placed his hand on his son's shoulder, a proud, satisfied look on his face, before he looked outwards towards the expansive crowd encircling the arena. "The fight between my son Jihin and his longtime and worthy rival Jaxus was a battle I'm sure none of us will ever forget for as long as we live," he said, his words stirring the crowd into applause once more. He waited for the applause to die down before he continued, then said some words of praise to Jaxus, who stood nearby. Jaxus accepted the praise as well as he could given his defeat, then soared through the air a moment later, disappearing into one of the countless tunnels leading into the stadium's interiors. To celebrate this year's historic 3-Dao tournament, I am formally announcing the engagement ceremony between my son and his wife-to-be, Lillian Celestria, he exclaimed loudly and proudly, gesturing towards Lillian, who sat on her seat high above on the viewing platform. The crowd was stunned for a second, then burst into thunderous applause, as the exciting fight was immediately followed up by a stunning announcement of immense importance. The pinnacle genius of the human race was getting married with his own father, the Sword Saint, announcing it first to this crowd. The Sword Saint then made a hand gesture for her to come down to the arena. Sitting high above, Lillian wore an indifferent, almost bored expression on her face. She completely ignored the looks of the millions looking at her, as if she were not at the center of a million gazes. She completely ignored the Sword Saint's gesture, remaining seated with complete indifference. The crowd noticed this with questioning looks, while the Sword Saint chuckled lightly, not wanting to cause a scene. The engagement ceremony will take place a week after the tournament concludes, in the heart of the Sword Dao sect. It is with great pleasure that I announce to everyone here that the ceremony is open to everyone, regardless of status or power. Pub Future adds. The Sword Saint's surprising announcement was followed by an even bigger surprise. That the engagement ceremony was an open ceremony. Such an event would no doubt be attended by even more people than the 3-Dao tournament, as there was limited seating for the tournament, but not for a ceremony such as this one. The crowd burst into thunderous applause and excitement, with millions of conversations breaking out regarding the sudden and shocking announcement. A wide smile appeared on the Sword Saint's face as he basked in the attention for both him and his son, while Jihin stood there with a rather indifferent expression on his face. The crowd continued to cheer for several minutes while the Sword Saint allowed the praise and applause to continue, which finally died down quickly and without warning. The Sword Saint frowned, then turned his head to the side, following the eyes of the crowd. He spotted John descending through the sky towards the arena, who landed close by a few seconds later. The two exchanged heated glares for a short while before John shot a quick glance at Jihin, then back at the Sword Saint. "Unless I'm mistaken," he said, his voice loud for the entire stadium to hear. "Isn't there a bet of some sorts in place between you and Jihin's wife-to-be?" The Sword Saint's frown deepened upon hearing this. "There is indeed a wager between me and Lillian," the Sword Saint replied, unable to dodge the question. "That the victor of the 3-Dao tournament will win her hand in marriage, am I correct?" John asked while smirking. "Correct," the Sword Saint nodded, then smiled confidently. "And based on what we just saw, it's quite clear to me, yourself, and everyone watching that Jihin's victory is inevitable. Why? Are you claiming that you will be victorious instead?" John's smirk widened into a large grin as he turned to look at Lillian high above. The two exchanged a quick glance, both having amusement in their eyes. He then looked back at the Sword Saint, then nodded confidently. "Naturally," John replied calmly and succinctly, his words shocking the crowd. While they knew he was strong, his opponent would be Jihin, who had just put on a heaven-defying performance. The Sword Saint frowned as he heard this, then opened his mouth to reply. A loud, boisterous laughter interrupted him before he could. "Ha ha ha ha, as expected of a fellow lightning cultivator. Bold and confident," the boisterous voice said, each word cracking through the stadium like a thunderclap. Boom! A beam of lightning slammed into the arena, shaking everything for a moment before the flash faded away, revealing Araxis standing nearby, a large grin on his face. "But you'll have to get through me first, and I can assure you that won't be an easy task," he said with fiery passion as lightning flickered over his skin and within his eyes. "You better come at me with everything you have, or I will be the one claiming the tournament and the girl in the end." Chapter 10:90, revealing the Origin Essence runes. Araxis' arrival stirred the crowd into another frenzy, especially the Yangdao sect supporters. While Jaxis was ranked number 2 and Araxis number 3, the two had spent their entire lives as the two top geniuses of the sect, constantly swapping places. The two were almost exactly equal in strength and talent, and so there was still hope that a Yangdao sect member made the grand finals. John grinned at Araxis, as his boisterous arrival had dampened the Sword Saint's momentum even more. The two acted as if the Sword Saint, who was still standing nearby, didn't even exist. This tournament was for them, and they were the next two to fight. The Sword Saint had used this opportunity to boast about Jihin's engagement, but that had been completely overshadowed by the two of them. The Sword Saint frowned deeply upon being ignored in such a fashion, but knew he would only cause a greater headache for himself if he tried to argue against John and Araxis. He turned and took to the sky a moment later, maintaining his dignity and poise, as if their arrival was all part of the plan. John watched with a satisfied smile as the Sword Saint slinked away with Jihin in tow, then turned his gaze back to Araxis. The youth standing before him was flickering with lightning, as if he was ready to go at a moment's notice. "I have high hopes for this battle," Araxis said with passionate excitement. "My instincts are telling me, warning me even, not to fight you, but I can't help myself when a strong opponent is in front of me." "I'd expect nothing less from you," John replied, not surprised by Araxis' sharp instincts or willingness to ignore those instincts. Hopefully this battle of ours can teach me something new in regards to the lightning Tao, Araxis said with hopeful expectation. I wonder what's stronger, your body or my lightning? Oh, I won't be using any body battle arts for this fight, John replied calmly. His words immediately shocked everyone, from Araxis to the crowd to even the sovereigns. What? Are you conceding before the fight starts? Araxis asked, head tilted to the side in confusion. Pub future ads. No, not at all, John shook his head. It's just that I'm going to only use my lightning Tao as well in this fight, and not any body-related arts. I want to see how my lightning comprehensions match up against yours. Araxis stared at John with a stupefied expression, as did most of the crowd. Are you a dual cultivator of both essence and body? Araxis asked, his tone almost as if he were asking a stupid question not even worth uttering. No one, not even the most heavenly of geniuses, cultivated both body and essence. Those that did fell behind their peers in both aspects, resulting in a life of wasted talent. John merely nodded to answer the question, a confident and relaxed smile on his face. His expression alone was proof enough that he wasn't lying, shocking everyone to their core. They had seen John use some rudimentary lightning chi before, but nothing special. So far in this tournament, John had mostly used his body strength to get this far, revealing very little of his essence chi talent. For him to have such heaven-defying body talents and also be an essence cultivator as well. Well, it was just too much to believe. Part of the reason many thought his illusory test scores to be fraudulent was exactly because of this. His durability, health, and stamina scores were all 100, meaning he was the strongest and most durable body cultivator to ever be tested. That alone would have been jaw-dropping, let alone the other categories that he scored 100 in, such as his chi quality, chi quantity, and attack power. Those hinted at something being awry, as body cultivators never had the strongest attack power. Essence cultivators almost always had the strongest attacks, while body cultivators had the strongest defense. When the two clashed, it would be a battle of if the essence cultivator could break the body cultivator's defenses. If they did, they won. If they didn't, they lost. It was rarely a case that the body cultivator had stronger attacks, forcing the essence cultivator to be on the defense. A deafening silence filled the arena for a short while before Araxis spoke once more, recovering from his shock. Between your essence and body, which one is stronger? He asked, no longer doubting John. Unlike the others, he had a great impression of John and could tell he wasn't one to lie for false glory or fame. Otherwise, he would have been much more high profile in the tournament thus far. A thoughtful look appeared on John's face as he contemplated the question, then he shrugged. They're about the same, to be honest. His words stunned everyone once more, as such a claim was utterly impossible. He had already shown body strength and durability greater than anything anyone had ever seen for his cultivation level, and was now also claiming his essence talent was on par. While the claim sounded outlandishly impossible, it was the truth. While his body talent was heaven-defying with his Asura and Jade Dragon inheritances, his essence talent was equally as terrifying. He had a 20 times compressed Danshin, which would have already put him above everyone else as far as essence talent was concerned. On top of his Danshin, he had his essence bloodline ability, which was as heaven-defying as his Danshin. With those two combined, the power he could unleash was definitely on par with his body power, perhaps even more so. When combined, he formed the ultimate fighting machine, unmatched by anyone in his same realm. Ha ha ha, a chuckle came from Araxis as he recovered once more. Just my luck to have to fight someone like you, he shook his head. He breathed in deeply, then locked gazes with John again. One last thing, Araxis said, walking towards John. He stopped a few feet away, then reached out and touched John's shoulder. John let the process happen, as he didn't feel any harmful intentions coming from Araxis, and well as the fight not having officially started yet. Lightning surged from Araxis' hand, piercing into John's body. He instinctively tensed up in surprise, but relaxed a moment later as he felt no danger coming from the lightning. Instead, the lightning coursed through his body, snaking towards his lightning essence runes like a hound following a strong scent. The profundity of the lightning surprised John, as it was no less profound than his own lightning, and even contained traces of augmentation from Araxis, awakened king-grade essence runes. As Araxis lightning hit John's essence runes, the essence runes flared to life as if awakened from a deep slumber. The process startled John, as the runes normally only came out when he himself was using strong lightning abilities, taking strong lightning damage, or using the celestial lightning script. One by one the runes on his body activated, and in less than a second, his body both outside and within flared brightly as tens of thousands of bright blue essence runes appeared. The moment they appeared, a wide-eyed look appeared on Araxis' face, who took a step back in even more shock than before. The same shock was on the sovereign's faces high above, who also instantly recognized the runes on John's body. Origin essence runes, the Yang sovereign muttered with shock, then turned his head towards the prime shadow. Just how many heavenly secrets does this boy's body contain? Chapter 1091, The 4 Types of Essence Runes. The Yang sovereign's words caused many nearby to stand from their seats in shock, while the 10 million-strong crowd couldn't help but overhear, becoming filled with disbelief themselves. This reaction spread far and wide across the continent, as those watching the fight remotely through formation screens overheard this as well. What? Impossible. No one since the Sword Sovereign or my son has been born with heavenly runes, let alone origin runes, the Sword Saint said hastily, unable to accept that his son was outshone by John in another category. His son, Jihan, was the first 9-Dao world cultivator born with heavenly essence runes in tens of thousands of years, and was a point of pride for the Sword Saint. Stop embarrassing yourself, the Prime Shadow said with a light scoff, clearly enjoying the Sword Saint's reaction. The Sword Saint gave him a firm glare of displeasure, unhappy by this remark. I've already confirmed myself that the boy's runes are origin runes, the Prime Shadow continued. Not only that, but you yourself should be able to tell the difference. While none of us have ever seen origin runes before, it's abundantly clear that John's lightning essence runes are above heavenly runes, such as the ones your son has. While no one present had ever seen origin essence runes, information regarding essence runes was relatively commonplace on the 9-Dao world, including information on origin essence runes. Unlike John's homeworld that had been shattered and its ancient history decimated, the 9-Dao world was left relatively intact, as was its ancient information. Essence runes were broken into 4 tiers: common, king, heavenly, and lastly origin. The most common per the name were common runes. Common essence runes were easy to determine from a glance. They were relatively large, approximately 3 to 4 inches across, as well as relatively simple in their runic designs. A typical common essence rune cultivator had anywhere from 100 to 1,000 runes covering the exterior and interior of their body. Lastly, they were the most dull of all the rune grades, barely luminescent when activated. Above that were king essence runes, which were smaller, about 1 to 2 inches across, more numerous, as well as more complex than common runes. As runes were the language of the heavens, the more complicated the designs, the more powerful they were. The king essence runes were also brighter, shining to a point that the cultivator's body glowed considerably when fully activated. For a typical king essence rune cultivator, their runic count ranged from 1,000 to 5,000 runes on and within their body. Heavenly essence runes were even smaller, about 1 inch or less across, and were so detailed that it looked like 1,000 lines made up each rune. Typical heavenly essence rune cultivators had anywhere from 5,000 to 10,000 runes on their body. The runes linked seamlessly across the cultivator's entire body and glowed even brighter when activated. When heavenly essence runes were activated, it looked as though the cultivator was glowing from within, like magma shining from cracks in the skin. Additionally, the aura coming from the runes was more profound than the common or king essence rune. Lastly, origin essence runes were completely unlike the other 3. They were so small that it was hard to pinpoint one rune specifically without looking closely, and they linked up with one another so perfectly it was as if the entire runic pattern was not thousands of separate runes, but one large rune made of tens of thousands of sub-runes. There was no flaw in the runic design, making it incredibly eye-catching to any who saw it. It was as if the heavens painted a perfect design on a body, making it impossible to not admire with awe. Pub Future adds, the number of runes was also much greater than even heavenly essence runes. 10,000 runes was already an amazing number, as heavenly essence rune cultivators were like a canvas on which the heavens wrote on, a perfect work of creativity, power, and beauty. John's body contained over 30,000 origin essence runes, each so intricately detailed that it was almost impossible to avert one's eyes. When seen, it was as if one was looking at the most perfect work of art the heavens had ever created. The runes also glowed differently than the other stages. While the other stage runes glowed like a stable light source was coming from within the body, shining through the runes to make them glow, origin essence runes seemed to be constantly shifting in color and intensity. The shift was subtle, but it was as if the runes themselves were alive, like lightning swimming through the runic patterns. Compared to the other runes, origin essence runes felt alive while the rest felt relatively muted. Those runes on John's body brimmed with vibrant vitality, flickering and moving within. The most important difference between the tiers was their profundity. The more profound the runes, the more power they could lend to the cultivator. Each rune, when activated, acted as a miniature amplification formation, empowering the specific essence type the runes consisted of. The more intricate the runes and the more numerous, the more power they provided. With all this already known to the sovereigns of the Nine-Dao world, there was no mistaking the types of essence runes John's body contained. The Sword Saint stared down at John for a moment, teeth tightly gritted. He exhaled sharply and then sat down, no longer entertaining the subject. He glanced to his side, giving his son a quick look. Jihin's face was rather calm, but his clenched jaw betrayed his otherwise calm expression. "This changes nothing, son," the Sword Saint whispered to him. "Your overall talent is still supreme, and you will win the tournament, obtain the ancient blessing, and also firm your marriage for the world to see." He said the last part looking directly at Lillian, who turned to meet his gaze. Her neutral expression turned into a sly smile, one clearly enjoying John's constant undermining of the Sword Saint and his son. He narrowed his gaze at her, then averted his eyes, returning them to the arena below. "No wonder you are so defensive of this boy," the Yang Sovereign said to the Prime Shadow. "I had thought your level of commitment to him odd, but with the natural talents he had displayed thus far, I have to admit that I would be the exact same in your position." The Prime Shadow replied with a smile and a head nod, then turned his gaze down below, a small smile on his face knowing what John had revealed thus far was only the tip of the iceberg. Pub Future adds, in the arena, Araxis looked at John's glowing origin essence runes, which he had forcefully activated. His shocked expression lingered for some time before fading away, a self-deprecating laugh sounding out a moment later. "Ha ha ha, I knew I felt something special coming from your body, but never did I imagine it to be origin runes," Araxis said, his laughter dying out as a heavy look appeared on his face. "Do you still want to fight?" John asked calmly. With his origin essence runes revealed, so too was his advantage in this fight revealed. When two cultivators of the same essence type fought, a great determining factor was essence rune quality. Not only did John's origin essence runes make him more powerful when it came to using lightning, it also made him more resistant to lightning damage as well. His opponent, Araxis, was a lightning cultivator, and so while he himself had king-grade essence runes, they were not nearly as profound as John's runes. The other difference between the two was their stage. John's runes were in the creation stage, while Araxis, king essence runes were in the awakened stage, allowing him to actively use them to augment his power. Araxis tilted his head to the side, a confused look on his face. "Do I still want to fight?" He repeated John's words questioningly. He let the question linge in the air for a moment. Then he grinned. It was not a normal grin, but a wild, almost bloodlusted grin normally seen on one caught up in the heat of battle. "No, I don't want to fight," he said, his words causing many to gasp with shock. Was Araxis, the fourth-ranked genius of the tournament, really going to surrender without a fight? Boom! Lightning exploded from Araxis' body a moment later, thick and powerful tendrils of lightning coursing into the air, slamming violently against the formation screens and arena floor. His aura began to surge higher and higher, forcing the lightning to become even more powerful and violent. "No, I don't just want to fight," Araxis repeated himself, each word booming like a thunderclap as he assumed a combat-ready stance. "I want to win." Chapter 1092, Thunderfrost Tempest. A slight look of surprise appeared on John's face as he stared at Araxis, whose aura was surging, creating a storm of lightning centered around him. The arena shook with each explosion of lightning, hundreds of bolts of lightning scattering throughout the arena each second. He had expected Araxis to become depressed or mentally defeated upon seeing his lightning origin essence runes. He knew Araxis was a smart and reasonable cultivator, and knew based on what John had shown that Araxis considered himself to be at a disadvantage. Now that his origin essence runes had been revealed, that disadvantage had only grown, and yet Araxis didn't seem to care at all. On the contrary, it seemed to have amplified his lust for combat, surprising John greatly. He had never seen an opponent act like this before, at least not to this level, and the only person that Araxis reminded him of at the moment was himself. "Good," John said with a wide, confident grin. "I'd be disappointed if you reacted in any other way." Araxis returned his grin, then turned to look at the nearby Yongdao sect elder, who was standing there silently. "Start the fight already," Araxis said, his words causing the elder to frown. While Araxis was talking to the elder, John took the time to inspect Araxis' armband, checking his illusory testing scores for the first time. Name, Araxis Shinin. Age, 20. Cultivation, Late Dao Transformation Realm. Special attributes, Lightning Attribute Body. Chi quantity, 98. Chi quality, 98. Health, 87. Durability, 87. Stamina, 93. Comprehensions, 97. Instincts, 98. Willpower, 98. Soul talent, 87. Speed movement arts, 99. Battle arts, 98. Attack power, 98. Total, 1138. Rank, 4. Upon reading his scores, John's eyes flickered with surprise. He had not expected Araxis' scores to be so high. In the categories that directly influenced combat, such as movement speed, instincts, battle arts, and attack power, Araxis didn't lose out to Jaxis at all. In fact, in some categories, such as instincts, movement speed, soul talent, and willpower, Araxis was actually higher than Jaxis. The only reason he was ranked lower was his health and durability, which were the categories that he lost out to compared to Jaxis. Those were low enough that his overall score was below Jaxis, although only by 3 points. If he had to guess which fighter was stronger, Araxis or Jaxis, just based on their scores, John would have picked Araxis every time. He nodded his head a moment later, satisfied with his opponent's talent. With metrics like those, he would be able to put up a good fight. While John inspected the score, Araxis conversed with the Yongdao sect elder. Were Araxis not from the Yongdao sect, he would most likely have received some stern words from the elder. Instead of making a scene, however, the elder shot Araxis a firm glare, then stepped back as his voice boomed across the stadium. The second semifinal match, between Araxis of the Yongdao sect and John Fenix, begins. The moment the fight started, Araxis' cultivation was restricted to the Middle Dao transformation realm. The restriction process felt different to John, making him wonder if Araxis had restricted his cultivation himself, or if it was the armband doing so. The sound of exploding lightning and a roaring crowd broke out immediately, combining into one deafening cacophony of noise. Araxis' aura surged to the sky, like a storm of lightning shooting upwards instead of down. The air began to cackle with electric intensity, as if it were about to become lightning itself. "I know I can't afford to hold back against you at all, so this battle is going to be short and intense," Araxis said, grinning with self-confidence. I'm going to skip the testing attacks and come at you with everything I have, so prepare yourself. How kind of you, John replied with a smile. Araxis did not need to warn John of his intent to start all out from the beginning, but had decided to do so regardless. The more John interacted with the youth, the better impression he had of him. Now show me what awakened King Lightning Essence runes can do, John said, his scythe appearing in his hand a moment later. Gladly, Araxis grinned, his own weapon appearing in his hand as well. John's eyes snapped to the weapon, a brief look of surprise appearing on his face. The weapon in Araxis' hand was not a sword, a saber, a spear, or one of the conventional weapons he was used to fighting against. Instead, Araxis' weapon was a lance. The lance was 9 feet long from tip to hilt. The blade, or weapon portion of the lance, was 7 feet long. It started out narrow at the tip so sharp that it seemed as though it could pierce all of creation. It then widened outwards as it approached the hilt of the weapon, eventually stopping at 6 inches wide at the base. The shaft and tip of the lance was a dark blue color, with light blue runic patterns carved into its surface. The runic patterns spread chaotically like branching lightning, making it appear as though lightning itself had been carved into the weapon. The hilt of the lance was light blue, and at the very base of the hilt was a small carving of a dragon's head. The dragon head had an open mouth, as if it were spewing lightning from within. John inspected the weapon closely, then nodded his head approvingly. As far as the opponents he had fought thus far in his life, Araxis' lance was the highest quality weapon he had seen an opponent wield. Its overwhelmingly sharp point, combined with the explosive power of a lightning cultivator, was no doubt a dangerous combination, even against someone as prodigious as John. I don't see why you use a scythe, Araxis said, giving John's scythe a quick glance. Your scythe is no doubt incredible, but a scythe doesn't allow you to fully employ the advantages of lightning. A lance, on the other hand, he trailed off, then smirked lightly. The lightning Tao is only one of my focuses, John replied calmly, although he couldn't argue against Araxis' logic. As far as I'm concerned, this scythe is perfect for me. Is that so? Araxis sneered, his aura still exploding outwards like a storm of lightning. I think we've talked enough. It's time to get this battle started. I couldn't agree more, John replied, assuming a combat-ready stance. Good, then let's see how you deal with this. Araxis roared, then opened his mouth wide, his action far faster than what it would have been had he moved his arms and body to ready his weapon. The instant he opened his mouth, John felt his instincts flare with the warning of approaching danger. Araxis' mouth glowed brightly from within for an instant, at which point a storm of lightning exploded outwards directly onto John, giving him no time to dodge or prepare. It was as if Araxis had become a dragon himself, spewing a tempestuous storm of lightning from his mouth. John felt himself become drowned in the storm of lightning, which overwhelmed his senses. Everything he saw was lightning, and everything he heard was the calamitous thunderclaps of the lightning exploding on his skin. The lightning blasted onto his body, doing its best to damage and invade, causing as much damage as possible. With his innately durable body and origin essence runes, he directly withstood the initial barrage of damage, although he was thrown violently through the air. The power of Araxis' lightning breath too powerful to resist without warning. As he was flung through the sky, the storm of lightning still enveloped him within. After initially resisting the lightning, a small portion of it began to damage John's body, causing him great surprise. With his resistance to lightning, he had not expected to take any damage. He realized the truth of the matter a moment later, as while being flung through the air like a broken kite, he focused on the lightning trying to invade his body and cause him harm. The lightning was unlike anything he had felt before. While the underlying power was no doubt lightning, it was tinged, or more aptly described as brimming, with another power. The power of ice. Thunderfrost Tempest. John heard Araxis roar, his voice mixing with the sound of thunderclaps all around him. The lightning from the lightning breath dissipated a moment later, having forced John backwards dozens of miles. His body was covered from head to toe with a layer of ice, while his body felt as though it were becoming frozen. He halted his backwards momentum and steadied himself, then turned to look at Araxis in the distance. His eyes widened as he looked above Araxis and the violent storm clouds above his head. For a second, he thought heavenly tribulation clouds had appeared, only realizing the truth as he studied its aura. Unlike tribulation clouds, however, the clouds above flickered with the ruinous power of Araxis' frost lightning. "You look surprised," Araxis said, smiling with confidence as the ruinous storm churned above him, like clouds of the apocalypse descending onto the arena. "Have you never seen frost lightning before?" he asked curiously, to which John shook his head. "I didn't even know something like frost lightning existed," John replied truthfully. "Well then, allow me to teach you something today. Thunderfrost Tempest." Araxis roared as the storm above him surged to life, followed by a calamitous barrage of frost lightning crashing down onto him like a heavenly tribulation. Boom! Chapter 1093 Lightning shatters the void. A barrage of frost lightning bolts rained down on John, like the heavens had shown up to resume his tribulations. The sky shattered and ground shook as the bolts pierced through the sky, slamming directly onto John. The nearby mountains were ripped apart from the power of the lightning, while the ground beneath John's feet turned shattered and then was frozen solid, unable to resist the frigid cold of the frost lightning. John roared as he punched outwards, sending a powerful shockwave that slammed against the lightning strikes just before it hit him. The air exploded into a chaotic mess as some of the lightning bolts scattered outwards in all directions, while a few managed to pierce through John's hasty counterattack and continue down towards him. Boom. 3 massive bolts of frost lightning slammed into his body, throwing him into the air once more. The arena shook from the power of the bolts, while John felt his body come under assault from a simultaneous mix of lightning and frost powers. The lightning crashed into him and coursed over his skin, trying its best to pierce underneath and snake its way through his body. His lightning origin essence runes flared to life, partially activating to amplify his resistance to lightning. While he was not yet in the awakened stage, creation stage runes were like instinctive defense mechanisms, only coming to life when under assault. After a brief struggle, the frost lightning depleted its power, unable to pierce into John's body as it had wished. While he had resisted the destructive portion of the lightning attack, his body felt as though it had been plunged into an ocean of ice. A layer of frost coated his skin, making him look more like a creature of ice than a human. Internally, he felt his muscles and tendons harden from the cold, slowing his movements and making his reactions sluggish. The feeling was quite uncomfortable for John, who was not used to his body being affected in such a manner. He roared as his aura surged to life. His powerful chi surged through his body while his blood surged like powerful rivers through his veins, pushing aside and removing the lingering frost effects. "Not bad," he heard Araxis say from above, causing him to snap his head upwards to look at his opponent. Araxis hovered high in the sky, just beneath the clouds from his thunderfrost tempest. The clouds swirled above him with chaotic power, frost lightning swimming through the clouds ceaselessly. Araxis made a hand gesture a moment later, while his chi flared for a short moment. In response, the storm above him changed suddenly, becoming much more powerful and chaotic. The clouds began to swirl like a whirlpool, with the center rotating at incredible speeds. Gusts of wind kicked up in the arena, each gust strong enough to shatter any mountain that it ran into. Then snowflakes began to burst from the center of the storm cloud, falling to the ground below. The snowflakes mixed with the tempestuous wind, creating a storm of pure chaos in the arena. Visibility fell to near zero, causing John to rely on his divine sense to navigate his way through the storm. His divine sense spread out in all directions, and he winced slightly as he felt a stinging pain assault his soul. A surprised look appeared on his face as he studied the snowflakes, which somehow interacted with his divine sense. Lightning, each snowflake is infused with the power of frost lightning. John instantly understood. He looked closer, another look of surprise appearing on his face as he realized what the snow truly was. It was not snow, but was instead runic imprints of frost lightning. Each snowflake was a rune that scattered throughout the arena, unleashing a powerful jolt of frost lightning when interacted with. Against anyone else, a single one of these runes would be able to cause a decent amount of damage, quickly adding up as tens of thousands of them slammed against the opponent. With the entire battlefield filled with these runic snowflakes, Araxis' Thunderfrost Tempest was more like an expansive domain-type battle art than anything else. There was no safe space to move, making the only way to fight Araxis by fighting in the domain of runic snow, or using his own arts to push the runes away. John sneered as he realized this, his confidence unwavering. "This battle art is impressive," he called out, unable to see Araxis in the thick storm, but knowing Araxis could hear him. "But unfortunately for you, it's useless against me." "Is that so?" Araxis scoffed from within his storm, giving John a relative sense of his location. He surged forward in that direction, blitzing through the storm without care. Each snowflake that smashed against him unleashed a bolt of frost lightning against him, but thanks to his lightning essence runes and durable body, he was able to resist them without taking much damage at all, and any damage that he did sustain, his body quickly healed. Boom! A barrage of lightning suddenly slammed against John as he sped through the storm of white, arriving so fast and unexpected that he had little time to prepare against. The only warning of impending danger was his instincts, which allowed him to raise his body defense to the maximum as the lightning slammed against him. Boom! John smashed against the arena floor with violent power, shattering several nearby mountains from the force of his impact. A large crater formed where he had fallen, while dirt and ice fell in that crater, covering him completely. "What's your next move?" Araxis called out loudly from within the storm, his body unable to be seen through the chaos of the storm. "Surely this isn't everything you're capable of. Why don't you bring out that dragon form you used earlier?" "I already told you." John's voice boomed out from beneath the ruined ground, the power of his voice alone shaking the earth around him. "I'm going to defeat you using only my lightning chi." "Is that so?" Araxis sneered. "Then show me how you plan on doing that, because all you've done so far is defend yourself." "Gladly," John replied, the end of his word growing loud like that of a dragon's roar. A moment later, the ground that had covered him exploded outwards like a volcano eruption, as a powerful draconic roar blasted out from beneath the ground, blasting everything aside. A moment later, another roar boomed outwards, even louder than before. While the crowd couldn't see much, as the storm of white was covering most of the battlefield, it sounded to them as if a true dragon had been awoken from a slumber, roaring inside the arena to announce its arrival. Boom. Pub Future ads. The roar surged through the sky, blasting aside the howling winds and snow-like lightning runes moving in the sky. In a mere moment, the tempest of white was pushed aside. Like a tidal wave had come and taken the storm with it. The parting storm revealed the battlefield once more to everyone, with John standing on the ground, Araxis hovering miles up in the sky. John smirked as he finally spotted Araxis, who returned the smirk with equal confidence. After being pushed aside by John's roar of the Jade Dragon, the tempest began to return to the arena, covering it in its ruinous power once more. "Cool roar," Araxis said while nodding with praise, but kind of useless at the same time. With the storm almost returned to its original power, the effects of John's roar were almost completely gone. John's smirk deepened as he heard Araxis. "Useless," he repeated, then grinned. It was time to reveal his first self-created art, which he had been working on ceaselessly for weeks now, perfecting it as much as he could. "Lightning shatters the void." His aura suddenly exploded outwards, lightning surging off him as if he had become a god of lightning and thunder. The flickering bolts of lightning splintered the sky and shattered the ground all around him, each bolt powerful enough to destroy a typical early Tao transformation cultivator. The instant after becoming the incarnation of lightning, space shattered around John's body as if it was no longer able to withstand his ruinous power. Then John suddenly disappeared, completely vanishing in both person and aura. Before Araxis could react to the sudden events, space shattered apart behind him, as if a primordial creature was stepping out of the void of chaos. Boom! John exploded through the firmament, shattering space as he appeared like a ghost of lightning behind Araxis. Araxis turned instantly and thrust his lance out towards John, who sneered as Araxis was a moment too late. While lances were incredibly powerful when it came to thrusts, they were a slow weapon to use when an opponent was not directly in front of the lance wielder. His right fist, coated with powerful lightning, surged forward, slamming against the side of the lance before Araxis could properly position it. As his right fist knocked the lance aside, his left hand, index and pointer finger already pointing directly at Araxis, exploded to life with catastrophic lightning power. 20-fold lightning ruin. Boom, Chapter 1094, Self-Created Arts. In the arena, the storm of white dominated mostly everything, drowning the world in its runic power. That all changed when John unleashed his 20-fold lightning ruin, another self-created battle art of his. Using his lightning ruin as the blueprint, he altered it to fully accommodate his 20 times compressed Danshin and Essence Chi talents, empowering the attack to a level that only someone like him could withstand internally. With his newly reforged meridians, a quick and sudden surge of this much power was possible for him to withstand, making the quick-use battle art devastating in power. The world suddenly turned from white to bright blue as the 20-fold lightning ruin exploded point-blank at Araxis, blasting onto him with calamitous power. Boom! The air around them exploded as the lightning beam blasted against Araxis' body, immediately knocking him far into the distance. Araxis tumbled head over heels like a broken kite, while the storm of runic lightning scattered outwards in all directions, pushed apart by the powerful explosion. The crowd gasped as they watched Araxis slam into the distant defensive formation screen, which flared to life, immediately halting his momentum. He bounced off it with a sickening boom, then fell to the ground below. Bang! The ground rumbled as he landed on the ground, falling face first onto a mountainside. Silence filled the arena for a short moment as everyone held their breath, wondering what the outcome of the sudden attack was. Almost in unison, everyone looked towards the formation screens, eyes glued to the health metric. 95%. After taking that catastrophic attack head-on and slamming into the defensive formation and thousands of miles an hour, Araxis had only taken 5% damage. Ha-ha-ha-ha! Loud laughter boomed out of Araxis, slightly muffled as his face was down on the ground beneath him. He lifted his head and looked at John, who hovered in the sky dozens of miles away. Just how many secrets do you have? Pub Future ads. I'm not sure what you're talking about, John replied, as nothing he had just done was considered a secret, at least as far as he was concerned. While he had never shown either of those arts, he hadn't kept them a secret on purpose. First off, Araxis said, standing up and brushing the dirt from his robe. What the hell was that movement art of yours? I call it lightning shatters the void, John replied truthfully, his words shocking Araxis, as well as the sovereigns and other powerhouses watching the battle. You call it? Araxis repeated with surprise. Does that mean you made it yourself? He asked, filling in the dots. John merely nodded his head. Araxis' eyes went wide with surprise, while the Yang Sovereign turned to look at the Prime Shadow, a surprised and questioning look on his face. A self-created art of this level, the Yang Sovereign said. While it still has some traces of imperfections and flaws, this art is already on the level of being considered a powerful movement art, one worthy of being taught to our foremost geniuses. Did you teach this boy this art? I'm just as surprised as you are, the Prime Shadow said while shaking his head. I've never seen this art before, nor did I teach him anything about art creation. That attack of his had the same traces of a self-created art as well. It was so simple, yet so powerful, the Yang Sovereign said, returning his surprised gaze to John below. Self-created arts were typically reserved for the ancient powerhouses of a world, such as the Yang Sovereign, his counterparts, or elders and sect leaders from powerful sects. Only after amassing a lifetime of experience was one considered ready to create their own battle or movement art, as anything they created before that point would be much less powerful than an already established art they could learn from. The only reason to create a self-created art this early was if one had unique cultivation conditions that made learning other arts ineffective, or if one had a monstrous comprehension ability capable of making fundamentally sound arts. In John's case, it was both. This boy is truly something else, and most importantly of all, the destructive nature of his lightning is unlike anything I've ever felt. The only other time lightning has invoked a similar feeling was heavenly tribulation. The Yang Sovereign's voice trailed off, as he himself was shocked by what he had just come to realize. Lightning shatters the void, huh? Araxis repeated, then nodded his head approvingly. I like the name. Thanks, John replied. When he had come up with this movement art, John had wanted to utilize both his Tao of Lightning and Tao of Space to create an ultimate movement art. However, the two were rather different in nature, as the Lightning Tao was powerful and chaotic, hard to control and predict. On the other hand, the Spatial Tao was calm, sharp, and precise. When undisturbed, it was like a pool of calm water, pristine and undisturbed. When utilized, it was like a sharp knife, sharp and precise. He had tried to fuse the two, but found the process harder than expected, and with the tournament coming up, decided to focus on creating something he could use in time for his battles. Thinking over the issue, he weighed the pros and cons of the two Taos. Using the spatial Tao to move through the spatial chaos on the other side of the spatial void was fast, but had its limitations. One was mostly at the mercy of the storms of spatial chaos on the other side, which could alter and prohibit his movement, making it hard to move unless he had perfect control over the spatial Tao. On the other hand, his lightning Tao was fast and powerful, capable of smashing through any obstacle in his path with power and speed. After trying to figure out a smart solution to merging these conflicting Taos, he finally came to the realization that he didn't need to merge them at all. Instead, he needed to use the advantages of both Taos to the greatest extent he could, doing something only he himself could do. Using his control over the spatial Tao, John opened up a passage through the firmament, stepping into the spatial chaos on the other side. Then, instead of focusing on reading the storms of chaos, he decided to just shatter through them with pure power, tanking the power of the chaos storms with the power of his chi and body. Space to tear into the other dimension. Lightning to shatter through the chaos storms and arrive at his destination with utmost haste. Why care about the chaos storms when you could shatter right through it? At the same time, the coursing power of the ruinous lightning distorted space around him, making it easier to burrow into and out of the chaotic void of space. With the lightning Tao being a derivative element of chaos, it was the perfect Tao to use to shatter through chaos itself. On top of all that, lightning itself was used for a fast speed movement art, increasing his speed through the chaos of the spatial void. Using other lightning-based movement arts as a blueprint, John created an explosively powerful lightning movement art. The art put great strain on his body due to the intensity of the lightning chi in and around his body. But the result of that intensity was an incredibly quick and powerful physical movement art, one on par with the movement arts shown by Jaxus and Jihin earlier. Combined, it resulted in the perfect movement art for him, one far faster than using either of the Taos alone. That was the realization he had come up with, resulting in the creation of his lightning shatters the void. The power of spatial chaos was enough to kill even world expansion experts if they did not carefully heed the storms of chaos, avoiding the powerful ones with cautious care. Even someone like Lillian had to read the spatial chaos storms, burrowing through some of them, using some of them, and avoiding the ones too powerful to deal with. For this movement art, all of those concerns were thrown away. It was something only he could do in the Tao transformation realm, something only someone with the body of an Asura and dragon, as well as a 20 times compressed Danshin could do. With his dragon god shift and Asura transformation, the movement art would be even faster, but due to his agreement with Araxis, he had not used either. So, tell me, Araxis said, giving John a serious look as if he wanted a truthful answer. Where did you obtain that lightning? Obtain this lightning? John asked with confusion, tiling his head slightly to the side. He had no idea what Araxis was talking about. Yes, where or how did you obtain your lightning type? I've only ever seen it once before, from heavenly tribulations. Araxis repeated. Destruction lightning. Chapter 1094, Self-Created Arts. In the arena, the storm of white dominated mostly everything, drowning the world in its runic power. That all changed when John unleashed his 20-fold lightning ruin, another self-created battle art of his. Using his lightning ruin as the blueprint, he altered it to fully accommodate his 20 times compressed Danshan and Essence Chi talents, empowering the attack to a level that only someone like him could withstand internally. With his newly reforged meridians, a quick and sudden surge of this much power was possible for him to withstand, making the quick-use battle art devastating in power. The world suddenly turned from white to bright blue as the 20-fold lightning ruin exploded point-blank at Araxis, blasting onto him with calamitous power. Boom! The air around them exploded as the lightning beam blasted against Araxis' body, immediately knocking him far into the distance. Araxis tumbled head over heels like a broken kite, while the storm of runic lightning scattered outwards in all directions, pushed apart by the powerful explosion. The crowd gasped as they watched Araxis slam into the distant defensive formation screen, which flared to life, immediately halting his momentum. He bounced off it with a sickening boom, then fell to the ground below. Bang! The ground rumbled as he landed on the ground, falling face first onto a mountainside. Silence filled the arena for a short moment as everyone held their breath, wondering what the outcome of the sudden attack was. Almost in unison, everyone looked towards the formation screens, eyes glued to the health metric. 95%. After taking that catastrophic attack head-on and slamming into the defensive formation and thousands of miles an hour, Araxis had only taken 5% damage. Ha-ha-ha-ha! Loud laughter boomed out of Araxis, slightly muffled as his face was down on the ground beneath him. He lifted his head and looked at John, who hovered in the sky dozens of miles away. Just how many secrets do you have? Pub future ads. I'm not sure what you're talking about, John replied, as nothing he had just done was considered a secret, at least as far as he was concerned. While he had never shown either of those arts, he hadn't kept them a secret on purpose. First off, Araxis said, standing up and brushing the dirt from his robe. What the hell was that movement art of yours? I call it lightning shatters the void, John replied truthfully, his words shocking Araxis, as well as the sovereigns and other powerhouses watching the battle. You call it? Araxis repeated with surprise. Does that mean you made it yourself? He asked, filling in the dots. John merely nodded his head. Araxis' eyes went wide with surprise, while the Yang Sovereign turned to look at the Prime Shadow, a surprised and questioning look on his face. A self-created art of this level, the Yang Sovereign said. While it still has some traces of imperfections and flaws, this art is already on the level of being considered a powerful movement art, one worthy of being taught to our foremost geniuses. Did you teach this boy this art? I'm just as surprised as you are, the Prime Shadow said while shaking his head. I've never seen this art before, nor did I teach him anything about art creation. That attack of his had the same traces of a self-created art as well. It was so simple, yet so powerful, the Yang Sovereign said, returning his surprised gaze to John below. Self-created arts were typically reserved for the ancient powerhouses of a world, such as the Yang Sovereign, his counterparts, or elders and sect leaders from powerful sects. Only after amassing a lifetime of experience was one considered ready to create their own battle or movement art, as anything they created before that point would be much less powerful than an already established art they could learn from. The only reason to create a self-created art this early was if one had unique cultivation conditions that made learning other arts ineffective, or if one had a monstrous comprehension ability capable of making fundamentally sound arts. In John's case, it was both. This boy is truly something else, and most importantly of all, the destructive nature of his lightning is unlike anything I've ever felt. The only other time lightning has invoked a similar feeling was heavenly tribulation. The Yang sovereign's voice trailed off, as he himself was shocked by what he had just come to realize. Lightning shatters the void, huh? Araxis repeated, then nodded his head approvingly. I like the name. Thanks, John replied. When he had come up with this movement art, John had wanted to utilize both his Tao of lightning and Tao of space to create an ultimate movement art. However, the two were rather different in nature, as the lightning Tao was powerful and chaotic, hard to control and predict. On the other hand, the spatial Tao was calm, sharp, and precise. When undisturbed, it was like a pool of calm water, pristine and undisturbed. When utilized, it was like a sharp knife, sharp and precise. He had tried to fuse the two, but found the process harder than expected, and with the tournament coming up, decided to focus on creating something he could use in time for his battles. Thinking over the issue, he weighed the pros and cons of the two Taos. Using the spatial Tao to move through the spatial chaos on the other side of the spatial void was fast, but had its limitations. One was mostly at the mercy of the storms of spatial chaos on the other side, which could alter and prohibit his movement, making it hard to move unless he had perfect control over the spatial Tao. On the other hand, his lightning Tao was fast and powerful, capable of smashing through any obstacle in his path with power and speed. After trying to figure out a smart solution to merging these conflicting Taos, he finally came to the realization that he didn't need to merge them at all. Instead, he needed to use the advantages of both Taos to the greatest extent he could, doing something only he himself could do. Using his control over the spatial Tao, John opened up a passage through the firmament, stepping into the spatial chaos on the other side. Then, instead of focusing on reading the storms of chaos, he decided to just shatter through them with pure power, tanking the power of the chaos storms with the power of his chi and body. Space to tear into the other dimension. Lightning to shatter through the chaos storms and arrive at his destination with utmost haste. Why care about the chaos storms when you could shatter right through it? At the same time, the coursing power of the ruinous lightning distorted space around him, making it easier to burrow into and out of the chaotic void of space. With the lightning Tao being a derivative element of chaos, it was the perfect Tao to use to shatter through chaos itself. On top of all that, lightning itself was used for a fast speed movement art, increasing his speed through the chaos of the spatial void. Using other lightning-based movement arts as a blueprint, John created an explosively powerful lightning movement art. The art put great strain on his body due to the intensity of the lightning chi in and around his body. But the result of that intensity was an incredibly quick and powerful physical movement art, one on par with the movement arts shown by Jaxus and Jihin earlier. Combined, it resulted in the perfect movement art for him, one far faster than using either of the Taos alone. That was the realization he had come up with, resulting in the creation of his lightning shatters the void. The power of spatial chaos was enough to kill even world expansion experts if they did not carefully heed the storms of chaos, avoiding the powerful ones with cautious care. Even someone like Lillian had to read the spatial chaos storms, burrowing through some of them, using some of them, and avoiding the ones too powerful to deal with. For this movement art, all of those concerns were thrown away. It was something only he could do in the Tao transformation realm, something only someone with the body of an Asura and dragon, as well as a 20 times compressed Danshin could do. With his dragon god shift and Asura transformation, the movement art would be even faster, but due to his agreement with Araxis, he had not used either. So, tell me, Araxis said, giving John a serious look as if he wanted a truthful answer. Where did you obtain that lightning? Obtain this lightning? John asked with confusion, tiling his head slightly to the side. He had no idea what Araxis was talking about. Yes, where or how did you obtain your lightning type? I've only ever seen it once before, from heavenly tribulations. Araxis repeated. Destruction lightning. Chapter 1095, Thunderous Blitz. John instantly understood what Araxis was talking about. When he had first received the primordial extermination lightning cultivation technique from Celestial Soulrend, it had been famed as a cultivation technique that focused on the aspect of destructive lightning. While normal lightning was itself destructive in nature, it could not be considered destructive lightning. True destructive lightning was akin to that of heavenly tribulations, where the very nature of the lightning itself focused on causing as much destruction and damage as possible. Not only was the lightning more powerful, it was also much more efficient at causing more damage and pain, amplifying the physical and mental anguish it could unleash on an enemy. True destruction lightning was different from a fusion between the Taos of destruction and lightning as well. While a fusion between those two Taos would result in something similar to true destruction lightning, it was still considered an inferior version. True destruction lightning, such as heavenly tribulation lightning or John's lightning, was born, or created, from the Taos of lightning and destruction. It was a perfect combination between the two with no flaws, unlike fusion, where there were still inefficiencies in the fusion process. In John's case, his destruction lightning had come about as a combination of his primordial extermination lightning cultivation technique, which altered the very nature of his dantian to produce true destruction lightning, as well as the heavenly tribulation lightning he had absorbed during his tribulations. The latter had been possible thanks to cultivating the celestial lightning script, which turned his body into an origin-grade lightning attribute body, allowing him to not only absorb tribulation lightning, but contain it within his body without it rampaging and killing him. After absorbing tribulation lightning, John had stored it inside his body for years. Over that time, the tribulation lightning came to infuse into his very being, including his dantian, empowering his ability to unleash true destruction lightning as quickly and naturally as normal lightning, making each and every one of his lightning-based attacks a potentially deadly one. Back on his homeworld, the knowledge of the Taos was far less than that of the Nine-Tao world. On his homeworld, his enemies and the powerhouses of the world could tell John's lightning was special and dangerous, but didn't know exactly why. For someone like Araxis, however, who not only had the teachings of a pinnacle sect of the Nine-Tao world, but also had an awakened king-grade lightning attribute body, spotting the difference was beyond simple. He had been able to discern at a glance the truth of John's lightning, especially when comparing it to his own tribulations, in which he had studied the heavenly tribulation lightning with extraordinary care. "Oh, that," John said with realization, scratching his chin in an awkward manner. While he did like Araxis, he couldn't just outright tell him of his primordial extermination lightning technique or his celestial lightning script, at least not in front of everyone here. I absorbed my tribulation lightning and made it my own," John decided to say, giving a partial truth. While his claim was still beyond shocking, it didn't reveal any hints towards his secretive cultivation techniques. Araxis' eyes went wide upon hearing this, as did every single person in the crowd. Almost everyone present had experienced tribulations themselves and knew how horrifying tribulation lightning was. When undergoing tribulation, every cultivator focused on surviving first and foremost. To absorb tribulation lightning, when one was already fighting for their life, was an unheard of concept, as well as a suicidal one. Only John, with his incredible inheritances, could accomplish such a thing. For anyone else who attempted to do that, death would be the only outcome, Araxis included. Araxis stared at John with a bewildered expression for a moment, then began to break out into loud, almost crazy laughter. "Ha ha ha, there's just no competing with you, is there?" Araxis said while shaking his head. "No, but you can still put up a good fight nonetheless," John replied truthfully. Such words would normally ignite Araxis' ire, as they were completely overbearing and confident, but when it came from John, it was as if he were merely speaking the truth. A wide grin appeared on Araxis' face as he pointed his lance directly at John. "You might be more talented than me and might be stronger, but that doesn't mean I can't win," Araxis said with unwavering resolve. "Until I'm lying on the ground, unable to move, this battle isn't done." Boom! The ground beneath Araxis' feet shattered as lightning sprung into existence all around him. The lightning arced high into the sky, smashing against the nearby formation barrier, then returned towards Araxis, slamming into his body. More tendrils of lightning flew off him and returned, the process quickly forming the shape of two massive wings. John looked at the wings and instantly recognized what they were stylized after, as he had seen those wings before in real life. A lightning dragon. Rush of the lightning dragon! Araxis roared as the earth shattered around him like brittle glass. With no warning at all, Araxis surged forward through the sky, his body almost appearing like it had become a bolt of lightning itself. His speed was absolutely incredible as he sped towards John far faster than John had ever seen an opponent move. It was as if Araxis had transformed himself into the concept of lightning, focusing only on moving fast, powerfully, and most importantly, unpredictably. He arrived before John in an instant, his momentum completely overwhelming. Lightning roared to life on his lance, which thrust out with his full power. The world around John became lightning, his vision fully encompassed by ruinous lightning. "Thundersurge lance!" Araxis roared as his lance thrust forward, piercing directly towards John's chest. John felt as though a true lightning dragon was approaching him, with one of its massive claws surging directly towards his heart. This was the most powerful attack he had faced head-on since in quite some time, eclipsing the power of the world expansion cultivators he had fought roughly a year ago. Only the 8-seal gravity field art had been more powerful, and that was only the final attack after Chloe had channeled her ability for a long time, draining her chi in the process. If he took this attack head-on, without using his Dragon God Shift or Asura transformation, he would take considerable damage despite his lightning attribute body. Roar! John roared outwards, unleashing a roar of the Jade Dragon. As it was his fastest-use battle art, the powerful roar slammed against Araxis, who pierced through its power as if it were made of paper. However, that momentary pause was enough for John to raise his arms in time, just before the lance pierced into his chest. Hands raised to both sides, his mental focus was pushed to the absolute limit as Araxis' lance reached him. With another roar, not of a dragon, but of one mustering his full strength, John's body exploded into a shower of lightning, covering him fully like armor. At the last possible instant, his hands surged with his full power towards one another, palms slamming against both sides of the lance as the tip just reached his chest. Boom! The sky rumbled, and the ground far beneath their feet shattered, as Araxis' lance slammed against John with incredible power. Araxis' eyes flickered with surprise for a moment as he watched John inexplicably catch his lance, which was moving so fast that most in the crowd couldn't even see it move. He then sneered and summoned even more of his power, pushing forward with everything he had. Due to his monstrous momentum, Araxis surged forward, pushing John backwards with the lance against his chest. The two sped through the sky like a bolt of lightning, speeding across the 100-mile-wide arena in less than in mere seconds, before slamming into the defensive formation on the other side of the arena. John's back slammed into the formation screen without any slowing down or using a defensive technique, causing a calamitous boom to crack across the stadium, while the lance pushed against his chest with the power of exploding volcanoes and the weight of mountains. The formation screen flared to life, lighting up brightly as it used its full power to defend against the monstrously powerful collision. Lightning exploded from Araxis' lance, drowning the nearby area in an explosion of lightning as he unleashed the final portion of his attack. The crowd gasped as the attack finally ended, although lightning continued to flicker on the location where John was pressed against the formation screen. They all exchanged glances with their neighbors, the same though visible in each of their expressions. Was it possible to survive such an attack? That attack was more than powerful enough to easily kill a typical late Dao transformation cultivator, and then some. While John was not a typical cultivator, he had not been using the Dragon God Shift he had revealed earlier. Without that, his survival was questioned by all. A moment later, they looked towards the formation screens displaying his information, which updated a moment later. Their eyes went wide with shock as they stared at the number detailing his health, which had hardly moved at all. Health, 96%. Ha ha ha! Boisterous laughter came from within the explosion of lightning, which faded away a short distance later as Araxis hovered a short distance away, staring into it with a stern expression. "I thought you had me for a second there," John said as his form was revealed to all. Araxis studied John's body, noticing a small wound on his chest where the lance had pierced, as well as some blood on his back from directly smashing into the formation screen head-on without any protection. Those wounds began to heal instantly as John's limiters and natural healing factor activated. Araxis turned to look at the formation screen, which showed John's health quickly return to 100%, undoing all the damage he had just done. "Fucking monstrous," Araxis said flatly, not expecting this attack of his to do so little damage to John. With John's healing factor on top of that, he realized he would need to exhaust John's chi and prevent his healing before he could even think about winning the battle. "Surprised?" John asked with a smile. Most opponents would have expected John to perish or at least become gravely injured upon taking such a powerful attack head-on, but Araxis only stared at him with an even, yet stern expression. "On the contrary," Araxis sneered, a small smile appearing on his face as his aura began to surge once more. "The tougher you are, the more times I get to unleash my full-powered battle arts without any concern. This is quite a rare opportunity for me to test my limits, so be a good target dummy and take more of my attacks." "I could say the same to you," John said, then pressed off the formation screen and sped towards Araxis to resume their battle of lightning. Chapter 1096, Thunderdragon Sir. The moment John sped towards Araxis, the latter moved backwards through the sky, keeping his distance from John. His actions drew skeptical looks from John and the spectators, wondering if he was going to go on the defensive. Retreating after talking so confidently, John asked with a smirk. "On the contrary," Araxis replied. "I know I said I would go all out from the start, but the truth is I didn't do what I said I would." "Oh, you mean to say you've been holding back in this fight?" John asked curiously. If that was the case, then Araxis truly was a pinnacle genius. He had already injured John in that last exchange, and while it didn't result in serious injury, being able to injure John while fighting in the same realm was already an accomplishment that most geniuses were not capable of. Araxis nodded to John's question. "Since you decided to not use that dragon form of yours, I was worried that my attacks would harm you too much, and thus I held back until I could confirm otherwise." He paused for a moment as his eyes scanned John's body up and down, seeing all the previous signs of damage already healed over. He scoffed lightly and shook his head, seemingly at himself. "It seems my worries were completely unwarranted," he continued. "Since you are able to withstand my attacks with relative ease, I will do what I said I would earlier and no longer hold back. Prepare yourself." "How kind of you to not only hold back for my sake, but also warn me once more that your attacks are going to be stronger going forward," John replied. "Heh," Araxis sneered, ignoring John's obviously taunting words. "I'd rather lose fighting fairly than win fighting with tricks." "That's quite a naive way of thinking," John replied. "In a battle of life and death, the winner lives and the loser dies. Tricks and fair fighting don't matter in true battles." Pub Future adds, "Ha, if I die in battle, then that only means I was not strong enough," Araxis replied with unwavering resolve, then grinned. "Now prepare yourself, for I'm about to show you what awakened essence runes are capable of." Boom. Araxis' aura exploded outwards, far greater than anything he had revealed thus far. His aura naturally created bolts of lightning that scattered out in all directions, slamming into the ground with considerable power. The arena began to rumble ceaselessly as the lightning bolts continued to shatter everything they touched. A moment later, Araxis' body began to glow. The glow was subtle at first, but in mere seconds he glowed brightly as bluish lightning runes appeared on his skin. The lightning runes thrummed, as if lightning was flickering within them, making him look quite exotic. John narrowed his gaze as he stared at his opponent. After activating his lightning essence runes, the level of danger he felt coming from Araxis greatly increased. The lightning wings sprouting from his back grew larger and more visible, almost as if they were becoming true wings made from lightning. At the same time, the power coming from his lance intensified, becoming completely coated with a powerful layer of lightning. Thunder Dragon Surge. Araxis thrust his lance forward without warning, the tip pointing directly towards John in the distance. Unlike the previous time he had used his Thunder Dragon Surge, Araxis was several miles away from John, making the latter question the efficacy of using such an attack at this distance. John's doubt was instantly washed away as a monstrous beam of lightning shot out from the lance. The tip of the lightning beam was just as sharp as the lance itself. It was so sharp, fast, and powerful that John could see space itself tear ever so slightly wherever the beam passed by. The speed of the lightning beam was even more shocking, as it reached John almost instantly. Recovering his wits in time, John dashed to the side, narrowly avoiding the beam of lightning. Flickers of the beam slammed onto him as it passed by, but the majority of the beam's power continued onwards before eventually slamming into the ground several dozen miles away. Boom! The ground behind John erupted into an explosion of lightning, throwing boulders and earth out in all directions. The debris quickly reached John's position, with large boulders slamming into him, then breaking apart as they broke against the durability of his body. A moment after the beam passed by, the ground around Araxis shattered as he activated his rush of the lightning dragon once more. His body seemed to become lightning itself as he surged forward with awe-inspiring speed. Far faster than he had been the previous time he used this movement art. In almost no time at all, he appeared before John, his momentum overwhelming. The speed shocked John, as although his overall movement speed was faster when using his lightning shatters the void, his true physical movement speed was not any faster, and perhaps it was even a bit slower than Araxis currently. Pub Future ads. Appearing before John like a god of lightning, Araxis thrust his lance forward once more, its power eclipsing the first Thunder Dragon Surge he had unleashed. John felt true danger coming from the lance this time, enough to injure him if he took it head-on like before. The danger came not only from the increased power coming from the thrust, but also the nature of the lightning. The lightning Araxis had used before was frost lightning, but this was something completely different. It felt energetic, hot, and explosive. The complete opposite of frost lightning. Thunder Dragon Surge. Araxis unleashed a full-powered Thunder Dragon Surge, the tip of the lance exploding forwards towards John's chest. More prepared to receive the attack this time, but still overwhelmed by the increase in Araxis' speed, John barely managed to lift his scythe before his body in time. Pang! The lance slammed against the shaft of the scythe, deflecting upwards and ramming into John's shoulder instead of his chest. Boom! Lightning exploded from the lance after piercing into John's shoulder, the power of Araxis' battle art exploding directly onto John's shoulder. The explosion overwhelmed John, who winced slightly from the pain of having his shoulder stabbed into several inches. The explosion of lightning then threw him backwards with violent power, throwing him into the ground below. John slammed against a nearby mountain, his momentum carrying him directly through the mountain and out the other side. The mountain shattered and then crumbled from the force of the impact, while John continued to slam onto the ground, only coming to a rest miles later. His back slammed against the base of another mountain, finally coming to rest in a crater several yards deep. He groaned ever so slightly from the pain enveloping his body. His shoulder had been stabbed into by Araxis' lance, at which point the youth had practically exploded a battle art within his shoulder, sending it through the tip of the lance to bypass John's defenses. John's shoulder and the nearby area on his body felt as though it had been crushed by a mountain, racking that part of his body in pain. John drew in a deep breath, feeling true surprise for the first time this tournament, as for the first time, he had taken damage despite wanting to avoid it. While he wasn't using his full power just yet, it was not an easy task to damage him even in his base form. Flash. A flash of lightning appeared before John once more, as Araxis continued to press his assault. Lance pointed directly towards John once more. Araxis surged down at him like a meteor of the apocalypse. With his awakened King Lightning Essence runes augmenting his attack, the power of Araxis' lance was truly terrifying. Thunder Dragon Surge. Boom, Chapter 1097 Yin and Yang Lightning. John's eyes went wide as he watched Araxis appear before him like an incarnation of lightning. The last time he had felt lightning this dangerous was during his heavenly tribulation, surprising him greatly. He lifted his right hand and unleashed his fastest 20-fold lightning ruin, which blasted outwards towards Araxis. Boom! The beam blasted onto Araxis, who pierced directly through the center of the beam. That process slowed him down enough for John to recover his wits and speed to the side, narrowly avoiding Araxis' powerful attack. The earth where John had been shattered into a monstrous explosion of lightning, far greater than the previous explosion. A crater a dozen miles wide appeared in the arena, with molten magma flowing down the sides, forming a pool of magma at the base. Hovering in the sky after barely dodging the attack, John whistled softly as he looked at the result of the attack. He rolled his shoulder, which was still stinging with pain, then activated his limiter of healing and limiter of life once more, quickly sealing the wound and restoring his body to its former condition. With his limiters, as long as the damage was not too great or done to an important part of his body, healing the wounds was relatively simple as long as he had sufficient chi. Still, the damage he had sustained had been quite significant for him, as he was hardly ever damaged by another in his realm. 91%, Araxis, voice sounded out from within the crater, his figure appearing a moment later as he rose from it and into the sky, staring at John with narrowed eyes. I pierced your shoulder and exploded a battle art within it, and you only took 9% damage, he said, his eyes looking at John's now-healed shoulder. And that damage is already healed, he added, shaking his head in a defeated manner. You really are a freak. I should say the same to you, John replied. That's the most damage someone in my realm has done to me in years. I'm sure you meant that as a compliment, but to me, that was more like an insult, Araxis replied. John's words insinuated that defeating him was impossible, and that Araxis should be content with only injuring John and treating that as an accomplishment. Regardless of if this was true or not, to a pinnacle genius like Araxis, it was most certainly a veiled insult. John merely shrugged, as the truth was often cold and indifferent to one's feelings. He liked Araxis, but wouldn't lie to him to make him feel better. Araxis was a true-born warrior through and through, much like John himself, and sugar-coating words was not something either of them would appreciate. Heh, I guess I'll just need to be stronger in this battle is all, Araxis said, then pointed his lance towards John once more. Wait, John called out, causing Araxis to pause his movements. He looked at John with narrowed eyes, wondering what this was about. That lightning of yours was different than before, John said. Was it another type of lightning? It was, Araxis nodded. Nine-yang lightning. Nine-yang lightning, John repeated questioningly. Much like frost lightning, he had never heard of such lightning. Is it related to the yang lotus? He asked, drawing parallels from the number used. It is, Araxis nodded. I comprehend this yang-based lightning by studying and cultivating before the yang lotus for many years. Is the complete opposite of my frost lightning. Yin and yang-based lightning, John mumbled softly. A frightening combination. He reached out and held his hand upwards as a flicker of this yang lightning crashed from Araxis' aura and towards John. The bolt slammed against John's hand, knocking it downwards with its power, then disappeared. Araxis narrowed his eyes as he saw John absorb his lightning, then sneered and raised his hand to point towards John. I wouldn't advise absorbing my lightning, he said with warning. You may have absorbed it, but the lightning is still mine. Now that it's inside your body, let's see what damage it can do. He flicked his hand upward as if to command the absorbed lightning, but nothing happened. His eyes widened as he tried again, but failed once more. How did you cut me off from my lightning? Araxis asked curiously. You may have awakened king runes, John said, smiling lightly. But I have origin essence runes. Once your lightning enters my body, it becomes mine, simple as that. While that was the truth, John had left out the other half of the equation, which was the celestial lightning script. The script had taught him how to perfectly absorb and use all sorts of lightning, while also changing the structure of his body to be able to absorb lightning without harm befalling him. The origin essence runes amplified that further, making John the god of all lightning inside his body. "I see," Araxis said, lowering his hand. He raised his lance to point towards John once more, his expression becoming firm again. "No matter, I will just beat you into submission externally then." "Wait," John said, then closed his eyes. His actions shocked everyone, including Araxis, as closing one's eyes in battle was foolhardy. While John's divine sense could see everything around him, relying only on divine sense in battle was never a good thing, as there were ways to fool one's divine sense. John's eyes remained closed for several seconds, while Araxis paused and waited for him to finish. True to his words from before, he proved his resolve in wanting to win in a straightforward manner, and not through trickery or deceit. While such a personality was naive, John couldn't help but respect Araxis more and more the better he got to know him. A minute later, John finally opened his eyes, locking gazes with Araxis. He then pointed a finger towards his opponent, then smiled. Boom! A beam of lightning blasted out towards Araxis, whose eyes went wide with shock. He raised his lance and easily batted aside the beam of lightning, as its power had not been that great, and had been more like a testing blow than anything. What had surprised him was not the power of the attack, but the very nature of the lightning used. "It's quite difficult to comprehend," John sighed. "It seems I won't be able to use it in this battle at the very least." Araxis, as well as the spectators, looked at John as if he were a complete monster. The arena went silent as they stared at him with wide eyes, Araxis especially. How did you just unleash Nine-Yang lightning?" Araxis asked, voice tinged with confusion and awe. "What do you mean?" John replied. "I comprehended it just now. But you could say that what I unleashed was merely a shadow of your Nine-Yang lightning's true power. It's far from being at the same level you can unleash." "Do you know how long it took me to initially comprehend Nine-Yang lightning?" Araxis asked, voice and face still filled with disbelief. John shook his head. 3 days, Araxis replied. "It took me 3 days to comprehend what you just comprehend in 1 minute." "Ah," John said, lowering his hand. He didn't know how to respond to that, as any reply would most likely be taken as derision or an insult of some kind. Araxis stared at John with an even look for quite some time, then gritted his teeth ever so slightly. "You know, you're really starting to piss me off with everything you do," Araxis said. While his words sounded angry, his voice was rather calm, revealing that it was more of a joke than anything. His lance suddenly pointed upwards instead of at John, then surged with power as 2 beams of different lightning surged to the sky. As they rose, storm clouds like before began to form, quickly churning into a violent tempest far more powerful than the thunderfrost tempest Araxis had used before. A moment later, Araxis shot upwards like a bolt of lightning, disappearing within the clouds. The power contained within the clouds increased explosively in an instant, turning from a tempest into something even stronger. The winds kicked up, forming gales that shattered mountains and emptied rivers. At the same time, the clouds seemed to divide into 2 halves, one half becoming white in color, the other black. The 2 halves began to revolve around each other, quickly forming a symbol John recognized. A yin-yang diagram. "Prepare yourself," Araxis' voice boomed out from within the clouds. His voice was deep and explosive, like thunder itself. His figure appeared from the clouds a moment later, descending just below its surface. He locked gazes with John, then pointed his lance directly towards him. "Yin-yang lightning tribulation," Araxis said, his voice exploding with power as twin bolts of lightning shot out directly from the center of the yin and yang clouds, merged with his lance for an instant, then shot down towards John with the horrifying power of yin and yang lightning. Chapter 1098, All-Out Gamble. The appearance of Araxis' tribulation-style battle art caused millions in the crowd to instinctively gasp as their instincts flared with warning. While typical geniuses of the martial world, passed their tribulations with relative ease. Most battled the tribulations with their lives on the lines, many just barely getting through it without dying, while many also perished in their tribulation attempts. For those who barely passed, tribulation clouds formed a mental scarring of sorts, causing them to react with fear and panic. While Araxis' tribulation battle art was not a true tribulation, it evoked a similar feeling to many. Standing on the arena ground, looking up at the horrifying yin-yang clouds and twin bolts of lightning descending towards him, John merely grinned. To him, a tribulation was a familiar foe, one that he had bested many times. In fact, the appearance of the tribulation clouds sparked his battle lust immediately, reminding him of the times he fought all out to best the heavens. The crowd watched with surprise as John's grin widened into something almost maniacal, while his arms spread outwards to the side, as if waiting to embrace the twin bolts of yin-yang aspected lightning. "The heavens couldn't defeat me with its tribulations, and neither can you," John roared as the twin bolts of lightning slammed directly onto him at the same time, hitting him completely unguarded. The moment before the twin bolts hit him, John saw them move and collide directly in front of him. Yin slammed into yang, creating a calamitous mixture of opposing power. The crowd gasped again as the arena seemed to freeze for an instant. Then, boom! Calamity erupted within the arena as an explosion greater than anything they had seen thus far erupted within the arena. The explosion even exceeded what Jaxus had been able to unleash in his battle against Jihin, shocking the crowd to their core. While Jaxus had been defeated before he could unleash his final attack, the attacks he had unleashed had been absolutely devastating. And yet, Araxis had exceeded what his Yongdao sect counterpart had unleashed in the prior battle. A blast of pure energy erupted from John's location outwards, slamming against every section of the defensive formation screen a moment later. The crowd watched with wide eyes as the entire arena was engulfed in fiery energy, which roiled and churned with ruinous power. The defensive formation screen strained against the power blasting against it, protecting the crowds at all costs. Pub future ads. Their vision blocked by the engulfing explosion, all eyes naturally went to the information formation screens, which displayed the vital information of the two youths within. They watched as John's health slowly began to lower and wondered where exactly it would stop. Would he be able to resist the power of this ruinous explosion with little damage like previous attacks? Or would this profoundly powerful battle art finally be the one to damage John significantly? The explosion continued to roil within for several seconds, while John's health continued to drop. After several seconds, the explosion began to fade away, while John's health also stopped going down. The crowd studied the number, eyes wide, then looked back at the arena as it was revealed to them once more. 80%. The number shocked almost everyone, as they had been expecting the damage to be much greater. Although John had shown his body to be incredibly powerful and durable, that was when he was using his Dragon God shift. He was not using that form for this battle, and thus his body durability was far lower than it could have been. Despite that, he had still only taken 20% damage despite taking that attack head-on and unguarded, revealing that he could withstand 5 of those directly before succumbing to his wounds. The last flicker of energy faded away, revealing both John and Araxis once more. Araxis still hovered high in the sky just below his tribulation clouds, while John stood in the same place, staring up at his opponent. His body was slickened with blood, while several wounds covered his arms, face, and chest. Araxis looked down on John with an even expression, which became slightly grim as he watched John's wounds heal at a visible rate, while his health started to climb once more. In mere seconds, it had returned to 100% health, using almost none of his chi reserves to heal his body. What the crowd didn't know was that most of the healing had been done by John's body chi, which was hidden to the crowd, unable to be detected by the formation armband. John raised his hands before his face, inspecting the damage on his arms as it healed over. He then looked at Araxis, a surprised look on his face. "That was an incredible battle art," he said with honest praise. He had been expecting the lightning bolts to hit him directly, and while both bolts had aspects to them that he couldn't fully resist, he could still withstand the bulk of the lightning damage using his attribute body and natural durability. That had not been the case. Instead, the moment before the bolts had hit him, they slammed together in a violent collision of opposing energy. The yin of the frost lightning reacted with the opposing yang lightning, resulting in an explosion as the two opposing energies interacted. The result had been the monstrous explosion of pure energy, which John had not been expecting. Unguarded against the explosion detonating directly in front of his face, the damage had been considerable, at least when compared to the damage he had sustained throughout the tournament. And yet you stand there unmoving, completely healed in a few seconds, Araxis replied evenly, his lips drawn to a line. You haven't even used your dragon form, and yet you can withstand my attacks directly so easily. Exactly what is your body made of? John replied with a silent smile, unable to answer that question at the moment. He had already revealed part of his body constitution, the power of the jade dragons, but had yet to reveal his Asura inheritance. Unless forced to do so, he wanted to avoid revealing his form in front of so many people. Pub future ads. Araxis sighed deeply, closing his eyes for a moment in frustration. He then opened them, a more determined look contained in his eyes. It's as I expected, he said. Unless I defeat you in one fell swoop, I won't be able to win. John waited for Araxis to move again, wondering if he was going to unleash the same art or something different. In that case, Araxis continued, there is only one choice left. I have no choice but to gamble everything on one, all-out attack. Announcing your intentions again, John replied. How kind of you. Araxis ignored the veiled jest from John, then looked up at the surging clouds above him. He pointed up at the clouds with his right hand, at which point twin bolts of lightning, one from the yin portion of the clouds and one from the yang, shot towards him. The beams of lightning surged onto him ceaselessly, making Araxis' figure change into a two-colored being of lightning. One half of him was blue, and the other fiery red, while even his eyes were the same, with one flickering red with yang lightning, the other blue with frost lightning. He then looked down at John again, his emotions obscured by the lightning covering most of his face. You might want to guard this attack, he said, his voice booming like thunder. For even you will not be able to withstand this attack directly like before. John smiled lightly at the friendly warning, waiting for Araxis to unleash the attack. The attack did not come as John expected. Instead, the lightning from the clouds continued to surge into Araxis, as well as his lance, growing steadily with power. Before long, the power emanating from Araxis was unlike anything from before, reaching a level that caused the crowd to gasp, and John to frown. For his final attack, Araxis was channeling his yin-yang lightning tribulation battle art, explosively increasing its power with every second it was channeled. In mere seconds, the power emanating from Araxis grew over twice as strong as his first attack, with no signs of him slowing down. I didn't know you were a war mage, John replied with surprise in his voice. I'm not, Araxis replied, his voice becoming more and more strained by the second. But I'm willing to gamble everything on this one attack, including my life. Chapter 1099, Curing God Extinction. Several days ago. Boom. John flew backwards within the private training room, crashing against the ground a moment later and skidding over it like a stone on a pond. He came to a halt a short while later, groaning from the pain racking his body. John, are you all right? Zuri asked, racing over to him and kneeling next to him. I'm fine, John replied slowly while shaking off the pain and getting to his feet. Blood leaked from his nose and mouth, as well as from wounds on his body, which looked as if something had exploded from within, ripping open his skin. He shook his head and activated his healing limiters, restoring his body to good condition a short while later. Maybe this mage art is too much for you to handle right now, Zuri said warmly. Mage arts are already incredibly dangerous, and you're trying to create a brand new one on top of that. I think this might be a little too reckless even for you. Nonsense. another voice said as a figure appeared next to John. John and Zuri looked at Kirai, who stood next to them with a look of smug disappointment on his face. The problem isn't the art, it's John. He's too weak to handle the power of a Kirin. Let's fight right now and see who's the weak one, John growled, taking a step towards Kirai. Kirai moved backwards like a flash of lightning, stopping only when he saw John wasn't following. He coughed in veiled embarrassment, then returned next to them as if nothing had happened. John gave Kirai a firm look, then looked back at Zuri. Kirai and I have already spent well over a month developing this mage art, and I think we've finally created something that will work, he said to Zuri, while brushing off dried blood from his robes. I just need to be better at following the proper meridian pathways, as well as timing the meridian cycles to sync up perfectly. He turned to Kirai, who eyed John cautiously, ready to retreat at a moment's notice should John lunge at him for his earlier comment. John reached out towards Kirai, who flinched, ready to retreat. Relax, John said begrudgingly. I'm not going to attack you. I just want to watch your meridian pathways once more. Kirai eyed him warily, but eventually obliged. He allowed John to place his hand on his head, at which point John sent his divine sense into Kirai's body. With Kirai allowing this to happen, John was able to see everything within Kirai's body. His blood vessels, his bones, his muscles, and most importantly, his meridians and chi. The chi surging through Kirai's meridians was as clear as day to John. They looked like thousands of rivers of chi snaking throughout Kirai's body, forming a complex maze of power only the heavens truly understood. Activate your innate art, John instructed, at which point Kirai happily obliged. Power surged from Kirai's dantian, sending chi coursing through his meridians like raging rivers. John watched the entire process unfold, as Kirai's chi snaked through his meridians in patterns now familiar to him. Chi coursed through Kirai's stomach, chest, and head in profound ways, the chi within forming runic patterns, the meridians the paper, the chi the ink. Thousands of complicated meridian pathways were used in almost an instant, as unleashing this art was almost second nature to Kirai at this point. The chi cycled countless times within his body, all eventually converging on the bright blue crystal embedded on Kirai's forehead. That crystal was something innate to all Kirins, and upon much study, John was shocked to discover that the crystal was made up of millions of tiny lightning runes, joining together to form a solid crystal of lightning runes. The lightning chi surged into the crystal, at which point it was augmented several-fold in bizarre and complex ways, reminding John of the way awakened essence runes were used to amplify cultivators' chi. The result of all this was a monstrous blast of lightning being released, the lightning chi more profound than even John was able to unleash. The beam of lightning blasted off into the distance, then slammed into the ground and erupted into a calamitous explosion of lightning. Zuri watched the explosion blast towards them, then used her power to shield them from its blast. This was not done to protect John or Kirai, but to stop the blast from interrupting John's concentration. Ignoring the blast, John's mind raced as he remembered the pathways the chi took throughout Kirai's body, as well as the profundities he felt from not only Kirai's chi, but the crystal on his head. While a human's body and a Kirin's body were different, the lessons he learned from Kirai's body could be used in his. He had learned this through much trial and error, his long hours of developing his own battle arts leading to this moment. The explosion faded away, while Zuri and Kirai remained silent as John's mind raced, his comprehension ability unwrapping the secrets behind Kirai's art. What John was after was not the art itself, but the underlying nature of Kirai's chi usage. As the pinnacle beast of lightning, Kirai was naturally able to unleash perfect lightning attacks with no wasted movements. Every meridian pathway was perfect, the revolutions and timings pristine. He stayed like this for several hours, putting everything he had just learned into place with what he already knew, slowly unwinding the secrets behind Kirai's power. Zuri and Kirai waited patiently for John to finish, staying silent the entire time. Hours later, John's eyes finally opened once more, a profound glint contained within. He looked at the two, then smiled. I think I have everything I need to put the final pieces on this mage art, he said confidently. Oh, well then, let's see the fruits of your tireless labor, Zuri said, smiling. John nodded, then patted Kyrie in thanks as his aura began to surge, prepared to unleash his self-created mage art. Looking up at his opponent, John was slightly taken aback by Araxis' overwhelming resolve. While it was not impossible for a non-war mage to channel an attack, it was incredibly dangerous. War mages had innate talents that allowed them to hold monstrous amounts of chi in their danshin without them losing control. John himself was not a true war mage, but his 20 times compressed danshin essentially converted him into one. For someone like Araxis, who did not have a danshin at John's level, one wrong move could result in him losing control of his chi, which would undoubtedly result in him perishing from the internal explosion of rampant chi. Despite all this, Araxis continued to channel his yin-yang lightning tribulation art, barreling forward with unyielding resolve. John studied Araxis for a moment, then grinned and nodded, impressed by Araxis' resolve. Your resolve is contagious, John replied loudly, his voice almost drowned out by the continuous thunderclaps coming from Araxis' storm clouds. I'm sure you'd be insulted if I didn't receive your attack with my full power. John watched as Araxis nodded. He was sure the youth was smiling. Although the lightning covering his face hid his expression, John nodded in return, his expression becoming serious for the first time in battle. Then allow me to unleash my newly created battle art, John replied as his aura began to surge. You'll be the first I've ever used it on in real battle, so don't blame me if it's a bit too powerful. Araxis scoffed, clearly amused by John's grandiose opinion of himself. Still, based on everything he had seen thus far, he didn't dare to look down on John. As John's power began to surge, he sent his divine sense into his soul, where Kyrie rested. Kyrie, John called out, waking the sleeping Kirin from his slumber. Kyrie opened his eyes, their spiritual gazes meeting. It's time to reveal to this world the power of a Kirin. Kyrie let out a whoop of excitement, instantly rousing from his slumber. He stood tall within John's soul space, using the link between their souls to look out from John's eyes, seeing what John saw. You better not mess up, or I'll beat you up, Kyrie replied with obvious excitement in his voice. John smiled, then nodded his head as he began to muster the full power of his 20 times compressed essence danshin. I won't. Boom. John's aura suddenly, and without warning, flared from him with incredible power. His aura surged upwards towards the clouds, slamming against them a moment later. His aura continued to climb with ceaseless intensity, like an endless well of power. Every inch of his being was poured into his danshin, while his mind raced with the profundities of his self-created art. Already surprised by his seemingly endless chi, the crowd went wide-eyed as they spotted a figure materialize behind John. The figure flashed into existence in a moment, formed from pure lightning. The figure was almost nondescript at first, hazy and unclear to the point that no one could tell what it was. As John continued to pour his chi into his mage art, the figure started to become more and more corporeal, eventually turning into something that many in the crowd recognized. A Kirin. A lightning avatar in the shape of a Kirin, some 30 yards tall and 40 yards long, appeared behind John, like a guardian coming to his protection. While its form was still slightly blurry, there was enough detail to make out the nature of the avatar. Bang! A loud thunderclap sounded out as John's forehead burst alight, a dazzling blue hue emanating from it. The blue hue faded away after a time, revealing a bright blue crystal on his forehead, embedded into his skin. The crystal glowed with 100 hues of blue and emanated 1,000 profundities, so awe-inspiring and eye-catching that many couldn't peel their gazes away from it. Hovering in the sky, Araxis looked at the lightning Kirin and crystal on John's forehead with absolute shock. He couldn't tell exactly what was happening, but as a genius lightning cultivator, he could tell one thing: the art John was unleashing was horrifyingly dangerous. Reaching his absolute maximum point of power he could contain, Araxis burst alight with power as he pointed his lance down at John. Yin-yang chaos lightning tribulation. He roared as twin bolts of devastatingly powerful lightning blasted towards John, its power eclipsing the previous attack Araxis had unleashed. Feeling its awe-inspiring power, John grinned, then roared loudly, his voice like a primordial beast announcing its arrival as both the avatar behind him and the crystal on his forehead began to glow with surging power, preparing to unleash a mage-art to replace his dragon-tail decimation. Kirin God Extinction. Boom, Chapter 1100 Kirin God Extinction PT. 2. John felt an incredible surge of chi course through his body, flooding every inch of his meridians with overwhelming power. His chi flooded out from his danshan, which was overflowing with channeled chi, like a dam about to burst from holding back too much water. This mage art, the Kirin God Extinction, was devised as a replacement for his dragon-tail decimation. It had been devised from the ground up, focusing on his talents, specifically his monstrous chi reserves and heaven-defying meridian and body durability. All mage arts were designed with limitations built into them, as exceeding those limitations would result in the cultivator dying from being unable to withstand the amount of chi surging within their body. Dragon-tail decimation also had this limitation, limiting the amount of power John could unleash with it. After increasing the durability of his meridians, the limitation on Dragon-tail decimation's power was no longer himself, but the mage art instead. While the Kirin God Extinction was not as refined as the Dragon-tail decimation yet, it exceeded the Dragon-tail decimation in its compatibility with John specifically. His Kirin God Extinction was designed with no limit in mind. It was designed to be able to use as much chi as was supplied to it, the limit of its power being John himself, and not the mage art. Like a desert during rainfall, the Kirin God Extinction greedily took in every ounce of chi, then wanted more. It was like a glutton that was never satisfied, never full. It wanted more, and more is what John gave it. He poured every ounce of chi that he could into his body, moving his chi according to the principles of his newly created mage art. This was the first time he had used this art in true battle, and there was a sliver of doubt within his mind, wondering if he would be able to successfully unleash it in the heat of battle. To his surprise, he found unleashing the mage art as natural as walking and breathing. Because he created this art, he knew it more intimately than any art he had ever used before. He knew what each and every section of the art did, knew the meridian pathways and chi timings better than he could have hoped for. With the heat of battle pushing his comprehensions and instincts to the maximum, what occurred was his first flawless unleashing of his Kirin God Extinction. As the final revolution of chi surged through his body, John put the finishing touches on the art. He pressed all 10 of his fingers against one another in front of his chest, forming a triangle with his fingers, completing the final steps of the mage art. The moment before release, the Kirin avatar behind him as well as the crystal on his forehead lit up like a beacon of power, drowning the arena and stadium in a bright blue hue. Then, boom! Twin beams of lightning, far more powerful than anything John had revealed to the Nine-Dao world thus far, exploded out of the crystal on his forehead, as well as the forehead of the Kirin avatar behind him. The crowd gaped with awe and disbelief as their views, their thoughts, their worlds became lightning. Overwhelming lightning, unlike anything they had ever experienced before, burst into existence, shaking everyone to their core. The twin beams of lightning surged into the sky with a speed far faster than most could follow with their eyes. In less than a blink of the eye, the first beam of lightning met its target. The beam of lightning unleashed from the Kirin avatar slammed into the twin bolts of lightning unleashed by Araxis, colliding in the air directly between John and Araxis. The Yang sphere flashed with a brightness most had never experienced in their lives, followed by an explosion of even greater immensity. The collision between the two beams turned the arena into a realm of chaos, with pure power radiating outwards seeking to destroy everything in its path. Before the explosion consumed everything, the crowd watched as the second beam of lightning, unleashed from John himself, pierced towards Araxis in the sky. one beam to stop Araxis' attack, the other to target Araxis himself. Araxis' eyes went wide as he noticed this, not expecting this turn of events at all. Without losing a step, his body reignited with power as he thrust his lance towards the second beam of lightning, unleashing the most powerful thunder dragon surge he could muster. While most only gaped in shock and awe as the events unfolded, the true powerhouses of the world, the Yang Sovereign, the Sword Saint, and the others on the VIP viewing platform instantly understood the enormity of what was happening. Araxis, one of the true pinnacle geniuses of the world, one as strong as Jaxis and perhaps Jihin, had unleashed his ultimate attack, mustering every ounce of power he could bring forth, holding nothing back at all. To meet this attack, John had used his own mage art, and then had unleashed 2 beams of lightning to meet Araxis' attack. This was not what shocked the powerhouses. What truly shocked them was the power they felt from all 3 beams. In the moment before collision, the powerhouses were able to feel the relative power of each beam. What shocked them to their core was the fact that John's beams of lightning did not lose out in power to Araxis' attack. It was natural to assume that when geniuses of the same level unleashed similar arts, the singular attack would be stronger than the art unleashing 2 separate attacks. Instead, both of John's attacks were stronger than Araxis' singular one, and by a significant margin as well. They instantly understood the ramifications of what this simple fact entailed. John's Danshin, talent, and ability to unleash powerful battle arts was more than twice as profound as Araxis. This thought consumed their every thought as the world turned into a blinding explosion of lightning and fire, the explosion of mage arts consuming everything in the arena. Boom! The explosion slammed into the defensive formation screens like a continent-destroying tsunami, shaking the entire Yang sphere violently. The sound of the monstrous collision caused almost everyone to wince in pain, their eardrums nearly bursting from the mere sound of the explosion, which had already been greatly reduced in power by the defensive formation screen. While some did their best to recover from the sudden pain racking their bodies, the stronger cultivators looked at the arena with unflinching attention. The ruinous power of the resulting explosion roiled within the arena for some time, lasting much longer than any previous explosion that had occurred in the arena. After what felt like an eternity to the crowd, the explosion finally began to recede, revealing some of the arena. As the edges of the arena were revealed, the crowd saw that every single inch of the land was destroyed, reduced to ashes. What had once been a sprawling landscape of mountains, rivers, lakes, and valleys was now just charred ash. The explosion then receded further and further until it eventually reached the center of the arena, where both fighters still stood. John's figure was revealed first, causing the crowd to gasp slightly as they saw his body. His body was covered in blood and wounds, making him look like a blood-soaked demon. He stood in his original location, staring up at the sky, his gaze unwavering. The crowd followed his gaze and spotted Araxis, still hovering in the sky near his original position. Araxis' body was in an even worse condition, with not a single inch of his body not covered in blood. Multiple deep wounds covered his body, exposing flesh and bone underneath. His robe was torn in various places as well, making him look incredibly miserable. While his body was gruesome and damaged, the crowd was shocked to find his gaze was as calm and resolved as before, perhaps even more. A stern, almost heroic glint was visible in Araxis' eyes as he peered down on John, like a lord peering down on a subject. The two locked eyes, while the crowd waited with bated breath, wondering what was going to happen next. Both fighters still standing already shocked them to their cores, as they had assumed the horrifying explosion would have at the very least maim them, perhaps even kill them. The two stared at each other for what felt like an eternity to everyone watching. Araxis moved first, pointing his lance directly towards John, a small smile appearing on his face. "That," he said, his voice firm yet hoarse, "was a fun fight." Then he wavered and then fell. All traces of aura vanished as Araxis fell from the sky, falling towards the ground below. John mustered his strength and flew forward, catching Araxis before he smashed into the ground. He looked at his opponent in his arms, then studied him with his divine sense. A moment later, he landed on the ground and gently placed Araxis on the floor. He took a few steps back as the Yangdao sect elder rushed forward to check on Araxis, then looked towards the sky as the Yangdao sect elder's voice boomed out for all to hear. The victor, by rendering his opponent unconscious, John Fenix,